Hey y'all. Welcome back for part 4 of What If Naruto Was Trained by Itachi. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 19. The hospital. It was the first thought that invaded Naruto's mind as soon as he opened his eyes and the brain started to register his sense of smell and touch. He was wide awake. He really hated the smell the hospital gave him and would rather recover at his home rather than at a place like this one. Sighing, Naruto looked at his left where the window was. Judging by the creeping darkness, it was perhaps midnight. Naruto figured that he'd been out cold for a few hours till now. He looked at to the right where was a small table with 2 bottles of water and a cup. Beside those 3 things was a Konoha forehead protector. Naruto shook his head after seeing the headband. He could recognize it at any time of the day. That was his forehead protector. It was the same he'd returned to Tsunade. The Godime was probably not going to allow him to get off it that easily. He guessed she'd refuse to say anything rash that day because it would have only driven him further away. It was a change of way of doing things. It wasn't natural of Tsunade work around things in such a subtle manner. The Godime Hokage always favored a more forceful way of handling things. She always liked to force things over, even when they didn't want to fit in. She would smash them inside the port to fit in with her chakra-enhanced punches. He didn't mind the change though, it wasn't that bad. He examined his body and saw that it wasn't damaged, but his entire upper body was bandaged, just like after he'd returned when he retrieved Sasuke from trying to flee the village to the seductive snake Sanin. The thought brought a frown on his face. Naruto got out of the bed and stood on his own feet and smiled mildly, replacing the frown that had crept into his face. Yuga, the blonde called as he could feel the presence of the purple-haired Anbu. Yuga appeared in a silent flash within the room and looked carefully at the blonde. It is nice to see you are finally awake. Tsunade-sama had given you a dose of drugs to keep you asleep for the rest of the night though, she said. The Godime had known that if Naruto woke up in the middle of the night, he would no doubt leave the hospital without proper rest. She had given him the drug so that he could rest throughout the night without anything interrupting him. She'd said that it was best for Naruto to rest, especially since he was always working himself much harder than she did. Something like that wouldn't work with my tenant still kicking, Naruto responded with a small smile. He sat down on the bed again, and looked back at Yuga. His head was pounding mercilessly, but he kept his expression schooled like nothing was wrong. Tsunade-sama had thought it would work even though you were a Jinchuriki. Perhaps her calculations were a bit off, Yuga responded quietly, tone a bit thoughtful at her last words. Despite the fact that Naruto hit it well, she could see that he was experiencing some discomfort, which is why he sat down. She didn't say anything though. But she did wonder how long he would keep it down. Still, considering what had happened a few hours earlier, she would have to report it to the Godime. It was for Naruto's well-being after all. If I wasn't injured or wounded it would have worked. When the Kyuubi is healing my wounds, its chakra floods my system, and it burns any substance inside my body that isn't welcomed, Naruto explained lightly. You must be tired watching me all these time I was out. Yuga shook his head slightly. I'm already used to it. But I'll admit that I do get lonely at times, she said, taking a few steps back to lean against the wall. Since it was just Naruto and him being up meant she was now off duty, she removed her mask and folded her hands across her chest. She'd been Anbu for a long time now, and she was now one of the important and most trusted members of the Anbu force. That was why she was the only one even trusted with Naruto's safety. However, being an experienced Anbu didn't mean that she was completely unaffected by working all alone in the middle of the night. No, it did get lonely at times, but this was her job. I assume it would be so, Naruto said. He looked at Yuga rather inventively and tilted his head a little, drawing a questioning look from the older woman. Is something wrong? Naruto shook his head slightly. I don't know why I never noticed it before, but you look rather lovely without that mask. A smile graced his lips as he spoke. There was no doubt about it, this woman was indeed beautiful, and since it came to his mind, he thought it was best to say it. Yuga offered the blonde a smile. Thank you, she said, thanking him for the compliment. Your smile is rather beautiful, you should keep it often. Since it was somewhat related to what he'd said, she thought she'd offer her own thought to him. She'd noticed that smiling often wasn't something that he always did these days. The smile he gave these days paled in comparison with the large smile he always used to wear when he was still an orange brat. But now he'd grown up and only reserved his smiles for certain people. His attitude reminded her of Itachi a little. The raven-haired Uchiha always wore an impassive look on his face, and his speech was put in more or less the same way as Naruto does these days. I will keep that in mind. When he attempted to enlarge his smile, his headache glared at him with a rather painful slap that just reminded him that it was still there even though he was ignoring it. His mask slipped for a second, but Yuga didn't comment on it. Was anyone hurt? That was a concern for him and he really needed to know. He wasn't going to go on to blame himself and put himself up for grabs for holding all the weight this mess has created. No, he'd learned enough to know that it would only make him miserable. Bearing things that he shouldn't only dragged him down and sucked out his happiness. It was okay to be concerned and seek alternative methods to handle the problem. Blaming oneself didn't solve anything. It was still hard to grasp that on his birthday, Kami had decided to screw him over again. However, it was all right with him. His happiness did matter a lot, and besides, he couldn't find peace if he was just miserable shinobi holding all the weight of problems on his shoulders. The happier one was, the brighter the path one sets for him/herself. Yuga shook her head. Everyone is all right. There was only some property damage, but it should be fixed soon as it wasn't anything disastrous, the Anbu responded calmly. Naruto nodded. At least it was some good news. He wouldn't have been happy if others were hurt. However, just because everyone else was fine didn't mean that he was going to allow this declaration of war to go unpunished. No, he would search more about this man and do something about his attack. That is at least some good news, Naruto finally responded with a release of his breath in relief. It is still such a pity that your birthday was never celebrated, Yuga said with a small sad on her face. With everything he's gone through in his life, she believed that he deserved at least a good night with friends and family, but it was never forthcoming. What was worse was that he'd been standing on the door of good time and had caught a glimpse of it but was never able to touch it because it just went boom. Yeah, Naruto could give a short response with a sad smile that matched Yugao's. Yuga noted that he wasn't burying his emotions so that she couldn't see that it was indeed sad that it had gone badly a few hours ago. It was a good sign on him personality. There were people who refused to show it even when they were hurting, and that only brought them more sadness. Don't allow it to get to you. It was something that no one was expecting. When things like this have happened, we can only accept them and move on with our lives, Yuga advised wisely. Well, she had more years under her belt than the blonde, and these years being Anbu have taught her many things, and she wasn't stingy enough to deny the blonde a few words of comfort. Naruto merely nodded in response, choosing silence over adding something. Are you going to be a ride alone or should I accompany you? Yuga said, knowing that even if Tsunade had said he shouldn't leave, he was going to leave. If not, the Godime would not have gone as far as to have him drink sleeping pills. Thanks, but I'll manage alone. You should go home and rest. It is already late anyway, Naruto said with a small smile. He then stood up and took a step towards his headband, and then the headache slapped him again. His movements halted for a second. Are you all right, Naruto? Yuga asked with concern evident in her expression. Naruto nodded. I have a serious headache, but I'll manage. I have some painkillers in my house, the blonde responded before he reached the forehead protector. He took it and looked back at Yuga with a smile. Thanks for watching over me, and good night. He disappeared in a flash of yellow after those words escaped his lips. Good night, Yuga responded in thought before sighing. She needed some rest. Without wasting more sleep time, the purple-haired Anbu disappeared from the room in a puff of smoke. The following day, Tsunade's office. The fifth Hokage looked at her former teammate, Jiraiya, who was sitting comfortably by the window frame, looking outside the Hokage tower. He seemed to be thinking hard about something. A pity the Godime didn't have one of those Yamanaka techniques to invade his mind. It would be a blessing if she had a technique like that though. She wouldn't need to open her mouth and use bodily threats to get half-truths from anyone. Leaving her daydreaming, Tsunade looked back to the paperwork in front of her. Looking at it, she had no words to define it. She merely picked up a pen and began writing and signing a few forms. She could think while doing this kind of work. Despite some public damage from last night's incident, there were no causalities that they'd suffered. It would have been certainly unacceptable if they'd suffered some causality, especially when Konoha's strongest had been present during the attack. There was nothing that could shout a loud and clear message that said we've become weak than something of such a nature occurring under their watch. She'd not think that something like that would happen. No, she was only planning to have a good night drinking some sake and enjoying Naruto's night. Perhaps she may have even pestered Naruto get her some of that sake from the land of toads. She could almost drool at the thought of such sake washing over her throat with that burning sensation. The thought made her swallow and lump and stop such thoughts before she became excited. After all the planning they'd gone through to ensure that Naruto had a wonderful birthday, Kami had to screw it all up. Tsunade felt angry at such a reality to be scripted for their lives to see. The Godime had thought something wonderful for Naruto would happen, but wasn't the case. Well, what happened, happened. Moping around about it and singing curses to Kami wasn't going to solve it. No, it was only going to make them worry and be miserably. The only choice they had was to accept it and move on with their lives. Tsunade could only hope that Naruto had such thoughts inside his mind. What is keeping that brat up anyway? Tsunade asked, looking back at her former teammate. She couldn't quite focus on her work today until she spoke to her beloved blonde. Don't be impatient, Haim, Jiraiya said with a small shrug of his shoulders. He will come when he is ready. He must have spent much of the time during the night thinking rather than sleeping, the Toad Sage reasoned. He could understand that not everything with Naruto would be in place after what has been happening around his life recently. He'd discovered that the stress of killing was getting to him since it wasn't something that he was used to dealing with, and this was bound to shake him up. If the blonde had just woken up like everything was perfectly fine, then he would be obligated to check whether something had flipped inside Naruto's head. Tsunade nodded. I understand that, but it is still unusual for him to wake up this late and be late for a meeting. We called him some time ago and still there hasn't been anything. A thoughtful look morphed into Tsunade's expression as she spoke. She'd seen him work overnight, but he would still wake up early to begin the day. Regardless of whatever he seemed to do, Naruto had always been the one to wake up early and he always respected her calls. Well, that is after he returned from his training trip outside the village. Continuing, Tsunade spoke again, keeping someone on the watch out for him seems like a good decision to make. I understand we can't always have someone with him, but whenever possible, Yuga has to be watching his back. Jiraiya nodded, having nothing against Tsunade's suggestion. It will be good since we don't know if something like this will happen again. Naruto can't always be looking at his back, someone trusted must be watching his back when he can't. No one was invincible in this shinobi world, regardless of how strong you were. Jiraiya had lived long enough to know that you couldn't even survive in this world if you were alone, especially for someone like Naruto. He was both the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed demon fox and the only child for the late Yondaime Hokage. Aside from that, Naruto was trying to form relationships between Konoha and other villages. Not everyone agreed with that thought. Given all these, his life is always to be at risk. Being a ninja was a risk itself. There are so many things that pile up and many masked creatures that come across in the road of shinobi, and those who were alone had a limited time parading about the death and agony-filled road. We also have to deal with this new threat. From his appearance, he is the same person who's been causing trouble in the smaller villages, Jiraiya added. Shielding Naruto wasn't going to do it at all. It was only half the job, the threat also had to be removed from existence if the blonde was to be safe. If nothing else, he appears to be making a name for himself. Tsunade nodded. I'll send a message to Suna and Kirigakure to have them keep on the lookout for him, she said. The least we can do now is keeping the details about the incident from leaking out. If it got out, it would be a problem for her and Konoha. She didn't want anything that would threaten Konoha's state of power and image. Unless that man himself leaks the details about it, Konoha would keep quiet about it, but she would alert her hunter nins and her allies about such a man. Yes, she wouldn't mind ripping his limbs out of his body for ruining things for her. I will leave today to find out more about this threat. I am sure that my contacts can find something about him. He has to have come from somewhere, Jiraiya said, confident that he would be able to find something about this new threat. Tsunade nodded. Aye. She trailed off when Naruto appeared in a puff of smoke inside the office. Even the little things had to be taken notice on this day. First thing about his appearance was that he didn't use the usual method of coming into the office from his house. It was always a flash of yellow, nothing, gusts of wind or a swirl of flames. She had no seen him appear in a puff of smoke. The second thing she noticed was that he still wasn't wearing the headband she'd left for him. It was his after all. Tsunade knew that he'd taken it with him when he left the hospital. Yuga had filled her in about it when she gave her report earlier in the morning. Of course, Tsunade wanted the leaf forehead protector to be firmly tied around his head, but she couldn't say it now. The thought that she couldn't say anything about it now made her bit her lip. Jiraiya studied Naruto's expression for a moment. Nothing was out of place. He seemed to be perfectly fine. The Sannin didn't want to believe that it was the case. No, he believed that the blonde was still human enough to feel anything, and he shouldn't be perfectly fine if he can still feel like normal humans do. Naruto sat down on a chair in front of Tsunade's desk and released a sigh. I'm sorry I'm late. His right hand moved towards the back of his head and a nervous smile plastered across his face. I kind of fell asleep while I was in my bath, he sounded embarrassed about it. This was something new to this new Naruto, and a bit nostalgic when remembering that the old Naruto was prone to do something stupid every now and then. Tsunade smiled at the thought. It was good to see that the old Naruto was still in there. The blonde Hokage responded to him. "It's okay," she said. Naruto nodded. "It still would have been embarrassing if a shinobi like me ended up drowning in my own bath. When you look at it would have been embarrassing. The story would probably be titled, The Son of Konoha's Yellow Flash strategically died after drowning inside his bathroom on the 11th of October morning. It won't be much more of embarrassing to some us, it would be amusing more than anything," Tsunade responded with a small smile on her face. "It is good that you've not lost your sense of humor," Jiraiya said, smiling at his godson. "How are you, Naruto?" "I'm well, aside from a sleepless night, there aren't any problems," Naruto responded calmly. Tsunade nodded. "I'm glad that you were not seriously hurt last night. My wish was to give you the best birthday party, but that wasn't to be," the god Hokage said a bit sadly. "How are you dealing with all that?" "Well," Naruto gave a simple response to the question. Tsunade frowned at this kind of response from the blonde. She eyed Jiraiya, who shook his head slightly. It was best to leave for now and not force things. Okay, judging by her tone, it was clearly obvious to Naruto that it wasn't okay. There wasn't anything that she wanted to see him for other than seeing how he was doing. "If you want, you can take the next 2 days off," she wasn't sure he would though. Naruto was always serious about work and worked like Shizune at most. "Thank you," Naruto said, smiling a bit at Tsunade. "I'll take the offer." Naruto didn't feel like working. He had other things to do and he still had to meet Itachi today as well as the Wind Daimyo. He also needed to blow some steam. Before anything could be said further, Danzo decided to make his presence in the office. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade narrowed their eyes at the War Hawk, knowing that whatever the man had come here to say had something to do with last night's incident. His presence was almost predictable to both senins. They'd expected that he would eventually crawl out of his burrow and come here. "What can I do for you, Danzo?" Just by her look, the message was clear. She didn't want him in her office. Danzo looked at Naruto for a moment before looking back at Tsunade. "I am merely interested in how someone unknown was able to infiltrate this village and still manage to cause damage under your nose." Tsunade didn't entertain the War Hawk. "If you have something to say about this Juubi, you can say it. If not, you are excused, Danzo." The god spoke in a low growl, her eyes still glued at the cripple. "You call yourself protectors of Konoha, but you couldn't even do anything about it when an unknown shinobi threatened this village." His eyes narrowed at Naruto. "If Hiruzen had given you to me when I requested that he do, I would have trained you to become Konoha's most valuable asset." "What is your point?" Naruto asked in a perfectly neutral tone. "You are weak for a Jinchuriki. With all that power inside of you, some unknown shinobi shouldn't have taken you out like that," the War Hawk responded flatly. Jiraiya decided to intervene before Naruto could respond. "Why is it whenever trouble seems to strike, your root are never there to help out?" "It is because I was leaving you people to protect the village. However, it appears that trusting you with the safety of Konoha wasn't a wise decision," Danzo stated and turned his heels. "If you can't do your job properly, then you should step aside and allow someone who can to do it." He left the office after those words. "That bastard," Tsunade growled after the cripple left her office. "I wouldn't be surprised if he had something to do with this," she said. "Don't read too much into it, Tsunade," Jiraiya lectured. "We just need to keep an eye on him for now and ensure that he doesn't do anything. If he does anything, we will put him down." He wasn't going to allow the war do what he pleased like his sensei. With what the War Hawk has done behind the Hokage's back, the third should have had him executed long ago. It wasn't a secret to both Jiraiya and Tsunade that Danzo wanted the mantle of Hokage. He's been after the seat since long ago when the second Hokage favored Hiruzen before him. Jiraiya wasn't going to allow a man like Danzo take Konoha under his command. He knew if something like that happened, many people would suffer and the first person Danzo would be after is Naruto. Jiraiya was willing to do anything, to ensure that the War Hawk doesn't touch his godson. Sighing, Tsunade nodded. "That man just gets to me," she said before looking at Naruto. "There was nothing that I really wanted to discuss with you, Naruto. You are free to leave if you want." Naruto nodded. "I may leave the village today," he said. "Where will you head to?" "I'm also leaving today, perhaps we can head out together," Jiraiya offered, smiling at the blonde. "I would rather be alone," Naruto said, shaking his head slightly. "But I'm going to the Wind Capital. I may not see you until tomorrow, Ba-chan." With that, he disappeared in a puff of smoke. "Have we been talking to a clone?" And did he just call me Ba-chan? Tsunade asked, looking straight Jiraiya. The toad sage blinked before he too disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto's house, 2 hours later. Home training ground. When you had students to look after, you were never given a chance to enjoy some meditation in your free time. The weather is usually calm at those times and most people would have completed their morning activities. This time was best for meditation, but the 2 chakra signatures he'd sensed weren't going to make it possible for him to continue with his meditation. Naruto usually sent a clone to teach Konohamaru a few things around this time of the day since it was a good time to train. There was also nothing that beat a morning exercise to get you started for the day. But today he wanted all his chakra to himself and he had not thought that his students would be requesting training from him after everything. And so he had taken the time to meditate. He knew that tomorrow would be a tiring day. He had many places to visit and many people to talk to. He would probably send a message to some, but it would be wonderful if he visited everyone. Well, he could not do everything by himself. But soon he would have something fixed that will help him send messages to those who are members of his organization. Being the president would mean he would have to forfeit some activities. He had yet to officially assume the position since the unit was still in its early days. But everything would be handled soon after the first conference. Ni-san. Konohamaru called with Hanabi walking beside him. The girl looked stoic as always. Naruto sighed as he stood up. Well, they were his children, he had a responsibility to them. He would not fail as long as he had agreed to train them. He knew of all the activities he had to do when he agreed to help them with their training. He would have to work around everything to ensure his time was balanced. I thought you would give me a break, he said, voicing some of his thoughts. You told me that a ninja must always be ready for anything, and when things are difficult, we have to adapt, Konohamaru stated, though he did not get the full meaning of these words. He spoke them because they seemed to be the right words to say at the moment. Luckily, Hanabi understood those words. This means that regardless of what has happened, you must be ready. In this case, our training needs to go on despite the fact that you are not expecting us. You did tell us to expect the unexpected. Naruto smiled. You are applying those words at the wrong situation. I told you to expect the unexpected in a battlefield. This is not a battlefield. Who said it was not? Hanabi asked, taking a stance, while Konohamaru merely grinned. Ara, this is unexpected, Naruto said calmly, smiling. It is fine then. I was going to have you fight me together to assess both your teamwork abilities. I have so far defined what you need as individuals, but I have not found where you lack as a team. But sensei, Konohamaru and I are not in the same team, Hanabi said, still in her taijutsu stance. I am aware of that, Naruto replied smoothly. But while you are training with me, you are a team, my team. And who knows, if you make me happy I might take both of you out on a good mission. That is if he does get time to take Genins out on a mission. He was certainly not going to be less busy in the next months. More work will only be available for him and this will only make his schedule tight. Really? Konohamaru was happy about the sound of what Naruto had just said. He would be happy, no ecstatic to go on a mission with his Ni-san. And he knew for certain that his Ni-san would never let him do those damn D-rank missions. Naruto's smile disappeared in response. Come at me, both of you. Do not hold back, keep your senses clear, and think. If you do not, you will end up in the hospital at the end of this session. Nothing further was said, as both Hanabi and Konohamaru dashed towards him. The former was coming on the left, and the latter on the right. Hanabi was moving faster than Konohamaru. The reason for that would be because the latter of the Genin had weights on him that restricted his movements. He could not move on his full speed because of that, but Hanabi had nothing restraining her. She could use all her speed without much trouble. Hanabi aimed higher while Konohamaru aimed lower with a sweeping kick. Being far more experienced and skilled than the two, Naruto moved back before both strikes could hit him. Hanabi was a lot quicker to recover from her miss than Konohamaru. She quickly rushed towards him. Her Dujutsu was already activated, perhaps it was because he had said no holding back. The only way a Hyuga can fight effectively is when his /shi Dujutsu is activated. Naruto stood still looking straight at the Genin as she made her way towards him. When she got close, he muttered something. Wind breakthrough, small gusts of wind rushed towards the unsuspecting girl in blinding speeds. Although the jutsu was less powerful, he had increased its speed to make it more effective against the Genin. There was no need of something strong when going against a mere Genin. He did not want to end up hurting them seriously. The jutsu caught the girl off guard and set her flying backwards. Konohamaru quickly rushed behind her while she was being carried by the momentum. He got hold of her so that she would not land awkwardly and hurt herself while the match had just started. It would only put them in a disadvantage if the girl got hurt quickly. Naruto acted quickly. As Konohamaru appeared behind Hanabi, he appeared behind the former. He did not let them off the hook. No, he kicked Konohamaru on the back, sending him back from where Hanabi was coming from. Both genins were sent flying as Konohamaru had gotten hold of Hanabi. Both crashed to the ground, but were able to quickly recover. That was not fair, Nisan. Konohamaru yelled. You never use ninjutsu when we fight. You always use taijutsu, and you should have warned us if you were going to use ninjutsu so that we can prepare. The shinobi world is not fair, I have told you this many times, Konohamaru, Naruto said a bit sternly since he was repeating this. I told you to attack me with your full power, and I never did set any limits to myself. It is your problem that you think because last time I did not use, this time I will do the same. Do not think something so predictable about your opponents. He finished with a small grin. Perhaps this wasn't so bad after all. Seeing the kind of look on Konohamaru made him smile. It reminded him how Jiraiya used to cheat when he was training him. Expect the unexpected, and do the unexpected, Hanabi said, recalling what Naruto had told her. The same words were told Konohamaru some time ago. You did something we were not expecting you to do. If I did not understand, I would have also been complaining. But I understand. When you expect the unexpected, you prepare yourself for anything. You don't limit your opponent based on your knowledge of him or her. Once you prepare yourself for everything, you are a lot more ready to battle than anyone. But the truth is that there are just some things you cannot prepare yourself for, some jutsus you cannot defend yourself against. However, because you are more prepared for surprises, you are most likely to recover quickly. Naruto nodded, smiling a bit proudly at the Hyuga. You understand it well, Hanabi. Even though you were the one who got hit, you did not act like Konohamaru. The blonde stated calmly. As I said, the shinobi world is not fair. But because the world is not fair, you don't have to be unfair. I expect you to be shinobi of honor and respect. He paused for a moment. Konohamaru, what were you doing? What? He is referring to when I got hit by that wind jutsu. Hanabi cleared the air for Konohamaru. She was also sending the genin a slight glare. I was trying to save you, Konohamaru responded, returning the glare to his fellow genin. I did not need to be saved, I could have recovered well without getting hurt. Hanabi retorted, glaring at the idiot before her. Seriously? Did he really think she needed to be saved? She was even stronger than him, for heaven's sake. Konohamaru snorted, yeah, right. Naruto took a few steps towards the genins. Konohamaru, one of the principles of being in a team is that you must trust your teammate, in their abilities and with your life. You chose to try to save Hanabi because you did not trust her ability to recover without being hurt. You know her more than I do, but I know that she would have recovered. If you cannot trust your teammates' ability to handle themselves, you risk everything. This time, Naruto had no stern face, he was giving the genin a small smile. At least I had good intentions. Konohamaru defended himself. Hanabi merely snorted in response. Most people have good intentions, but their choices end up screwing things. I have taught you to think carefully before you make a choice in a battlefield. Every choice is crucial, and a bad one could cost you your life, Naruto stated. Tell me, Konohamaru, what could stop me from attacking if you or Hanabi are looking at me? Nothing. Konohamaru mumbled, quietly. Because of your good intentions, both of you ended up getting hit, and in a battlefield, that could have been a huge blow. Naruto paused again. If you had sent your shadow clones to keep me busy while you recover Hanabi, we would not have been having this conversation. Hanabi nodded. If you had sent clones to fight Sensei, I would have recovered quickly and we would have regrouped before attacking together. But in the end, we ended up being attacked together. I got it, it won't happen again. Konohamaru didn't like it a bit that both Naruto and Hanabi were ganging up on him. Honestly, he felt betrayed by the latter. Good, Naruto said, giving the boy a smile. Now, let us do this again. This time make your numbers count. Remember that fighting in a team gives you an advantage. Make the advantage count, make the fact that it is 2 minds against 1 count. Complement each other in your attacks. Always know where your teammate is, even when you are not looking at him or her. Try to predict your teammate's move so you could work something that will complement that. Move in sync with your teammate and you will understand each other well. Both genins nodded before rushing off to Naruto again. A few minutes later, Naruto looked at his students with a small smile. You did better than I expected. Have you been practicing working together as a team? Konohamaru shook his head. We did this because we heard that your birthday did not turn out well. I heard that not even your party happened because someone attacked before it could start. I did not want to do this, but Konohamaru insisted, saying that it would make you smile if you were feeling down because your birthday party was ruined and you ended up spending the night in a hospital bed, Hanabi stated, in a tone filled with politeness, yet dripping with indifference. That was thoughtful of you, Naruto responded, smiling. Your teamwork is good, but there has to be much improvement on both of you. We will fix that as time moves on. Is it over for today, or will there be something else? Should we return later? Hanabi questioned. If there was nothing else to do, she would rather go home and train some more. She would not be satisfied until she is finally able to touch Naruto. So far, the blonde never allowed her to touch him. She had come close, but she has never been able to land a hit, and that did not dwell with her. We will do some light training, Naruto said as a clone puffed into existence, something which Hanabi noted. I was told that to be able to do a jutsu without weaving hand signs, you had to be a master of that certain jutsu. The first time I saw you use the shadow clone jutsu, you used a single hand sign, but now you did not. I do understand that one needs to understand a jutsu thoroughly to be able to use it effectively. But I know for a fact that knowing a jutsu thoroughly does not enable you to use it without hand signs or a single hand sign. You got to have the chakra control to do it. Hanabi paused for a moment. I know that you have large amounts of chakra. Nothing much can be hidden before my eyes. My question is, how good is your chakra control, sensei? Naruto merely smiled, and said nothing about the question. Konohamaru, go with my clone and continue with your normal training. Why do I have to be the one to be trained by a clone? Konohamaru mumbled to himself as he followed Naruto's clone from behind. The clone heard him, but chose not to comment. What will I be doing? I will tell you when I come back, Naruto said before disappearing in a yellow flash. He came back after a minute or so. Your taijutsu is good, there is nothing I can do about it, especially since I am no Hyuga. However, I did tell you that I will teach you to fight without your Byakugan. But for that to happen, I need to build your reflexes. Hanabi nodded. For the next few days, I will be throwing kunais at you, and you will have to dodge them, without your Byakugan. We will start here today since I don't have much time. But in the next days, we'll find a stream of water. Naruto held a number of kunais on both his hands. He threw one at Hanabi in such fast speed that Hanabi only felt it slice through her cheek, leaving the girl frozen for a few seconds. I have been told that my accuracy is implacable, so you will have to be extra careful. But I will try hard to avoid cutting deep into your flesh. I fail to understand how you categorize this light training, Hanabi stated, bracing herself for the multiple cuts that were surely going to joyfully fill her skin. Perhaps Konohamaru was right about her new sensei. A few hours later, Wind Capital. Your Highness, I've come to claim my date, Naruto said in a respectful tone, knee on the floor, eyes straight at the Wind Daimyo. He was inside the woman's office within her palace. Miyuki smiled at Naruto. That is something you don't see every day, she said a bit tiredly. Normally, she wouldn't have expected him to greet her like that. He always liked being formal, and the most he gave was a small smile. It wasn't that she didn't like the change, she preferred it this way. Please stand up and take a sit, she said. Naruto did as instructed and sat down. How are you, Miyuki? The blonde asked politely. I'm well, Miyuki responded quietly. She tilted her head a little. Are you stoned? She was happy that he was finally able to call her by her name as she'd told him to do so. The blonde always called her as Daimyo-sama, and she didn't like him calling her like that. Perhaps in public she would prefer it if he called her in a respectful manner, but when it was just the two of them, she preferred it if he called by Miyuki. But his whole appearance seems to be a little off, which was making her curious. Naruto chuckled dryly before he offered his response. Not at all, he said. Oh, I thought you may have taken something before you came here. You seem a little different, she said, looking at him inventively, yet still managed to keep her smile glowing on her face. Naruto shook his head. No, he said. This is just me. I'm still surprised that you were able to notice the little difference in me. I mean, I've not done anything that could be said to be out of character. I've learned a lot about you since our fateful meeting, and I may not be a shinobi, but my eyes are quite perceptive, Miyuki responded, ever so smiling. Naruto nodded before responding. Believe it or not, I was quite loud 3 years ago. My maturity has brought some stillness in everything I do. Often I am called boring by some of my peers because of my change. The first person to have said that he was boring was Ino. The Yamanaka girl was overly active, especially when she started opening her mouth. Since he no longer did things for fun, the blonde had the guts to tell him that he was no longer fun. He found it a little amusing since they used to say that he was annoying more than anything back then. It doesn't hurt to smile every now and then. Naruto didn't deny that. He was being told that more often these past days. So I've been told, he spoke his thoughts before pausing. He looked at the daimyo carefully before speaking. You look tired, he said. I've been working without break since early morning. The tiredness rushed into her expression for an exhibition. My body is really tired, and I was thinking of retreating to my quarters to rest. Naruto nodded. He wasn't expecting her to be in this state. Well, he could go somewhere else and kill time. Perhaps he could go to the snow and rest up a little. Koyuki had some best places that could ease the tensions on his body and ease off some of his worries. I guess you won't be able to use me like you wanted then. Miyuki shook her head. No, not at all, she said. Can you do something for me? Naruto nodded. Anything, as long as it is within my capabilities, he said. He wasn't going to say anything when he didn't know what she may ask of him. Miyuki took out 3 files from her left drawer and placed them on her desk. All were stacked with papers. I need these documents to be in Amegakure. I only finished working on them earlier, and since you'd promised you'd come today, I thought you could act as my delivery boy. A rather sweet smile plastered across her face. I can do that, but I'd not planned on doing any work today. Nevertheless, if it is for the daimyo, then I will do it. Good, Miyuki said, handing the blonde the files. You can spend some time with Gaara. While you do that, I can rest and then freshen up. When you return, you'll take me for that date you've come to claim. She finished with a wink. Naruto scratched the back of his head, a bit nervously. You know, I'd not thought of taking you out for real. I was here to keep true to me word. I will pretend I didn't hear any of that, Miyuki said, standing up. Now be on your way. Later that day. You are still here, Naruto said as Jiraiya entered his study. The Sannin stood, leaning at the doorframe for a few seconds before he welcomed himself inside. Naruto had thought the Sannin would have left the village already by now. Jiraiya nodded. I ended doing something for Heim. After that, I decided to leave tomorrow in the morning since it is late anyway. The Sannin then took a seat in front of Naruto's desk. He narrowed his eyes at what Naruto was working on, Fuinjutsu. The notes looked to be complex. He had never quite seen the work Naruto does with seals. So, he was curious. The blonde did not seem to take Jiraiya's curiosity seriously, or perhaps he was just oblivious to it. Leaving at this time has never bothered you before, Naruto stated. It wouldn't have been for the first time for the man to leave the village at this time should he had decided to leave. He had done it before, he could do it again. The elder Toad Sage shrugged. I am not in much of a hurry. And besides, we have never really gotten some time to talk, just the two of us. You have been busy lately, and over the past 3 weeks, you were away from the village. You only returned recently. Naruto nodded. When you have something to achieve, you find that there is no time that you should waste. Time is essential in the shinobi world, as such I always try to make use of whatever time I have available. I understand that, you don't have to teach me about it. I have been living longer than you have, Jiraiya responded. While I do agree with you, one cannot work continuously without rest. If you do that, it will only lead to failure on what you plan because at crucial times, your mind and body may fail you for the lack of rest. I know that, Naruto said calmly. He had been trained well after all. I always make sure that I give myself enough rest. And I cannot say that I have not given myself much needed rest because the near month I spent in the snow, it was more of relaxation than work. Ho? So the princess treated you well, huh? Jiraiya said, giving Naruto a lecherous grin. His mind was already working on a few scenarios that may have played down between Naruto and the princess. My visit there was worthwhile. Naruto stopped when he noted that he did not use the term pleasant he usually used when defining things that were pleasing to him. He decided not to indulge Jiraiya on what he was suggesting. What may have or may not have happened was not the man's business. Don't tell me that you let another one go, Jiraiya said with disappointment in his tone. He even shook his head for a few moments. When was his godson going to stop being impassive and get laid? I don't think like you, Jiraiya, Naruto stated. Surely, things would not be well for his dream if he thought like Jiraiya. I am not looking to get lucky each time I see a woman. I have far more important things to do than think about getting laid. Jiraiya snorted. Yeah, right. What did you want to talk about? Naruto asked, getting to the point because he did not want to get into this kind of discussion with the Sannin. He was busy with his seals to be discussing this kind of things with the man. He was certainly not looking forward to any plans of settling at the moment. What are you working on? Jiraiya asked, narrowing his eyes at the scroll in front of the blonde. I am working on a space/time jutsu that is similar to the Hiraishin. I am designing this one for long-distance teleportation. The distance that needs to be covered when traveling from place to place takes a lot of time and energy. Naruto paused for a moment, thinking of something. No, scratch that. It will be different from the Hiraishin. It will be set like portals that I will create in selected locations. Jiraiya nodded. If you need any help, tell me and I will help you. I sometimes forget that you are a seal master. Well, it should happen when you don't usually use your skills when creating new seals, Naruto said. Jiraiya shrugged. I use my other skills more often than not, and Fuinjutsu is not usually practiced these days. It seems like people have forgotten about it. Naruto nodded. Well, most shinobi today prefer to use ninjutsu than Fuinjutsu. They think that Fuinjutsu is useless, but that is not the complete truth. Fuinjutsu is dangerous, and lethal as ninjutsu. Today's generation does not see this. Who wants to be stuck drawing complicated seal formulas when you can simply have fun? Well, at least you are the exemption, Jiraiya said, giving Naruto a grin. Have you thought of how you are going to intercept false rumors about the United Nations? Great things can be ruined by simple words someone can say. I have been trying to suppress some rumors and those looking to take advantage of the situation, but sooner rather than later, you will have to look for a permanent solution. I am already aware that this is happening, Naruto said, surprising Jiraiya because he had yet to tell the blonde about this. Don't be too surprised, Godfather, you don't actually expect me to remain clueless when running something as big as the United Nations Alliance, do you? I don't expect you to be oblivious, but I am surprised nonetheless, that you were able to get this information quickly. I had thought that you would only hear it from me, Jiraiya responded calmly, getting over his surprise. I also have connections, Naruto revealed. I have only acquired them recently though, but they get the job done, and so far have only made me happy that I have gotten such connections. Jiraiya was not going to ask who the contact was, but he could give the boy an advice: be careful with who you associate yourself with, Naruto. Some people can work with you peacefully, but when things get a little hard, they are quick to betray you. While others will work with just so they can stab you in the back at the end of the road. You should be careful with who you work with and who you associate yourself with. Some people don't need much to ruin you. Naruto nodded. I have been told that, but thank you for the word of advice, the blonde stated. However, I was very careful with who I work with in the United Nations Alliance. I made sure to get people who can be trusted. But you can never be too sure about anything in the shinobi world. Nevertheless, I am positive that I made the right choice with whom I will be working with. If you had still been your younger self, I would have been worried. You were a bit dim those days and could possibly house a murderer without knowing much about it, Jiraiya stated carefully, so not to insult the blonde. But Naruto took no offense in the words. I would not be too sure about that, Naruto said, smiling slightly. He may have been somewhat dim and oblivious to certain things, but he had always been a good charge of character. His troubled childhood had forced him to study people's behavior, and he had done so for his own good. Huh? When you are the pariah of Konoha, you have to learn to read people. My life was not that easy when growing up. I had to be always on guard. When people always glared at you and called you a demon, you could never be too safe. When I learned that the villagers hated me, I always tried to distinguish between those who liked me and those who pretended to like me, Naruto explained smoothly. His childhood was not easy, but it was something that made him who he was today, with the help of Itachi, of course. Jiraiya nodded, a bit sadly. If he had been there, Naruto would not have faced any of that. But things do happen. Naruto had said it himself, the most important thing was not that you screwed up, but it was that you acknowledge that you have indeed screwed up and try to change things for the better. Wallowing in self-pity was not going to help anyone. At least there was some good that came from everything, Jiraiya said a bit bitterly than he had intended. But Naruto said nothing about it. It is always good to look on the bright side of things, Naruto stated in response. But that did not mean that one would have to completely forget the not so bright side of things. No, all things had to be considered. With all that, one could be able to make decisions that would do benefit than harm. Jiraiya nodded. How about you tell me the structure of the Yuna? I have yet to be told much about it. That will be of another day, Naruto responded calmly. But I will nominate you for a position when we hold you our first conference next month. I will not say much about the conference, but things will become much more clear after the conference. Have you started the preparations? Don't worry about it. Everything will be sorted out. I would not want to ruin things for myself, now would I? I guess not, Jiraiya said, standing. I will see you when I return. Don't forget to contact me when you need help. I will always be available to help you out. Naruto nodded before folding his scrolls. I'm also running out of chakra. Huh? Jiraiya blinked and then sighed. You are a clone, he said. Naruto nodded. The boss hasn't returned from the Wind capital, the clone said. Jiraiya shook his head before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Things with Jiraiya were improving, little by little. If things continued like this, they would return to have a close relationship like the one they had when the Sannin was training him before the finals of the Chunin exams. That had been before he knew the Sannin was his godfather and had kept a secret from him. But things were progressing steadily. Naruto knew that his godfather was not a bad person. He was a good man who was really trying hard to make up for lost time. It would be hypocritical for him to preach peace and that people can actually change when he can't move on and forgive other people. In a peaceful world he wished for, people forgave each other. They gave each other second chance. People were given opportunities to change. Meanwhile, Uzu. It was probably the first time Miyuki had seen the sun set above the endless water of the sea. The water itself gave a nice view from where she sat down. She was settled on top of a cliff within Uzushio-gakure. Her background showed an image of greens that glowed with all the riches the land offered to them. In front of the cliff, there were endless waters of the sea that surrounded the island crashed into it, wave after wave. The scenery was quite beautiful and smell was just the beauty of nature. There were no chemicals mixed within the air she breathed. She breathed the pure breath of nature and it made her body calm, and the breath washed the insides of her body like a magical touch. Just breathing in and out seemed to be this joyful activity that she couldn't stop doing. Miyuki hadn't thought that Naruto would actually take her to such a place, but she was glad that he did. When she requested that he come on this day, she'd not really thought of going on a date with him, she'd only thought of spending some peaceful time with him. This was good nonetheless. She preferred it from anything else. This was also nice, it beat going to any restaurant. Are there other places like this around the island? Naruto nodded, looking ahead the water that was colored with color like that of the setting sun. But this one gives the better view of the sea, and the air around here is quite relaxing. Normally, he used this place to relax himself if he was within the island. It was also easy to gather natural energy within this place. Miyuki nodded, it is quite beautiful. When you said you were taking me somewhere, I didn't think you were taking me at such a place. She smiled at the blonde was sitting down on her right side. Naruto smiled, looking back at her. Well, since it was on short notice, I just decided to pick this place. It relaxes me the most and a certain amount of peace within it. That I can't disagree with that. The daimyo paused for a moment. Are you okay? Naruto's smile twitched a little but it didn't falter. Yeah, he said. I just have a lot in my mind. Well, we have time, you can talk to me. I may not know much about the shinobi world than you do, but I'm sure between the two of us we can get somewhere, the green-haired daimyo offered with a warm smile. Naruto was quiet for a few moments. He didn't have a problem with her and his mask was easily slipping off its place already. Well, it couldn't be helped. I've always been lonely my whole life, even though I could be smiling and laughing during day, at night I would be alone, bundled in the corner of my cold apartment. Even though I could smile, deep inside of me, I was lonely. I guess you can say that I was never really happy. Miyuki's smile slipped for a moment. Naruto's tone was something new, he mostly had a neutral tone or a blank one. However, this one was a bit sad, and it brought evidence of his loneliness. I can only guess that it wasn't easy. But I believe that in order to be happy, you have to make choices that will lead you to happiness. Everyone has a choice, and everyone can create their own happiness, Miyuki stated warmly. How about it, are you still lonely? Naruto smiled sadly and looked at the heavens. I think I am, he said. I may have people I trust and can call family, but in the end of the day, I still go home alone. Perhaps I deal with this by burying myself into my work. Loneliness is a rather difficult disease to cure, especially when you've been suffering from it for a long time. I know a cure nonetheless, Miyuki flashed Naruto a bright smile. Love. Love? Miyuki nodded. Have you ever tried falling in love? She didn't think that was likely though. Naruto seemed to put his work above his happiness and that was a problem with him that she'd noticed. Naruto shook his head. I was madly in love with a girl named Sakura when I was still a Jinan. I loved her with all my heart and seeing her smile brought so much warmth inside of my heart. However, over the past 3 years, I stopped thinking about her and love. Did you ever form a relationship with her? No, the love was one-sided. Each time I tried asking her out, I was always rejected in the most painful way. Perhaps I decided that chasing after her wasn't going to do me any good since there was someone else she loved, Naruto responded quietly. After that, I've never really focused on love. I've been focused on my work and goals. Miyuki nodded silently before responding. Are you perhaps afraid of being rejected again? Naruto became thoughtful for a few moments before responding. That may be the case, he said. However, a recent experience has taught me something valuable. You never know what will happen tomorrow or in the next minute. If you wait for tomorrow to find happiness, tomorrow might never come. He was referring to his ruined birthday party. He'd realized that a part of him really wanted to enjoy himself on his birthday for the first time in his life with the people he called friends and family. But that never got to happen and it saddened him, a little. I couldn't have said it any better. Miyuki never lost her smile. Closing your heart will not solve anything. It will only bank the loneliness inside of you and you can never be truly happy with your life. Besides, isn't it that you desire peace? Peace is happiness. How can you find peace with a frown on your face? Without a sense of happiness inside of my heart, I'm likely to lose all my cares for everyone. The kind of thought that I'm not happy and others shouldn't be is most likely to arouse. I've also been told that without a sense of happiness in the kind of journey I'm about to take, I'm most likely to lose my ways and fail, Naruto responded. Miyuki nodded. Whoever told you that was right, she said. Happiness brings about a sense of peace. If you only focus on your dreams and forget about happiness, you'll only end being miserable and worst of all, you'll fail to reach your dreams. I get that, Naruto sighed. How about you? Any luck in love? Miyuki merely smiled. That is my little secret. Huh? Naruto gave the woman a look. That is not fair. Here I was pouring my heart to you. Miyuki chuckled lightly. The mock hurt look kind of looked good on him, the woman thought. I never said I was going to pour out my heart to you, I just said I would listen and perhaps we would get somewhere. It isn't fair that I've to be the one to share, Naruto pouted a little. The feeling inside of him that was tingling inside of his gut was making him to that. Honestly, he wouldn't have pouted at any time of the day. Miyuki merely smiled at him. Shouldn't we leave before it gets cold? Naruto shook his head smiling. My body is quite warm, and it can produce enough warmth for both of us. It was the truth. He guessed that it had something to do with the tailed beast inside of him. Miyuki looked at him for a moment to see if he was joking or not. She didn't want to know if he understood the implications of his words or not. Oh okay, she stammered, a little. What do you want to know? Chapter 20. Miyuki smiled brightly as she entered a spare room she'd offered to Naruto for the night. He was still fast asleep, but she was already dressed for work. Nodding to herself, the Wind Daimyo became silent as an assassin and walked over to the right side of the bed. Naruto was facing this side. She looked at his sleeping face for a few moments. He looked cute with his hair all messy and expression kind of peaceful. Smiling once more, Miyuki allowed her thoughts to wander to the ends of the world as she continued to gaze upon the prince that was sleeping before her. The smile on her face only grew as her thoughts became bold, and urges that she found hard to resist pushed her to do something she normally wouldn't. Honestly, she didn't know what to do in this kind of situation. Sure, she had a few relationships before, but her father never allowed a boy into their house. No, he was very firm about this. This in turn brought about this situation. She wasn't in a romantic relationship with Naruto, but just seeing him sleeping like that made her happy. She wanted to see him sleeping like that more, perhaps even snuggle into bed with him. The urge to run her hand over his cheek persisted and she finally gave in. But she never went far as Naruto's eyes snapped open and his right hand blurred towards her throat. Miyuki let out a shriek of shock at the action and everything else after that happened so fast she didn't see it. She found herself pinned down on the floor with Naruto on top of her. He was sitting on her stomach, and a kunai pressed against her neck. She smiled nervously at him, her heart pounding a bit faster. Honestly, she was scared at this moment. Good morning Naruto, she managed to speak despite the kunai pressed against her neck. Naruto was finally able to recognize the soft voice and hide the kunai. The first instinct of a shinobi was to act that way upon waking up on an unfamiliar bed. He processed everything that had happened last night while still on top of Miyuki. After everything became clear, he looked down at her apologetically. Sorry, he said. Shinobi instincts kicked in, he finished smiling sadly. That was not all of it though. He knew another reason that caused him to react in such a way. It's okay, Miyuki responded. Although his reaction shocked her, she shouldn't have tried to do what she wanted to do. She was invading his personal space after all. Naruto shook his head. He'd seen the fear in her eyes, even if it was only a flash of it. He placed his right hand on her chest, her heart was beating a bit faster. I scared you, he said a bit sadly. Miyuki didn't deny it, it wouldn't help matters if she did that. She'd lived long enough to know this. I was, she said. But it is all right now. She wasn't going to comment on the fact that he was close to groping her. The only thing that stopped her from hitting him was the fact that he didn't seem to be conscious of it. Again, Naruto shook his head. He'd scared her. I'm sorry. Miyuki smiled sadly. Can you let go off me? She requested nicely. Naruto then took notice of his right hand, and had the decency to look a bit sheepish despite the situation. He muttered an apology and got off the woman before he helped her stand up. After that, he settled on the edge of the bed and Miyuki did the same on his left. Do you normally react like that when someone tries to wake you up in the morning? She wasn't trying to wake him up, but that will do. It would be a bit embarrassing if she admitted what she wanted to do. So, that would remain her little secret for now. Naruto shook his head. No, he said. The territory is unfamiliar and I'd yet to recollect my memories of last night that could explain why I'm here. Being a shinobi, my first instinct is to pounce. Why? Do all shinobi act that way? She liked to believe that there was more to the story than just that he was a shinobi. She could understand that, but there had to be more. I wouldn't know, Naruto responded quietly. He refused to share any of his thoughts to her. He was a troubled child who had a lot of emotional problems to deal with. He'd thought he dealt with it all when he was with Itachi. But that doesn't appear to be the case. After all the soul-searching he'd done, and to think that he still held such fears inside of him. It was pathetic, and he could feel the Baijuu inside of him offering a nod of agreement. Miyuki nodded. She wasn't going to force things. You said the territory was unfamiliar. Now that it is familiar, will you smile at me next time? Naruto turned to face her with a furrowed brow. There is going to be a next time? Miyuki folded her hands across her bust, and looked away so that she didn't have to stare at his naked chest. Of course. I thought you liked my company? Is it perhaps you've been false leading me to offer you a place to sleep when you are troubled just so you can escape the following day and never come back? Naruto shook his head, mustering a smile. No, it isn't anything like that, and I do enjoy your company. It is quite refreshing. Then is there a reason there shouldn't be a next time? Naruto became thoughtful for a few moments before shrugging. I guess not, he said. Good. The Wind Daimyo stood up from the bed. Go wash yourself and meet me at the kitchen for breakfast, she said without even looking at him. She slowly walked out of the room and closed the door behind her. Once closed, she leaned against it, and released a breath of relief. The woman shook her head before heading towards the kitchen. Few minutes later. The silence was a little bit uncomfortable for Miyuki, but Naruto didn't seem to be too concerned about it. He was just eating his breakfast comfortably, like the air around them wasn't a bit tense. This actually forced the daimyo to stop eating and just stare at the blonde. You're not making things easy, Naruto finally said, feeling the stare of the woman across the table. Do you have something in mind? Miyuki shook her head, clearing it of all the blurry thoughts. So, after this, you are going to leave? Naruto nodded. He did note that her tone carried some hint of sadness. He just didn't comment on it. Given his current state of mind, indulging in it wasn't going to do him anything good. Sure, Miyuki was a wonderful woman, and he liked her presence, but there was nothing going on between them that would make him feel obligated to question her about her sadness. When are you going to return? I don't know, Naruto responded, looking deep into her eyes. I haven't been doing much of my work lately, so I'm gonna be busy in the next weeks. I also have things to organize for the UN. Oh. You still have that kunai I gave you, yes? Miyuki nodded. Use it like I told you if you need to speak to me. If I'm not bound by any chains, I will come to you in a flash if you call. A week later. Itachi, Naruto said, gaining the attention of the Uchiha. I am afraid that you will have to keep busy until things can settle down. I have received a report informing me about some of the activities of Iwagakure. I have already spoken with Conan about it. It is not only that, but we will have to deal with more work once the United Nations officially begins. I know, Itachi responded calmly. He knew that they would be very busy next month. They were already doing much work now. He was thankful that he had Kisame helping him in some matters, especially when it came to suppressing threats to the UNA. I was referring to your body. Do you think you can hold out for a few more years? I do not wish for your life to end before the United Nations alliance starts to bring peace in this cruel world, Naruto said, looking straight at Itachi. The Uchiha looked at him without saying a word for a few moments before he finally spoke. I will manage. The new drugs I have been taking have been helping. My eyesight is what troubles me though. If I continue fighting, I may be blind in the next year or two, Itachi revealed. He held no regrets over his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he was lying to Naruto. The recent battles he'd been fighting have ruined his eyesight for the worst, and his sickness was progressing far faster than he'd expected. He was at most blind already. Only his years of experience kept him from falling in battle. His eyesight was already bad 3 years ago, and over the past years he's been training Naruto. He'd been using his Sharingan continuously. The action didn't do him any favors, it only continued killing his already bad eyesight. Considering that he was forced to fight some strong shinobi recently, it wasn't that much of a surprise that he could barely see. Naruto nodded. It would be troubling if you became blind. But you will have to heal yourself the way other Uchihas do to avoid going blind. Your younger brother can wait. Peace matters much more. He paused for a moment. I will work on your condition. I may be forced to take some measures that I would not do. But for everything goes smoothly, you may to play that hand. Itachi was silent for a few moments. That will be after things become worse. Though, I would approve if things did not turn into that way. Things were already worse, and he may be left with 1 or 2 battles. However, he wasn't going to tell that to Naruto, it would only make him worry. I understand how you feel about this. But you should know that nothing can be kept hidden forever. You may think that no one will find out, but this is the shinobi world, you never know who is watching. No matter how hard you think you have hidden things, they will come out. I believe it is better for secrets to come out while you are alive to do damage control rather than having them come out while you are dead, Naruto reasoned, calmly. I guess you are right, Itachi conceded. But let us leave it as it is for now. Naruto nodded. How goes removing Gaara's problem? He had assured the Kazekage he would help him out to deal with the problem. But he could not get involved with things in public. He had allowed Itachi to negotiate things for him after collecting enough bounty. It is well. Kaneki-san will be leaving Amegakure to the land of grass. But he will leave his businesses there. He has promised never to bother Gaara again and assured me that he will be a good civilian, Itachi responded, revealing his successful mission. It had not been that difficult. It would have proved a bit tricky if he had gone with Kisame, but things required that he do it silently without drawing out weapons. Good, Naruto said. Then I shall give Gaara the good news. How long do you think you can work in the shadows without anyone knowing that you are connected to the United Nations alliance as well as your identity? I can keep everything hidden for some time. As long as I don't do anything rash, I will be able to keep my identity without anyone finding about it. It can only be revealed if one of us talks about it, the former member of the Akatsuki responded calmly. Again, Naruto nodded in acceptance of Itachi's response. I don't like this, but we may have to face Juubi soon. Perhaps after the Uniconference, I may have already gathered some valuable information at that time. It is better we deal with the problem now before anything becomes deep. Allowing a small problem to rise up may come back to haunt you in the near future, Itachi stated. He believed that a problem was better solved before it got too big. The smaller it was, the easier it was to manage and remove. But when it was much bigger, it caused much trouble and would not be easy to deal with. I agree, Naruto said with a nod. However, I will not stop anything. Everything will continue while we deal with the threat. I have yet to discover what his goal is, but I will find out soon enough. Itachi nodded. He watched Naruto closely. The blonde was standing a few feet away from. The posture gave away nothing about the blonde's thoughts. It was just the same as his tone and expression. He had trained him well. Still, Naruto was already good with masking his emotions. The blonde could pull off masks that no one could realize they were just masks. He was that good when it came to masks. But he had known the blonde more than enough to know when he had pulled off one of his masks. I will speak to you in a few days. I have to teleport around nations to drop the invitations to the conference next month. There is little time to organize things, but I will make it work. His eyes looked straight into Itachi's. He noticed that the Uchiha was watching him, carefully. But he would not give anything away because the man was looking straight at him. It would unnerve him, but he would continue as he'd been. He's been allowing his mask to drop off in these past days. You will have to find a better solution to send invitations to the nations who are members of the United Nations Alliance. You can't always invite them in person, that takes much more time and energy. And time will be something that you will not have to waste in the next months, Itachi stated, calmly. If Naruto was going to do this, he would have to make sure that he has proper channels to send messages to his people rather than having to drop off the messages himself. I have been thinking about that over the past days. It is something that Koyuki brought up while I was talking to her. I've been making preparations on how to proceed with this. I know that I can't always be available to deliver invitations, and there should be people who work exactly for that. Every organization has to have its own messengers. Once the United Nations officially starts to operate, I will not have time to play messenger. Itachi did notice that Koyuki's name was said differently from the rest of his speech. He was sure that Naruto had not noticed it, and he was certain that someone else would not have noticed it. But he knew Naruto too well. How was your stay in the snow? Itachi watched Naruto like a predator, trying to discern any reaction that might give him anything, but he got nothing. There was not even a twitch of the blonde's muscles. Good, I managed to get all business done and rest a little. It was a response that gave away nothing on what Itachi was looking. Naruto had noticed that the Uchiha had another reason to question him about snow. He was just not going to say anything because he did not feel like it, and if Itachi wanted to know something, he knew that all he had to do was ask. The pressure will increase in the next weeks, but I will to adapt. A change of subject? Well, they had been talking about his matter before he decided to question about snow. Things are moving a little faster than you had thought. A few months ago, you were not expecting things to turn out this way at this time. And even when you went back to Konoha after your training, you were not expecting this phase to complete this quick. Itachi realized, while looking straight at Naruto. It is nothing to worry about, I will just have to adapt to the workload and carry the weight with my shoulders. Naruto paused for a moment gathering his thoughts. He looked at the light blue heavens. There was not a single cloud in the sky, perhaps he could finish with the invitations before evening. He did know that some of the persons will have him sit with them to enjoy a conversation. You adapt well to different situations, Itachi said, while still watching the blonde carefully. He was a lot different from when he had come here while the burden of killing was weighing him down. He had never asked the blonde how he had ended up solving the matter. But he was glad that it had been resolved, nonetheless. It would not be good if Naruto ran the unit with some burdens. My life has me forced to live with so many things troubling me. I have had to live with a smile on my face while everyone was glaring at me. It was not easy, but after more loneliness and pain I was able to get myself to handle burdens quite well, Naruto explained, something that Itachi already knew. But this is a bit different. It is not pain and loneliness that you will have to face, Itachi said, narrowing his eyes closer towards the blonde, to see his reaction about the fact that they were talking about his childhood. But Naruto gave away nothing. However, he did know that the blonde had handled all his emotions in a positive way, so he had nothing to worry about. I know, Naruto admitted. But I will handle it. I have people closer to me to share my burdens with me. A small smile flicked through Itachi's face, for a second, but Naruto caught it. I am glad that you understand that you cannot always handle everything by yourself. I once thought so too, but ultimately, it leads to failure. Failure in this case is not acceptable, no, failure is the death of me. Naruto paused for a moment. After next month, there will no longer be vacancies in positions and duties within the United Nations Alliance. I will make that most positions are filled during the conference and the rest after that. Once that is complete, I will not have to worry about everything, other people will have to worry about it. Do we have to worry about security? While he knew that Uchiha was the safest place, even safer than Konoha, he knew that everything was certain in the shinobi world. It would not be a bad thing to take some precautions, and people were always looking for opportunities to betray others. No, there should be no problem with external security. I have set up a barrier around the place that blocks anyone from teleporting within. The barrier contains my DNA, so it allows me to pass through without much trouble. While inside the island, I can use a jutsu that Conan taught me. She said it was a jutsu Nagato used to keep everything in check within Amegakure. With the jutsu I can be aware of everything that happens within the island, Naruto explained lightly. Itachi nodded. I expected nothing less. How goes the recruiting? Steadily. Kisame is handling as we speak, Itachi responded calmly. Naruto nodded with a small smile on his face. I will take my leave. I have not set up appointments with any of the individuals I have to meet up with today. But it should not be too much of a hustle given my personal and professional relationship with them. He paused for a moment and took a few steps towards Itachi until he was closer to the Uchiha. It was not that he realized that he had been speaking a bit far away from the Uchiha. You should rest your eyes, for now. You have been working hard, you should get some rest. Next month will be one hell of a month, I will need you. And then he was gone. Itachi shook his head. He tells me rest, yet he works a lot harder than I do. But it didn't really matter if he rested, his eyesight was already bad. Unknown location. Kukukaku, it seems that my little pet has taken an interest in Naruto-kun. I do think this will become an obsession, Orochimaru said reading the report Kabuto had given him. It was a wonder how the man hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius could so point out other people's obsessions while he could not see that he too had been very much obsessed with the Sharingan that he did not look at anything else. Kabuto would have pointed that out, but he chose keep his thoughts to himself. Why has he taken such an interest in Naruto? Given that his first battle was against the Jinchuriki, and the fact that Naruto holds the strongest of the tailed beasts, my pet also has the combined chakra of all 9 tailed beasts. I can only guess that he sees an opponent in Naruto, but he does not sound keen to show his true power. No one even knows if he can control the power of the Kyuubi. There is not to mention what Naruto has been up to. With everything I filled the pet with, he should be quick to oppose Naruto-kun's plans. Orochimaru explained lightly. He did not care too much about this. He could allow the children to play, but he would never allow them to change the world. No, the world was for him to change. So he will keep messing with Naruto until he finally decides to reveal all his secrets, and then they will battle it out until one of them eventually dies. If it goes like that, it is going to be Madara and Hashirama again, Kabuto said, knowing some history between those two legendary shinobis. Most people did not bother to look into the past because it did not interest them, but he was interested in everything he found curious. Orochimaru nodded. Still, I would not have thought that he would be brave enough to attack Konoha like that. Well, he is indeed powerful, and seems to fear nothing. You did twist things to go that way. I would not have expected anything less from him. But it also appears that he is making a name for himself. Konoha will be hunting him down and place him in their bingo books, Kabuto stated. He had contacts within Konoha, so he knew most things that happen within the village. He had worked for Root before. Infiltrating the village to gather information was not a task for him. That I have, Orochimaru nodded, grinning. I will just have to see how my pet does when going against Konoha. He will prove to be most useful to me if he keeps going like this. He may remove all my enemies, the snake Sanin stated, never losing his grin at the thought of having his enemies removed for him by his pet, and he could then clean the mess afterwards. You are still intending to use him? Kabuto was surprised. The last encounter with the pet had not gone so well. Orochimaru was almost killed while he was trying to control the pet, and how was he going to try to do it again if it failed the last time? Yes, I cannot all my efforts in creating that thing be in vain. I will have to reap from my efforts, Orochimaru stated, revealing an even wider grin. It also seems that Naruto-kun has also been busy. Indeed he has. It is quite smart for him to create something like this. But if this thing does succeed, the world will not be very safe for us, Kabuto said, noting that it was not a good thing for the United Nations alliance to go ahead. They sought to eliminate all that was evil, and they were categorized along those lines. It was not that he feared anything, no, with Orochimaru kicking well, there was nothing to be afraid of. It will never succeed. Not in this world. Amegakure. The office always has a sense of peace flowing through the walls, even the atmosphere was welcoming. But Naruto knew that not everyone felt that way. People had different perceptions, but everyone who had a good perception and was not screwed up in their way of thinking, could see what he saw and feel what he felt. Perhaps some may feel threatened because of the still lingering fear of the Kazekage. People could not be forced to change, he knew that. He looked at the Kazekage, nothing had changed with him, not that he had expected any change from his fellow Jinchuriki. The posture was in its always unreadable form and the expression seemed impassive as always. It also seemed that a smile had never graced the lips of the man. But that was not the truth. Gaara could smile, he just reserved his smiles for special moments. I would have thought that you would be taking some time off after recent events, Gaara said, looking straight at Naruto. Of course, Tsunade had informed every one of her allies of what had happened to the village so that they could be on lookout for the man who had ruined Naruto's birthday. Since he had gotten word that the blonde had been put in the hospital because of the attack, he had thought that the blonde would be resting. There is much work to do, Naruto responded. He took a seat, he had been standing still since he arrived in the office. I was not badly injured anyway, and I am not unlike most people. Kyuubi's chakra always takes care of any wound I suffer. The only problem is that it cannot deal with his mental stress. Gaara nodded. But overusing those abilities will only put your body under a lot of stress. You know that regardless of how much you heal, there will always be a limit to how much the body can take. You have said it yourself, the chakra does not solve mental problems. And that is my worry. Naruto shrugged, I know that. I am not some careless child, he paused for a moment. I do give my mind the rest that is required. Meditation also helps to relax everything within the body, I have become adept to it since the toads introduced it to me. I was not suggesting that you were a careless child, I was merely making a statement. Naruto became silent for a few moments. Well, he could give this round to Gaara. And so he changed the subject. Shall we get to business then? Gaara nodded, looking at Naruto carefully. He noticed that the blonde conceded his point, and chose to focus on the serious matters. But it was not that the matter he was talking about was not serious. It was serious, it could be the difference between success and failure. He was just glad that the blonde did not appear to be arrogant enough to shrug off any advice he was given. You cannot always know everything within the world. There were bound to be things that will miss you. What news have you brought me, then? Gaara asked, never leaving the fixed gaze on Naruto. He could only guess that the blonde had come here to bring him some news, it was mostly the case. But then again, this could be different since he could not quite read everything Naruto did. Your problem with the rich man has been solved. I was able to raise enough funds to pay him off and had him convinced to stay away from Amegakure without taking his businesses with him, Naruto revealed, handing Gaara a file with a few pages. He should come to you in the next few days. Gaara was quiet for a few moments, as he looked at the file before looking back at Naruto. How did you manage to get the money? He asked a curious question. He liked to think that his status was higher than Naruto's. This will change, though. But he was a Kage and Naruto was none of that. Yet, he was able to raise millions of ryo that he could not find. I am one who seeks peace and will soon be heading the largest organization in the elemental nations. Do you not think that I have connections around the nations? It was not answering the question, but this was the wise way to avoid the question. I know all that, Gaara responded calmly. But that does not answer my question. Of course he was not going to let it go so easily. This matter concerned Amegakure greatly and he had sworn to protect this village. He would not do anything that could lead his people to pain if he knew of it. He may trust Naruto, but that did not mean he would not ask questions about some matters. Naruto sighed, realizing that he would have to answer the question. Well, a stronger bond and friendship was built in honesty. Bounty, someone was collecting them for me. I got some of the money from my inheritance and some from the Yuna. While he was able to make small withdrawals, he could not make larger withdrawals for the money in Uchiha. But he was getting close to fixing the seal. Your inheritance? He could understand bounty. Villages were willing to pay a lot of money for their wanted criminals. But dealing with such was dangerous and required much time and focus. But it had not been that long for Naruto to collect the millions that his problem wanted. The United Nations Alliance had to have money. Who could start such an organization without the funds to run it? My parents left me some funds. I would not call it a large sum of money, but it was a sizable amount of money that I had no use for. I thought it would be best if I made use for it on something useful, Naruto said, calmly. He watched Gaara's reaction to his response with a critical eye. But he got little from the cage. How much did you end up paying? Gaara asked. No, he sort of demanded in a calm tone. It was obvious to Naruto that the Kazekage was very curious about his answer. And would not accept any answer other than the truth. It was not that Naruto had planned to lie to Gaara. He would not have just told the Jinchuriki how much he had paid. Close to 400 million ryo, Naruto responded after a few moments. The combined heads of Sasori and Deidara had fetched about 125 million ryo. Despite the fact that Sasori belonged to Tsunade, Itachi had not received the bounty from the village. He went elsewhere. It was also not like he was not going to get his money back. He would get his money back, all of it, and soon. That much. He did not have such money. Only rich people had that sort of money. And daimyos could have that kind of money, they were the government after all. But he did not. Amegakure might have that money, but he did not have it. How am I going to pay you back? Naruto merely smiled. Don't worry about it. I am not giving away as charity, we can just say it was a mission from the United Nations Alliance. One of my missions is to help, save and rescue after all. Gaara shook his head. No, 400 mil ryo is a lot of money, my friend. I will one day pay you back. If I can't get the money, I will offer you something else, the Kazekage said in a promising tone. Surely, he could not just say thank you and leave it like that. He would have to thank the blonde in some ways. It was nothing unexpected. Well, he had tried. But from the look and tone of Gaara, told him that convincing him otherwise was not going to happen. He had expected something like this, but he did not rule out trying to persuade the cage to think otherwise. He tried, and failed. I wonder why people can't just take help without feeling that they also need to give out something in return. That is just our nature as humans. Giving back makes us feel good and that makes us even things. No one wants to feel like they owe someone something, Gaara responded. Naruto had not realized that he had said those words aloud. But he responded nonetheless. Can a friend do something good for a friend? He can, Gaara said. But it depends on the deed done. There are just some things you cannot simply just take. In this case, I can't have you using 400 million ryo for my cause without paying you back. It is the right thing to do. Naruto was quiet for a few moments before he nodded. I have also come here to give you this, he said, handing Gaara an envelope. What is it? The Kazekage did not open the envelope he had been given. Since the blonde was here, he figured he would explain everything to him. It is a letter of invitation to the first conference and official launch of the United Nations Alliance. It will be held in Uchiha from the 1st till the 2nd next month. This is a little soon. There are less than 20 days before those dates, Gaara said, looking thoughtful. I know, but it is necessary for the United Nations to start operating fully. I could not find a better date than this. I have to start everything before the end of the year. I want it to be possible that everything I have planned to start operating by January. Naruto explained in a tone filled with nothing but determination in seeing his dream progress. I understand that. Are you inviting everyone? I am inviting everyone who is a member of the United Nations. Other villages will just have to hear from rumors, and I assure you that no one who is uninvited will get into the conference hall, Naruto said, confidently. He did not want spectators in the meeting. He wanted people who will be taking part in everything that will be going on in the island. Do you think that everyone will get there in time? Gaara asked. Some will have their schedules to look after, and he doubted that some would leave their activities for the event. Uchiha also required transportation on the sea. Ships were not fast enough in shinobi standards. I will teleport anyone who cannot make it in time. Once the event starts, the island will be in lockdown, no one will go in or out. This will mean that there will be no late arrivals, anyone who does not make it before the conference starts, will not get in. However, if I do manage to tune security details, I may change that, he said. But as it stood, he was to put the island in lockdown. Gaara shook his head. You are going far with security. I don't want anyone to ruin anything, and I want everyone to be safe. It would not do well for his conscience if people got hurt under his watch. Is there anything else? Further details are inside the letter of invitation, Naruto said, standing up from where he sat. I will return should there be any changes. And then he was gone. Gaara sighed before speaking. Tamari, you should not eavesdrop on other people's conversations, the Jinchuriki said, making his sister appear in the office. He knew she had been listening on as he talked with Naruto. He was also positive that the blonde had also sensed but just ignored it. Sorry, I just couldn't help myself, Tamari apologized, but Gaara just shrugged. Gather the council members for me. Wind Capital. Miyuki groaned as she looked through her budgets. It was becoming much of a trouble for her to keep up with all her work. She had thought that she could handle all the work she had requested. She was doing some of the work that her father did not even do. When it came to finances, she wanted to keep it tight. She did not want anyone to bleed her country dry because she was ignorant. Her father had her taught by the best teachers in the art of finances. She could track all the money that came into the Wind country. It was best that she handle everything herself first before handing the task to someone. She wanted to audit the financial statements to ensure that no one in her council was stealing cash for his own personal uses. If she found that anyone was stealing, there would be hell to pay. She would make the man pay what he had stolen. If he could not pay back all the money, then he had to pay some of it. Of course, she would not make innocents suffer for their father's sins. She was not that kind of a person. Perhaps her father would do that, especially when the man did not deal well with betrayal. Her father would not hesitate to order a massacre to the family of anyone who betrays him. He was ruthless, and somewhat greedy. He liked his money, and rarely gave it away. Despite all that, he was a good father. Even with all his faults, she could not have wished for a better father. He had raised her well, even when he had been disappointed that he did not get a boy to succeed him. He ensured that she was trained to succeed him. Maybe I should have delegated some of my work to my assistants while I deal with this, she muttered to herself. Controlling everything in finances called for a critical eye and complete focus. A single zero could ruin her whole report. She had to check everything to detail. The man that had been checking things for her father did sloppy work. She had to sort through his work before she could even start with her own. There was a knock on her door that snapped her out of her thoughts. Come in, she said, leaning back to her chair. It was her housekeeper. What is it, Yoshino-san? You have a guest at home. I believe it is that young blonde lad from Konoha. He had just suddenly appeared in the living room. She had been shocked because she did not see such things. He gave me quite a fright when he appeared. Young blonde lad from Konoha? That had to be Naruto. There was no one else who was from Konoha who would just suddenly appear in her living quarters. She smiled, wondering why he would be here. She had not seen him in about a few days now. Have one of the guards bring him here, she ordered. Of course, Yoshino bowed as she turned around to leave. But before she could leave the office, Naruto entered. Did I not tell you to wait for me to return? You did, but I decided that my schedule could not adhere to that, Naruto responded coolly. I don't mean to be rude, Yoshino-san. The woman merely shrugged and walked away from the office. Miyuki smiled at Naruto, who returned the smile. Lovely to see you again, Naruto. Likewise, Naruto responded, taking a seat. He sighed as he sat down. Delivering invitations like this was really wearing him down. He had talked with most of the members by now. If he completes this one, he would be left with Koyuki and Mei. He had already visited other small villages to deliver the message. Time was not moving slow either. He would end up sleeping late as it appeared. You look tired, Miyuki noted. The blonde was not even trying to hide his tiredness. She felt a bit happy that he felt comfortable before her to do something like that. He mostly kept everything unreadable when around other people. But here he was not even hiding his state of mind. I have been talking and teleporting to different offices all day. And some people took much time to persuade, while some requested that I do some things for them. I have yet to rest nor eat anything since morning, the blonde revealed in a bit worn-out tone. Perhaps you should rest for now and I will treat you to dinner later, she suggested with a small smile. I am afraid I will have to pass that. I still have two more people to see before the day ends, Naruto said, quietly. Perhaps I may come back the day after tomorrow. He had to rest tomorrow and see other things. Miyuki nodded. Still, you should not work yourself to death. Work overload does not do anyone any good. It is not good, especially to your mental state. I have been told something like that recently and not just by one person, Naruto said, heaving a sigh. It was like everyone he went to was telling him the same thing. Tsunade and Jiraiya had told him the same thing. Was he really overworking himself that hard? His body was certainly not complaining that much. It seems that you have people who care for your mental well-being, Miyuki responded. If she was not the only one to say so, it meant that the blonde had other people who were concerned for him. She was speaking from experience. She had seen what overworking without rest does to the body. She had seen her father slumped in bed several times. Naruto only nodded in response. Who else do you have to visit? The Snow Country Daimyo and the Mizukage, Naruto responded, watching the expression of Miyuki's face carefully. For a second her expression became blank before her cheery mask returning again. You are surrounded by women everywhere, she muttered. I have noticed, Naruto said. Well, anyway, take this, he handed her the same envelope he had been giving everyone else. I won't explain anything at the moment. Read it so you can be aware. When I return in a day or two, I will explain everything to you. So, you are leaving? Naruto nodded. Stay safe, Miyuki. I will visit you soon. The blonde breathed out, before disappearing in a yellow flash. I need a boyfriend, Miyuki said after the blonde had disappeared. Really, when she goes home after work, she was not going to find anyone waiting for her. She would sleep alone in her huge bed. Even though she would not admit it to anyone, she was feeling a bit lonely. Kirigakure. We have apprehended the culprit, Mei-sama, Ao reported to the Mizukage as he entered her office. He had been chasing a shinobi they had caught trying to infiltrate the village. He had only been able to spot the shinobi because of his Byakugan. Without the Dujutsu, he would not have found the man. Is he still in a good condition? Mei asked in a firm tone. Some did not like being caught. To avoid such things, they went on to fight their pursuers. She was not looking forward to interrogate someone who could not speak. The man was not in a good condition to speak, and then interrogating him would prove useless. Yes, Ao responded with a firm nod. But there were some complications. He sounded not too sure about saying this one. It was like if he said it out loud, the god Mizukage would have him executed. What? Ao was quiet for a few moments. He chose his next words carefully. He tried to kill himself once he saw that he could not outrun us. But I was able to see through it quickly. However, he nearly tore through his vocal cord. Mei nodded. As long as he can speak, there should be no problem, the Mizukage said. She did not care about much the man. As long as he could tell her what he wanted from her village, she was okay. If he did not give him anything, then she would be unhappy. It seems like he won't be able to give us anything. Before I came here, I tried cracking him, but it appears that he was trained for this kind of situations, Ao said, a bit embarrassed about his failure to get anything from the man he had caught. This was a surprise to the Mizukage. Were you able to ascertain where he comes from? As far as what he was wearing, he is from Amegakure. But when we first saw him, he was wearing a mask. He brought out the mask, it was just blank white. Do you recognize it, Mei-sama? The woman nodded. According to the intel Naruto gave me, this mask belongs to Danzo's root. Naruto had warned her about them. He had told her that the man did not trust anyone and was most likely going to send Root in her village to mess things up or doing something along the lines. In support of that, the blonde had given her a file she would use to define the Root agents. Why would Danzo send his Root to infiltrate our village? Aren't we allies of Konoha? Is this not an act of betrayal? If it was betrayal, he would never forgive it. He would never allow anyone to take advantage of Kiri's weakened state. According to Naruto, Root is not in the control of the Hokage, but under Danzo. He did not specify what they did exactly, but he, Naruto, won't turn against me. He told me that Konoha might be our allies, but Danzo was not, Mei explained lightly. This was going to prove to be too troublesome. She had not thought that the man would do something like this. Using Tsunade's shinobi uniform was just made to put the blame on it. Regardless, it is still from Konoha. Perhaps aligning with them was not the best choice. How can we trust the Hokage if she cannot control a military force that is within her village? Who is to say that, tomorrow, they won't come and attempt to assassinate you without the Hokage knowing? Ao put out a few questions, displaying his worries. Shut up, Ao, Mei said quickly. We will deal with this quickly. The Hokage has to be informed about it though. However, we cannot allow such things too. She trailed off when a flash of yellow appeared in her office. The flash revealed Naruto. Ao had been ready to protect his cage should there be a need. But Mei waved him off. Hello, Chairwoman, Ao-san, Naruto greeted the two with a small smile. Ao merely settled for a nod while Mei spoke. Hello President, what brings you here at this time? The Mizukage said, smiling at the blonde. It was like this when they spoke. Despite neither having officially assumed their roles within the United Nations, they called each other by their titles. Mei was more than willing to tag along with the role play. It was also somewhat good doing it. United Nations Alliance, Naruto responded calmly. That was his business here. He did not come here for Konoha or anything. He came here to discuss the plans of the UNA with his chairwoman. Mei nodded. Ow, leave us, the man did not need to be told twice. Do we have to talk now? I have been having a rather tiring day, the Mizukage said, leaning back to her chair. She motioned for Naruto to take a seat, the blonde did so calmly. I have to talk with you today, but I will also return in the next 4 or 5 days, Naruto responded. His day was similar to Mei's, it had not been an easy day. But sometimes one just had to endure for other things to succeed or progress. Alright, Mei resigned. I want you to look at some of the proposals I have set up that will be proposed during the first conference next month. I have already drawn up everything, but I need your insight on these things. Naruto took out a file and handed it to the Mizukage. You don't rest, huh? Mei said, taking the file. I will look at this later on, I have some business to attend today. And I believe this will need much time. Naruto nodded. There is no problem in that. On another note, I was planning on turning one of the islands that surround the water country into a prison facility for the United Nations Alliance. A prison? Yes, with that I have in mind, the UNA will be more involved in its members' matters. But that does not mean that we control everything. No, we will be merely looking out for our members, and that means arresting everyone that is proved to wish harm for our members, Naruto explained lightly. You wish for the UNA police force to handle such matters. This means that should a prison be established, anyone found guilty by the first court will be sentenced to the prison. Naruto nodded. Facilitating things through courts ensures that everyone is given an opportunity to prove themselves as innocent. A prison ensures that not everyone is killed because of trivial matters. Jail time reduces the number of people killed each day. This will in turn reduce the number of deaths, and gives one an opportunity to change. Mei smiled at Naruto. I like the idea. But such a project will demand much in terms of resources. And it will take some time to build a secure facility. I have put a thought into that. And I have discovered that this project is not impossible. We can make it happen. But it needs full cooperation of our members. If our members are not willing to cooperate, then we cannot make it happen. Combined efforts of a group can achieve many things, Mei said, a little in thought. I like what you have thought. Now tell me more about it before I excuse myself to attend other matters. She would have to tell him about the other matter. But first thing she needed to get some answers. Snow Country. Koyuki smiled happily as soon as she got home from her office. She found her blonde lying in her couch looking as though he was very tired. This is a wonderful surprise. I can find myself coming back home to see that face every day. She said, smiling at him. Naruto looked at her with a smile of his own. Then, I would have to be your wife if it has to happen like that, he responded calmly, as she woman sat across him on another couch. I am sure you would have no problems with that. It would not be so bad to be the wife of me. I am a famous actress after all, Koyuki stated. She was also a beautiful woman. Any man would want the chance if being with her. It was a pity that none of them could get their hands on her. She was reserved for one man only. How do you come up with that? Naruto asked quietly. He certainly would mind being the wife instead of being the husband. He was a man, therefore, should be the one to wear pants. Perhaps if he was a civilian it would not be much of a matter. But he was a shinobi, this made him much of a man than most civilians. Just a thought, the leader of the snow country stated, with a small shrug of her shoulders. I like being in charge, and besides, you are not so manly to wear the pants, Naruto stated. You are much more feminine, despite your position. Well, you can get one of those fanatic followers of yours to be your wives. The woman had fans all over the world. And some men sort of like worshipped her for her beauty. Even some shinobi liked her very much. Hey, I can be manly, Koyuki said standing up. She did a manly pose and looked at Naruto with a stern-looked woman. Get me food, I am hungry. Naruto blinked before he laughed. What was very much amusing was her tone. It was still feminine, which was much to Naruto's amusement. No, really, you should stick with being a woman. But when you do use that daimyo tone, it becomes another story. Koyuki pouted, a little before settling down. Perhaps I will do just that, she said, folding her hands across her chest. Then? You are my last stop, I will talk business with you later. Your housekeeper is preparing something to eat, we will talk after we eat, Naruto responded. You are staying here for the night? She sounded a little excited about the thought. Yes. My body is a little tired. I need to rest and to relax my body. You hot springs are quite good for relieving tensions, Naruto responded. Don't get any ideas. What ideas? Koyuki asked, giving Naruto an innocent look on her face. By the look on her face, he could tell that she was having some funny ideas. He was certainly not up for any of her games. He really just wanted to rest. The blonde shook his head. You are beyond help, he stood up. The boss is at the hot spring relieving some muscle stress. With that the blonde disappeared in a small cloud of smoke. Damn it, Koyuki stood. Those damn clones of his. Well, it can't be helped. I will go and join him, whether he likes it not. I do not think he will put much of a fight though, especially since he knows he can't win. Later. Naruto? Koyuki called the blonde who was busy eating in silence. Have you been with another woman recently? Naruto stopped eating and looked at the snow princess blankly. Say what? Last time when you came here, you were a bit different. You now won't even allow me to take a peek. This can only happen if you have someone in your sights, the princess reasoned looking straight at the blonde. Is that the woman intuition telling giving you such a conclusion? Naruto asked with a raised brow. The question itself was a surprise to him. To think that the woman would ask with such a straight face, just thinking about it makes him shake his head. Yes, Koyuki responded with a firm nod. Now are you going to answer my question or not? The look on her face told Naruto that he only had one option in the matter, answer the question. The woman wasn't going to back down. What am I to you, princess? Naruto responded with a question of his own, his eyes going back to his food. A good friend and somewhat of my personal savior, Koyuki responded without even so much as blinking. She didn't need to think to offer her response, it was right in her lips, ready to be dished out when the opportunity presented itself. Then don't you think that there should be something a friend can't tell you? Naruto, Koyuki started calmly. You spent nearly a month under my roof, eating my food, and I treated you like a prince the whole time. I even allowed you to defile me. Naruto rolled his eyes at those words. It was more like she defiled him. Now you are tired again, you've rested in my hot spring and are eating my food under my roof, and you are gone be sleeping in my bed. I feel like I'm being used here. Naruto sighed. I've forgotten really close with the Wind Daimyo, she is a very good person and I do enjoy my time with her, he smiled fondly and thought. But I've not done anything with her if that is what you are asking. I still don't see what would be the problem if I had, you and I are not dating anyway. Koyuki nodded. Do you like her? You spoke about her last time you were here, and I can't help but think. Naruto looked at the woman blankly for a few moments before shaking his head. I like her. Despite not being a shinobi, both my world and hers are connected, which makes things easy for me to construct a conversation with her. When I'm with her, it is like I enter this new world that is a mixture of hers and mine. She is warming, and I often find my mask slipping when I'm with her. Are you in love with her? I never said anything about love. Naruto responded, well, he wouldn't mind to date her. His life was a bit lonely after all, and what she offered was something that Itachi didn't. Koyuki shook her head. Have you considered my proposal? Yes, Naruto responded quietly. And? I don't know what to do. I'm not asking you to have any responsibilities with me, Naruto. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. It will be just for political reasons and will help get that bastard of a prince out of my sight. And besides, this will help your position as leader of the UN. I'm an important public figure and this will only improve your image as well as strengthen your organization. You have nothing to lose in all these. Jiraiya would tell him to go for it, for obvious reasons. She did put in a good argument, but he didn't know what to do about this matter. He was willing to do anything that he saw as right to help the UN succeed, and what Koyuki was suggesting would only help him strengthen his own image, but... I will give you my answer after the conference, Naruto finally said. I'm hoping for a positive response, Koyuki sighed. Things aren't looking good for me at this moment. I know. Despite the princess being a popular figure, things weren't going well for her. Her country was split between two opinions. There are those who thought she was the rightful ruler of the country, and there were those who agreed to the former but thought that she wasn't cut out for it. Things were looking tough as there was a man who was fueling things up by saying that Koyuki was a weak woman who shouldn't lead their country. Things weren't helped by the fact that relationships with other lands were deteriorating because the princess was refusing marriage proposals from surrounding villages. It came at a cost as some were willing to cut off treaties because of rejection. The loss of treaties didn't do well for the snow. The country was rich, so at this moment it wasn't showing any signs of weakening, but given time, things would turn into another corner. If you know, why are you making things hard for me? I've been studying the matter looking for alternatives, Naruto responded calmly. If you've studied this matter, you must have realized that I don't have much time left and there are only two alternatives for me: get married to the perverts who only want to defile my body or resign. However, with your current position in Konoha and the UN, you offer me a third alternative which I'm happy to accept. You are the only one I can trust, Naruto. Of all the other men who can help me out, you are the only one I'm comfortably with, and I know that you won't turn on me and force me to do things I don't want to do. Can you imagine what would be done to me if I was forced to marry a man who only wanted my power and my body? Can you imagine how I can be used? Can you imagine what would happen to me? The princess gave Naruto a sad look that was mixed with some seriousness. Naruto almost laughed dryly at this situation he found himself. He knew well what this woman was doing. Yes, the emotional game was played all too well. The question left for Naruto was whether he could stomach all the thoughts Koyuki had put in him or whether he was going to play the hero. Chapter 21. Conan looked from her window down the reigning village of Amegakure. For the past year she has been leading this village, continuing to maintain the peace that Nagato had created. Yet, someone was here, trying to take away all the peace. She could not allow anything to happen to this village. It was Yahiko's dream for peace to reign in this place, and Nagato brought it. A pity he also died. However, she was left to inherit leadership of the village. True, the path to leadership of this village had come through bloodshed. Yes, their rebellion to Hanzo's reign had caused so many shinobi to die. She was not crying about it. No, she was happy that their sacrifices had brought this much peace to this land. So far, she had done it. She had continued to lead Amegakure towards lasting peace. Nagato's dream was not just to bring peace to Ame, no, for the shinobi world. When the great villages plan to do battle, the smaller villages are always caught in the crossfire and turned into battlegrounds. Amegakure has not been an exception to this. This village has been tarnished before by the war between the great villages, but now, she would not allow the story to repeat. She hoped to help bring peace to this shinobi world, a world full of malice and hatred. Naruto was brining in a new idea. His idea was in some ways similar to how the Akatsuki started when Yahiko was just alive. Their organization fought for peace, and was welcomed by everyone. People knew them as the good people, and members who also wished for peace joined them in numbers. She wondered, though, if Naruto's organization would become crippled and turn like how Akatsuki turned. They had been betrayed and the result weighed on them much more than they would have thought. Nagato tried to continue on the same path, but in the end, things changed. While she held no grudge against anyone, she was not going to play the good girl for others to walk on her. After years of being manipulated by Obito, Nagato had opened his eyes to see the reality. He realized that he was just being a pot used to cook a fresh piece of red meat, and in the end, he was not going to taste any of it. It took the realization for him to stand up on his feet and stop trying to follow someone from behind. He tried standing on his own feet, not just for sake of it, but to regain control over the organization they had built. Of course, Obito was not going to allow things to continue as they were when Nagato refused to do anything he wanted. For the other to fulfill his plans, the other had to die. Nagato had fought Obito, and she delivered the killing blow. Years of battles and shouldering so much pain that would cripple anyone, her friend no longer wished to continue on with his life. The battle with Obito had left him seriously wounded, but she believed that they could have done something if Nagato really wanted to continue with his life. She believed that her friend could have survived and would have been alive with her in this day. A part of her believed that Nagato just wanted her to continue with their story. She hoped she would carry both Yahiko and Nagato's stories, and bring them to a conclusion. Conan looked back inside her tower, the large empty hall that she always liked to visit whenever she felt the need to oversee the village with her eyes. Naruto and Itachi had just appeared in her presence, the latter wearing his usual mask. "I was beginning to think that you were no longer going to come," Conan stated, emotionlessly, as she turned her gaze back down at the streets of Amegakure. While she was expecting the two to visit her, she wouldn't have been sad if they didn't appear. Both Naruto and Itachi didn't say a word for the seconds they spent walking up to her. Naruto took her left-hand side and leaned at wall, with eyes fixed down on the streets, and Itachi took her right side. He merely stood still beside her and narrowed his eyes where the other four eyes were looking. "I was caught up with other things in Konoha and Itachi had to ditch Kisame so that he didn't force his way here," Naruto responded for both he and his former sensei. Conan nodded in acceptance. "How do we do this then?" "Naruto and I will handle them. You should stay here with your men and alert to ensure that there are no surprises. We don't fully know what will happen while we engage the enemy," Itachi responded flatly. "Between the two of us, the army that is heading towards this place is not that frightening. We can deal with it without risking too much of your forces," Naruto added after Itachi. "I would like to have this done without any causality in your part." It felt like she was with a different Nagato and Yahiko, but they did not always have her stay out of the battlefield. She always joined them whenever they fought, and here she was, these two were going to do the fighting for her. They were not allowing her to engage the enemy. "My power will be useful if I go with you. I can't just sit here and wait for something to happen. Besides, I have more battle experience than the two of you." To her, Naruto was a child, and Itachi would be like a little brother. It was not that she saw them in that way. No, just their age differences would pen things to be in that form, but she viewed them highly. "That may be so, but this is something that we must do. More importantly, this is something that I must do. The world has yet to know of me for my abilities. Though I am going to end up killing other humans today, this will be a good for my image in the near future." Naruto didn't really care about how it sounded. Perhaps if he was speaking to someone else, he would have been worried about someone misinterpreting his words. But it was just Itachi and Conan, the two would understand him. It wasn't the time for naivety to rule over his decisions. The hard choices had to be made, and he was ready to make those as long as it was still within the boundaries of what he deemed to be right. "So you want to do this because you wish to use the battle as a platform to advertise your strength," Conan summarized, pretty much what Naruto had just said. "Yes," Naruto responded, without so much as skipping a heartbeat. This just showed that he knew what he was doing and talking about. "You can put it in many other ways, but I'm merely taking advantage of the situation. Regardless of how you put it or other people will view it, the fact is that we cannot allow what Aniki is planning to happen." Conan was not complaining about anything. It was fine even though he wanted to leave her out of the battle that was surely going to take place. This would serve well to determine the strength of the blonde. Itachi had much praise in him, and yet she had truly never been able to gauge his full strength. The feeling he gave wasn't that of a powerful shinobi, but then again, he could be masking it. "We have yet to discuss how this will affect you and your relationship with Konoha. Though, the Sandaimate Tsuchikage has no plans to come after you for revenge. If you annihilate his army, it will not make you look any good before his eyes. No doubt he will send a message to Konoha about this since he won't be happy. You have no known allegiances with Amegakure and so does Konoha," Conan said, eyeing Naruto at the corner of her eye. Itachi took Naruto's silence to speak. "You didn't tell the fifth Hokage about this, did you?" he asked, keeping his tone unreadable. Conan had suspected as much. Given that Iwagakure and Konohagakure did not particularly like each other, this was surely going to cause a storm with the leaders of the latter village. This was such the world they lived in. Even if Naruto was helping out, it was going to be seen as wrong for him to help out given who his opponents were. It no longer mattered if you were just helping. No, help was only to be offered to allies. She suspected that though Naruto was taking advantage of this situation to advertise his strength, he was doing this because he was her ally. Both Amegakure and Konoha may be part of the Yuna, they were still no friends. She suspected that even though Konoha had joined, the village was not a full member of the alliance. It may be just that they are still putting Naruto's organization on a trial run. If that was indeed the case as she suspected, then they were not going to be pleased about this. It still didn't mean she was going to stop Naruto from doing what he wanted. Not at all. He must know the consequences of what he was planning to do. If not, then she would do well to remind him and ensure that he understood it well. I didn't tell them. However, Jiraiya is much aware of the army that is marching towards here. Naruto responded after some silence had settled in. I do wonder why he seemed calm about it. Perhaps he trusted that Amegakure was strong enough to deal with its problems. It is not far from the truth though, he mused quietly. What do you hope to gain by this? I know that you would have told them if you did not have any other reasons, Itachi questioned, his gaze fixed on the blonde beside Conan. If I had told them, Tsunade would have barred me from coming here knowing that it would only cause tensions. I don't think she would have cared if I told her I was doing it for the Yuna, not as a shinobi of Konoha, Naruto responded, calmly. Still, it was not the reason he did not tell the blonde Hokage that he was coming here. Even if she had barred you from coming here, you would have left Konoha nonetheless. Nothing less than being tied down in Anbu holding cells would have stopped you from coming here if you wanted to, Itachi stated flatly. If Naruto wanted to do something, he would do it. When the blonde had set his mind on doing something, nothing less than breaking both his legs was going to stop him from doing what he felt was the right thing. I gave back my Konoha Hittite because I knew that there was going to be a time where I would travel to lands that Konoha would not allow. If that happened, it would put me at odds with the leadership of the village. I may be a Jinchuriki and given some responsibilities, but I am not irreplaceable to many. It is in this case that I will test Konoha's trust in me, Naruto explained in a firm tone. Konoha has given you many responsibilities, Naruto. Why do you still wish to test its trust in you? Itachi questioned, his tone just as firm as Naruto's. There was also the fact that Tsunade and Jiraiya trusted him with everything, which should be enough. You are thinking that because I have Tsunade, it should be enough. However, I think often you forget that what Konoha's people and what Tsunade thinks about me are two different things. Tsunade is also a Hokage. Now tell me, if a situation arises and she is forced to choose between saving my life and thousands of Konoha's people, who dislike me for that matter, what would she do as a leader who is sworn to protect the people she leads? Naruto fixed Itachi a daring look. Naruto made sense, and the logical decision for Tsunade to take would be save the lives of many than one. Before he could say his counter, Naruto spoke again. Even if she does choose my life over thousands, the remaining thousands will only grow to resent me even more. I am already hated for containing the Kyuubi, what would stop them for hating me even more if I become the reason thousands died? Naruto looked outside the tower again. Have you really lost faith in the people of Konoha? Itachi could only ask in a quiet tone. Naruto shook his head. I'm just being realistic. I still have faith that people can change. If I had lost all my faith in them, then my faith in the Kages to work together towards peace would be questionable. Itachi could only nod. What more reason do you have in doing this? I want to see those that I can trust in Konoha are. I know that I can count on Tsunade and Jiraiya, but I don't know about the rest of the leaders. This will also test Konoha's standing in all these. I want to see if they will become a problem that will stop me from doing what I must. This will also send a message to those who are members of the Yuna. Naruto responded in the same firm tone he had used earlier. Conan could only nod in agreement to his last words. The message to the other Yuna members would be that Naruto would always be there to help regardless of what he was facing. He was planning to fight an army with just Itachi. The message was going to be very clear. If Konoha tries stopping you on some of the things must do, what will you do? Itachi questioned something that Conan had missed from Naruto's words. You have the answer to that, Itachi. Itachi knew what the answer was, he prayed that it didn't come to that. Yes, given that Naruto has already given back his forehead protector, Itachi could draw out that the blonde would leave Konoha to pursue his dream. Seeing that the spark between the two was over, Conan raised her own question. What do you think Aniki plans to achieve with this attack? The army is too small to conquer a village like Amegakure, and I don't believe that Tsuchikage is arrogant enough to believe that his army will defeat Ame's defenses, Itachi mused silently. It could be that he wishes to test Ame's military power, Naruto started. Over the past years, this village's inner workings have been hidden from other villages because Nagato did not wish for anyone to know where Akatsuki was based. This means that no one outside this village can give a clear estimate on the power of Ame. Now sending his granddaughter tells me that the shinobi she is leading are very capable. With her leading the army, it guarantees that he will get a clear indication on the strength of this village. Conan nodded and spoke. However, if you and Itachi engage them, they will gain nothing. In fact, it will be you will get valuable data on Iwa's forces. The older woman looked at Naruto carefully, but that is just what you want, isn't it? Naruto didn't deny it. We should be leaving, Itachi. My clone has informed me that they will soon arrive at the spot. We should head there now and take some time to relax. All these talk has made me tense. Itachi nodded. Then we will continue when we return. With that said by the Uchiha, Naruto walked towards him and placed his right hand on his shoulder before they disappeared in a flash of yellow. Conan sighed after the two had disappeared. After this, her respective Naruto would surely go up a few stairs. Naruto and Itachi. Itachi was sitting on a rock just beside Naruto. The blonde was also sitting on a rock. The rumble he was sitting on was a little smaller than Itachi's. This gave the Uchiha more height than Naruto. Their surrounding was a barren field with a few rumbles lying on the ground. The sight of the environment was a clear indication that a great battle had once taken place. Naruto was wearing a standard Konoha Onbu gear, metal plate on his chest, around his wrist and the sword of the Thunder God strapped on his back. He wore no metal plate on his forehead, allowing his hair to fall loosely. A little above him, Itachi was wearing the same black gear. Adding to the attire, Itachi wore a white mask that did not even reveal his eyes. A small blade was strapped careful on his back. The attire seemed to fit him well. It was the same attire he wore when he committed a crime for which he is infamously known of. They were currently waiting for Kurotsuchi and her army to arrive so that they could do battle. This clear ground was chosen because it was effective one that would allow Naruto to thin down their numbers using the Flying Thunder God technique. I still think you should just watch, Itachi. Your health is deteriorating far more quickly than we had anticipated, and that battle with Deidara did not do you any favors. Should you continue to put more pressure on your body, we won't be able to do something about your illness, Naruto stated, concern all over his voice and face. Itachi sighed. He knew that Naruto wanted to speak to him about this when he said to hurry when they were still with Conan. I've told you before, I'm fine. I know the limits of my body, and when I can't fight, I will stop. Yes, you've said you are fine, but Kisame told me that you are not really well. Despite him never admitting it, he is really worried about you. He told me that you take your medicine more often these days, which is not good for you, Naruto said again, the concern in his tone never leaving. I am a shinobi, Naruto. If I'm to die, it has to be in the battlefield if it can be helped. He had no plans of dying though. However, he knew his body was reaching its limit and he had yet to even meet his date with his foolish little brother. He just wanted to have this last battle by Naruto's side, and then go back to the hideout to reserve his strength for his little brother. I understand that, but if something happened to you, I don't know what I'd do. You are like a child sometimes. A small smile spread across Itachi's lips. Do you really need me to carry you as you go? You have started your plans, allies have been found, it is a matter of gathering them and see if they can work together. Getting them to cooperate together is a task that will be a pain. I will also have many enemies who will want me to fail. Responsibilities will fall onto me, and everybody needs someone every now and then, Naruto responded, the concern now faded into a mere memory. I know that, but you have Jiraiya and Tsunade. Even if I'm not there with you, you can also count on those two. Moreover, you also have the daimyo with you. When you are in pain, you can always cry on her shoulder. Naruto shook his head slightly before responding. None of them are you, Itachi. Pausing, Naruto shook his head again. I guess we should not talk about this now. But you know you are not permitted to use Susanoo. It puts a strain on your body, and in your current condition, the strain will break you. I may be forced to seal you Mangekyo Sharingan so you can't use it, you are almost blind anyway. No doubt if he went overboard, Naruto would seal his Sharingan the moment they leave this place. However, he was not planning on doing something like that. You will do the heavy assaults, and I will do the finishing while watching your back. Sounds like a plan, Naruto said before silence settled down. A few minutes later, Kurotsuchi came to a halt when she finally saw the two men her sensor had told her that they seemed to be waiting for her. She snorted at the thought of two men standing before her with the intention of stopping her and her army. She had about 600 men with her, against two was a mismatch. The numbers always did tilt the advantage. She was not going to underestimate them though. For them to stand so calmly before them meant that they believed in their strength and the leader of Amegakure believed they could handle. Of course she did not believe that only two men could stand in her way. It could be arrogance that brought them here. Either case, it did not really matter, she held the advantage. Once she got close to see them clearly, she was only able to recognize the namikaze because the other man was masked and she did not recognize the chakra from anywhere. But looking at those two, she could tell that they were very much prepared for this. She still smirked though. Luck was on her side, she finally got to see the namikaze in person. Even though her grandfather refused to allow her to organize troops to murder him, today she would get her chance at him. The blonde was first to stand up and walk up to her. "Oh, what a lovely surprise to see you here, namikaze." The venom in her tone almost made Naruto pump the Kyuubi's chakra into his system to counter it. "I can say the same, Kurotsuchi," Naruto responded, smiling a bit at the black-haired woman. "I must say, you do look lovely, pretty much more than what I've heard. Talk about wrong words at the wrong time. I feel like throwing up after hearing those words from you," the disgust in her face not hidden. Really, he had to compliment her on her beauty? Normally, she would have appreciated the comment, but he was namikaze. That was enough reason to feel disgusted. Naruto merely smiled at her. "Come on, Kurotsuchi, you don't have to be so rude. I mean, I have yet to do anything to you." He studied the silent men behind her with a careful eye. So far, he could say that they were mostly chunin, which meant it was not going to be a big problem, especially when he had the Hiraishin. "Saying my name like that makes me want to spill out my guts, and that smile of yours is making me mad by the second." Kurotsuchi was certainly not smoothing anything. Her eyes darted towards the other man, she had noticed that he had yet to move a muscle. It was like he seemed content on seeing this little chatter continue. "You say such hurtful words." He certainly did not look hurt, and a second later, the smile vanished. A mask of impassiveness took over. "Now then, will you return home kindly? I would rather not fight with you if it can be helped." Itachi felt like rolling his eyes. Though Naruto was not lying, he was still saying those words because it would not do well to his conscience if they started fighting and killing the Iwa shinobi. The blonde knew that they were not going to give up, and he himself wanted to fight as it would help him. Perhaps he was just saying those words just so he could make himself feel better about what he was going to do. Kurotsuchi scoffed. "The feeling is not mutual. I would love nothing more than to fight you, and I will not offer you any chance of surrendering. I want to crush every bone in your body and drag you back to Iwa as my trophy." "I guess it can't be helped," Naruto said. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Kurotsuchi said, raising her hand. On cue, hundreds of kunai was flung towards Naruto in great speed. What the blonde did notice was that they were mixed with explosive tags. Before they could reach him, powerful gusts of wind picked up in front of him before they connected with the thrown projectiles. The explosive tags exploded upon contact with the wind jutsu, igniting fireworks between the two parties. Naruto disappeared back to Itachi after that. Kurotsuchi merely smirked. It would have been disappointing if that had gotten him, she mused silently before stepping back to her men. "Should I cut their numbers now?" Naruto asked, taking out the three-pronged kunai from the pouch behind him. Itachi nodded. "It will be good for us if their numbers are cut down, and using that technique will put them on edge, giving us an emotional advantage over them." Naruto nodded and created a shadow clone. He hurled the clone into the sky for it to prepare the jutsu. The clone went through several hand seals before summoning the marked kunais into the battlefield. Upon their appearance in the sky, the clone did a wind jutsu that sent the kunais hurling towards the Iwa army. They managed to dodge and block them. However, the objective was not to kill, but to take their positions on the ground. "Oi, is that what I think it is?" a man asked, looking down at the three-pronged kunai that was embedded on the ground. "Shit. It is that cursed jutsu." Panic spread like a wildfire in large waves. "Quick, get away from T." The man never finished his words. Naruto appeared before him, crouched on the ground, lightning blade on his right hand. A second later, his head was rolling on the ground. "Get away from those cursed kunais." Kurotsuchi yelled loudly as her men began to panic loudly when heads started rolling on the battlefield. She had no way of knowing that he could use that cursed jutsu. Without being able to predict where he would appear, it made it difficult to stop him. "Bastard, he is over there. Kick the kunai away from you. He just appears out of nowhere. Damn it, I can't see him. Where is he?" Itachi merely counted the seconds as Naruto flashed around the Amegakure shinobi. After counting, he stood up, preparing to enter the fray himself. He should be about done by now, he thought. Naruto appeared beside him, looking a bit out of breath. Despite the many heads he had cut off, there was no single drop of blood on his clothes. The blood was only on the blade, but that was also rid off when it was flicked and then put away. That took much from me than I anticipated, Naruto stated as he recovered his breath. Shall we? Itachi merely walked beside the blonde as they slowly made their way towards the enemy. Oi, this is going to be another massacre, a man stated, fear radiating from his voice as he stared at the headless bodies that lay around the battlefield. As a kenjutsu expert, he could not help but admire the work done by the blonde. It was just magnificent art. The heads were cleaved off the bodies with such precision and delicacy, that he wished to take one and place it as him as a piece of art. Screw what anyone would think of his thoughts. Yeah, another agreed, looking down at the corpses. At least he stopped using that cursed jutsu. Now we can fight him on level ground, one added, looking on the bright side of things. Although their numbers were thinned considerably in a mere minute, the two enemies seemed to be moving towards them to engage in a fair fight. That was at least something. Though Kurotsuchi was seething at the turn of events, she could not allow her army's morale to hit bottom C because of this. Hold your heads high. Where is your pride? Don't give up now when you can still fight. Curse that damn namikaze. Remember to keep it light, Naruto said to Itachi as the two picked up their pace. Itachi did not respond, he merely took out a kunai and flung it towards the remaining shinobi before he went through hand seals. Kunai Kage Bunshine. Naruto did not wait for a second invitation to add to the attack, he jumped up to the air and held a single hand seal. Futon, Daitopa. The wind jutsu enhanced the speed of the kunais Itachi had thrown and gave them a downwards momentum as Naruto blew them from above the sky. Do not underestimate us. An Iwa man said, going through hand seals of his own. Earth style, mud wall. He slammed his hands to the ground and a wall of earth sprouted from the ground. The speeding kunais were met with the wall and could not break through. The wall stood still as the kunais impudent on it after coming down on some fast speeds. Not a single kunai was able to make it past the wall, but Itachi was able to get through behind the group of 5 who were hidden behind the wall. Naruto teleported behind the Uchiha as Itachi took out his sword, and with deadly precision, 5 heads dropped to the ground. Fire, Naruto said, covering Itachi's back. They were now surrounded by 100 men, who looked intent on breaking them. Both their backs are facing each other. Itachi quickly spun around and did hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball no Jutsu. The Uchiha spat out a large fireball that went towards Naruto's side of things. The blonde held a single hand sign and released gusts of winds that fused with the fireball, enhancing its speed and destructive capabilities. Itachi did not wait to see how it would fare as he was certain another earth wall was going to be released to block the jutsu. He charged at 4 men who were coming towards him with murderous intentions. His blade fully gripped, he braced himself. The Uchiha blocked a kunai that was swung towards his head. He pushed back quickly as he was forced to duck under a swing that looked to cleave his head off his shoulders. Another man of the 4 jumped up with an attempt to kick the Uchiha under his heel while he was still crouching on the ground. While the other man had jumped into the air, another tried to kick down at the Uchiha from the ground. Itachi could only block the kick coming from the ground at his level, the one from above could not be blocked, especially when there were other 2 waiting to take the initiative. Itachi held out both his hands whilst on a crouched position in an attempt for a defense, the blade was still gripped firmly. Naruto appeared above him and kicked the man above the Uchiha. The kick was sent through to the air and sent the man flying away. While falling down the ground, Naruto released more gusts of winds that sent the other 2 flying away from them. By the time he touched the ground, Itachi was already on his own feet. The Uchiha was holding the foot of the man who had attempted to kick him. Naruto was quick to form a small Rasengan before plunging it into the man's gut. Earth style, Mud Dragon. The jutsu was charged at both Naruto and Uchiha. Naruto waited for Itachi to handle the dragon with a fire jutsu. He did not have to wait long as the infamous Uchiha went through hand seals before releasing his jutsu. Fire style, Great Dragon's Breath. The jutsu Itachi released sped towards the mud dragon in the same speed. The others settled for watching the jutsus collide while others got ready for action. When the jutsus collided, neither succeeded in breaking through the other. They merely cancelled each other out before a smoke settled down because of the collision. Earth style, Earth Spikes. Another man yelled, hitting the ground with both his hands. The ground beneath Naruto and Itachi shook before the 2 jumped into the air. Earth spikes sprouted from the ground. Nearly, the 2 would have been pierced if they had been a second later in their getaway. However, while they were still in air, there was a problem for their landing because now everyone was watching them. Sure as hell when they touched the ground more assaults were going to rain on them. Naruto clasped both his hands, manipulated the wind around him. Wind Hammer. Despite the jutsu being called a hammer, It was not precisely a hammer. What Naruto did was manipulate the wind beneath him into the form of something slab. The height was a little smaller, no more than, but the width was very much large. It was more of a wind slab than anything. The force the jutsu carried was enough to crush anything under it depending on the pressure Naruto put. The jutsu Naruto had formed sped down the ground and leveled the spikes that had formed. Debris picked up on the ground, but both Naruto and Itachi did not mind it as they landed directly in the middle of it. Before the debris could finally settle down, another man came from the ground, a kunai on his right hand. He shot out like a bullet in front of Naruto and went straight to pierce him under his chin. Naruto was quick enough to lean back a little to avoid being pierced. While Naruto dodged, Itachi moved in fast movements and punched the man straight on his chest while he had yet to balance himself from his fine appearance. Naruto composed himself before twisting. A kick to the man's temple sent him back to the others. When he started using that jutsu, I thought we were going to lose, but now I can feel the confidence radiating within me. We can do this. There was nothing to fear after all. Kurotsuchi smiled when she heard her remaining forces speak like that. It was no good for her to lose comrades, especially to that Namikaze. However, if they got their confidence back, they could fight well without anything hindering them. It would not have pleased her if more died in this battle. However, as things were, they were never going to reach Amegakure. Assassinating the leader would prove to be the best option. They seem to have grown confident. This makes it worth fighting them. I really don't like fighting someone who has no confidence in him/herself, Naruto stated, taking out his blade again. I'm going to go wild now, he said, before he disappeared. Itachi only watched. Perhaps he should preserve his energy and watch Naruto. He'd never seen Naruto fight against shinobi of his quantity before. Nodding to himself, Itachi disappeared. Naruto appeared in the middle of about 20 men. Before anyone could attack, he struck the sword of the thunder god to the ground. Thunder shock. A burst of lightning shot from the ground and shocked, literally, the men who were surrounding him. The shock didn't do anything that harmful, it just paralyzed them long enough for his next play. Naruto held out his right hand, and put it in a horizontal position, gentle wind cutter. An invisible sword which was long formed from his stretched hand. Naruto did a swift spin, along with a sharp wind blade. His spin didn't take 2 seconds to complete. However, all 20 men fell down the ground, bodies cut in half around the waist. The others could only watch in anger as their comrades dropped to the ground in 2 pieces, dead. Blood sprayed everywhere, guts looking to spill out as they'd been cut around their waists. Their eyes were wide in shock, no doubt some of it from the thunder shock Naruto had released earlier. Naruto picked up his blade and strapped it on his back before looking on as jutsus of water and earth natures came towards him, roaring in fury. He merely clasped both his hands. Wind barrier. He manipulated the wind in the path of the jutsus to form a wall that could not just be broken by those jutsus. They ended canceling each other. The remaining shinobi surrounded Naruto again, leaving no way for him to escape. They formed a ring around him, glaring down at him dangerously with kunais and swords in their hands. It was like they had put him on a stage and surrounded him with vultures. There was no escape for him, except through them. A smoke bomb was sent towards him and it exploded. Naruto didn't wait to be killed blindingly. His hands blurred through hand seals. Wind tornado. A giant tornado quickly formed beside him and picked up in speed and fury. The spinning of the tornado cleared the smoke cleared by the smoke bomb and left Naruto with his use of his full vision. The Iwa shinobi were not willing to wait for what was going to happen. While their attention was focused on the tornado, Naruto summoned his second blade. He held it on his right hand, and allowed it to take a horizontal position. Wind blade. Another swift spin and the wind blade, similar to wind cutter, was let loose. It left like a wave, however, twice as fast as the wind cutter and much more lethal. The technique was able to cut through even the tornado he had formed. All the men in the front fell down the ground in 2 pieces. What the hell? Did you just see what happened? I didn't see anything. Kurotsuchi gritted her teeth. This was doing nothing but kick down to the ground the confidence her forces had birthed. If continued like this, she was not going to have an army and she wouldn't be happy about it. Curse that Namikaze. She would have to fight him herself. Naruto was suddenly blown away when a kunai with an explosive tag exploded before him. He was blown right directly into the mob of the enemy. Before he could completely regain his composure, his right hand was gripped firmly, and he was kicked twice by 2 men, one of his chest and another on his gut. Naruto winced in contact before the man gripping him let loose of him. Fire style, dragon's breath. The jutsu was sent straight at Naruto in great speed. The blonde held both his hands, and put up a wind barrier before him. The wind barrier held on against the fire jutsu. Hands burst out of the ground again. However, Naruto didn't allow himself to be caught in the same trick twice. He jumped into the air, avoiding both hands. However, it seemed that his opponents just wanted him to do exactly that. Being in the air meant they could attack him without their jutsus hitting friendlies. Naruto cursed while still in mid-air. Earth spikes charged at him while still in mid-air, and several mud bullets also charged at him. Naruto knew that if he allowed those things to hit him, it wouldn't be good for his health. He flashed through hand seals. The only way to deal with earth for him in that position was to melt it with fire. He used one of the two fire jutsus he could use effectively. Fire style, Great Fireball. The jutsu collided with the earth jutsus and melted them. The small explosion that occurred below him. With danger averted, Naruto began to fall down the ground. However, as he was about to hit the ground, earth spikes burst out and waiting for him with open arms. Naruto clasped his hands and called on a familiar jutsu. Wind Hammer. Because it was done in such a haste, it only hit enough spikes for him to land safely. Debris did pick up after that, and Naruto was again surrounded by his enemies. They all lunged at him with intent to tear his body apart. Naruto loved his meat, he didn't want to end up as uncooked food for the vultures that hover about the sky. He flashed through hand seals, shredding blades. The jutsu was no ordinary jutsu. It was an S-rank jutsu that killed on contact without struggle. What Naruto did was create small blades of wind around him. In numbers, close to thousands. These blades spin around like a shuriken while swirling around the user. Once fully formed, they spread out all sides and cut through anything in their way. The blades could cut through flesh like a chainsaw going through fresh meat. Bones were not a difficulty, as long as they were within a certain range. The Iwa shinobi weren't fortunate, as the dangerous jutsu did what it was called. It shredded them down like a paper shredder. The sight was awfully disturbing to the gut. Blood, guts, brains, splattered around Naruto. Screams of terror arose at the sight, and those remaining took a step back in fear and not so feeling well with that they were seeing. It was like their comrades had been chopped down into pieces in preparation for a feast of stew. A headless body was one thing, but these were no longer bodies. These were guts, small pieces of meat and blood everywhere. Worse, earth refused to cover it up or even drink the blood. What the hell is this? Throwing up, some did just that. Murderer. This is just horrible. There was no way they could retrieve the bodies of their dead comrades and bury them home. How could they? It was just guts and pieces of flesh everywhere. Naruto had no blood on him. However, he didn't look at the sight his jutsu left behind. He looked up in the heavens. They couldn't attack with what he'd just done. It was enough bloodshed for him to take. He couldn't take it anymore. Still, he kept the mask of impassiveness on his face. Suten, Mizurappa. Kurotsuchi shot a jet stream of water towards an unsuspecting Naruto. The jutsu collided with him and sent him away from her remaining forces. Naruto hit the ground on his knees and looked at the furious black-haired woman, his expression become grim. Bastard, I'll kill you for this. Kurotsuchi yelled, anger, murderous anger flowing through her veins, and the glare she sent Naruto told him exactly what she felt. Naruto stood up and looked at Itachi. The Uchiha nodded. Will you return home, Kurotsuchi? Do you wish for more of your men to die before your very eyes? Kurotsuchi never stopped glaring at Naruto. It doesn't have to be that way if you fight me yourself. Naruto shook his head. I don't wish to kill any more of your men. I don't know much about your abilities. Maybe you can handle me, but those you lead cannot do that. It was true, and there was still his partner to deal with. I swear, Namikaze, I'll kill you. Kurotsuchi spoke in a low growl. Naruto nodded, not accepting that she would kill him but the challenge. I'll be waiting for you, Kurotsuchi-san. He offered her a real sad smile that made her stomach twist. Should we find ourselves in such a position next time, I won't be merciful. Is this what you call being merciful? Kurotsuchi growled, looking at the results of Naruto's last jutsu. The disgust was painted with artistry on her face. Perhaps not, he admitted in a quiet tone. The fact that he was acting like he was sad made Kurotsuchi mad. He looked sorry for his actions, and was not denying that he may not have been merciful. He was also showing her kindness by allowing her to leave without another round, ensuring. Watch your back wherever you go, because for the rest of your life, I will hate you, resent you, and hunt you down until I capture. You are no different from your cursed father. Her fingers snapped and she was gone. Naruto fell down on his knees and threw out the meal he'd eaten earlier. He then stood up after the episode and created a clone to collect the remaining Hiraishin kunais he'd left behind. He walked up to Itachi, before looking at the heavens again. I wonder what I was thinking when I created a jutsu like that. Itachi offered no words of comfort. He stood up from the rock he'd been sitting on and spoke. We should return to Conan. Standing here in El. He trailed off when he felt movement behind Naruto. The Uchiha moved quickly enough to block a kunai that was aimed at Naruto's spinal cord. One of the enemies had left behind and managed to get this close to them while their thoughts were preoccupied. If it had not been for Itachi, Naruto would have been hurt, seriously. Time slowed slightly as Naruto turned around to see what had happened in his moment of weakness. Blood sprayed on his face and the assailant's body dropped to the ground, but Itachi remained frozen. Itachi? The Uchiha turned around slowly, mask broken, eyes closed, and a sad smile on his face. Amegakure. Conan shook her head when she saw the look on Naruto's face. He looked pathetic if not miserable. There are times when she forgot that he was still just a kid. Perhaps he had grown, but he was still not experienced enough in the shinobi world and in the path he's taken. He was surely going to do much more of the things he'd just done and he would lose some of those he loved. Naruto was sitting on the edge of the window, legs outside the tower, looking over Amegakure. A soft touch on his shoulder brought him back to earth. It wasn't that he'd been inside his thoughts. No, he'd been lost in a world void of anything. He looked back at Conan. She gave him a small, very small smile. Are you all right? She asked quietly. Not really, but I'll be fine, Naruto said, tone grim as well as his expression. How are we going to deal with this mess now? He asked, changing the subject. His health was important, however, this matter needed to be resolved before he could leave the village. Conan thought twice before responding. Men, she shook her head. With this complete failure, I believe they won't be testing Ame's power anymore. It most likely that there will be tensions surrounding the two villages. Naruto nodded. I guess for now it'll be best if you restrict your forces' movements around the Earth country. For an obvious reason, they'll not be allowed to roam free. Death will most likely meet them if they venture around the Earth country. I'll see to it that they won't be going there. However, we must deal with the issue. Aniki cannot be allowed to do something like this, Conan said in a firm tone. She wouldn't allow the man to leave this without paying. Again, Naruto nodded. Let us wait to see what he'll do. It won't do any good if we rush over to Iwa demanding that he explain and compensate for his actions. It'll be tricky because we suffered no damage. However, we will pay that man a visit, soon. Conan noted that he was using we as if he was part of Amegakure. By the way he was speaking, it seems like he'd made himself a member of her village. Well, she wasn't complaining about it. That still leaves you. Kurotsuchi will be out for my head. I think that she will be hunting for me everywhere I go. It is most likely that assassins will be out to get me. I will watch my back and have someone to that also. Don't worry about my safety, you have Amegakure to worry about, Naruto said, his tone regaining some firmness, and he was looking down the streets of Amegakure. Are you sure you can watch your back all the time? I can't watch my back all the time. Don't worry though, I have managed to get some friends along the way. Allow me to introduce to you to one of them. He is one of the most trusted ally I have, Naruto said. Come out. Just then, a shadow appeared behind the two of them. Conan could not see the face of the man. Everything was just black, he blended well with darkness and seemed to be one with the shadows. She had not sensed his presence and that was something. Is he always watching you? Naruto shook his head. I travel a lot and he has his own job to do. He will be in contact with you from time to time. His specialty is information gathering. Conan nodded. We'll mostly deal with the Iwa matter after your first conference. Tensions will just rise high and a lot of talk will arise. I'll need to bolster my security. She will inform you should there be impending threat to the village's safety. Naruto shifted back to the tower and faced Conan again. I will take my leave now. Are you going to inform Konoha of this now? Naruto closed his eyes, going through some thoughts. I'll write to Tsunade. She should be receiving the message today. I won't return to Konoha. At least for a few days, I need some time alone. He gathered his thoughts before speaking again. Please take care of Itachi for me, Conan. Conan wasn't going to lie to him, she was going to be frank. The wound he received wasn't fatal. However, the kunai that pierced him was dripped in poison. Added to his disease, it looks bad, but he will survive. Naruto nodded, but he should have known when Kisame came to him that things were already worse. Moreover, Itachi was hurt because he'd let his guard down and showed weakness while still in the battlefield. I know he will. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Naruto disappeared in a flash of yellow, and when Conan turned to face he was already gone. She shook her head. Things have just turned troublesome. Konoha, later that day. Root base. To think that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki would be capable of doing something like this, Danzo mused silently, looking at the report he'd received from the events that transpired earlier during the day. He didn't think that Naruto had it in him to be like his father, but it appears that the younger blonde was a lot more brutal than his father. Well, at least he wasn't as naive as he was beginning to think he was. However, the end of the battle still showed weakness on the blonde's part, but it was alright, as long as he did not cave in during the battle itself. Still, his mind couldn't hope to understand what Aniki was trying to accomplish. He didn't think that Aniki was that stupid enough to attempt to take over a village with only 600 men. There had to be something that the man was trying to achieve. There had to be something. His mind just couldn't grasp it. It could be that Iwagakure was in some sort of trouble, economically and politically. But they didn't seem to be suffering from anything in terms of military power. Danzo thought something along those lines. There had to be something that Aniki was trying to achieve, and something he was planning. What should we do about this, Danzo-sama? Fu questioned, referring to the latest report they'd read. Danzo his head. We will wait to see what Tsunade will do. But in the meantime, prepare my visit to the fire daimyo. Hi, Danzo-sama. Meanwhile, Uchiha. Naruto found himself being pulled into the familiar sewer he didn't like very much to visit. His eyes became fixed on the blood-red eyes of the beast that was locked within the cage inside his gut. You are rather pathetic, the Kyuubi, clear distaste in its voice was evident. Naruto merely smiled at the words, what do I owe the compliment? Kurama snorted, you are making enemies for yourself, and soon, you will start to lose your loved ones. Some will die pathetically, some will die in front of your eyes. That Uchiha was only cut a little and now you've become all depressed because you failed to do anything. How are you going to cope with deaths of loved ones if a cut that only draws blood is enough to make you miserable? I have you to tell me how pathetic I am, Naruto responded with a sad smile. Besides, I'm not down because Itachi was hurt, I'm only down because of the outcomes of his situation, the blonde said. I fear that even if Itachi survives, he won't be able to fight anymore. 3 years ago, Itachi's eyesight was already bad, and while he was training me, he continuously used his Mangekyo to make me better. The more he uses the Mangekyo, the more his sight worsens, and so does his sickness. If I want him to continue living, I will have to make a choice. Chapter 22. Miyuki smiled, looking at Naruto. She'd seen him a bit sad on a few occasions, but she'd never seen him this sad. What he usually wore was a smile or just a flat-out blank look on his face. But this was a new look on his face that made him more of a human being than anything. He was standing in front of her door at her quarters within the palace, at the Wind capital. He looked pretty miserable, and she could only guess he was here for comfort. Miyuki felt oddly happy about it. No, there wasn't anything odd about her happiness, it was normal that she feel that way. The last time she saw him, he'd put his hand over her neck, his face twisted, and now this. This made things a lot easier for her to deal. No matter what happens, she will always reflect on this, she will always know that Naruto is a person and has a heart just like her. Seeing him miserable didn't particularly excite her, no, there was no good reason to be happy about that. Perhaps a sadist would be happy over something like that, but she wasn't such a person. What made her happy was the fact that he came here, to her, to speak to her in such a situation. He obviously highly rates her comfort, hence his presence here. Such a thought nearly made her squeal in delight. It was already night, she could guess he wasn't able to sleep that well. Come in, Naruto, she said, smiling. The blonde entered without saying a word. Miyuki closed the door behind her, and leaned a little, for a second. She released a breath she didn't even know she was holding. The daimyo then followed Naruto towards her sitting room. Sorry to spring out on you like this, Naruto said, smiling a bit. Miyuki could very well tell that the smile was forced. I couldn't think of anywhere to go, he said. Uchiha didn't give him any positives to think of. It only reminded him of all fellow clansmen he'd lost or his mother had lost when the village was invaded years ago. As far as he knew, he was alone in this world, there was no Uzumaki around, and it just made him sad. He didn't even think of returning to his house in Konoha. That place would only remind him that with Itachi out of commission, he had no one to fully rely on. It would remind him that his parents were dead and he couldn't turn to them when things had turned out bad. He wasn't able to call upon his mother for comfort when he needed it, he couldn't call upon his father for one of those comforting talks when he wanted one. Miyuki, despite not being a shinobi, She was much involved in the shinobi world due to her position as daimyo. She could understand him. She could understand what he was feeling. Neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade could offer him the same comfort and warmth as she could and does, hence his presence here. Miyuki merely smiled and waved her right hand dismissively at his apology. She sat down at a large couch, and looked back at Naruto, who was still standing. "Don't worry about it," she said. She patted her lap, and spoke. "Come here," she said to Naruto. The blonde hesitated for a few moments before he finally gave in. He spread most of his body on the couch and lied down on the left side. His head rested comfortably on Miyuki's lap, and silence settled down as the woman patted him on the head. "What is wrong, Naruto?" Miyuki asked in a soft tone that was filled with nothing but warmth. "I find myself questioning whether I am truly worthy to call myself a peace-loving man. I killed men in a bad way, and I shouldn't have killed them. I should have just knocked them out. My actions will worsen the situation between Konoha and Iwa. My goal is to be the bridge that connects those who aren't connected. But what am I doing by becoming a stumbling block to my own dream? I feel dirty, no different from a murderer. It doesn't matter what my reasons are, but I killed people in a brutal way. When I killed bandits, I didn't feel worse. Perhaps it was because those were evil people who lived for nothing but to harm others. What of those I recently killed though? They aren't like bandits, they are just shinobi fulfilling their orders, yet I killed them. I wonder if my decisions were wrong and my definition of right and wrong isn't something that relates to justice. I wonder if my training wasn't enough to prepare me for this journey." Miyuki listened carefully, a sad smile formed on her face. She wanted to do nothing but to hold him close to her chest. However, their current position didn't allow her to do something like that. She stopped patting him and held both his hands, filling them with warmth. "I can't honestly answer all your questions. I believe the answer lies deep within your heart, it is only clouded by what you feel at this moment. I can only say this, don't ever doubt yourself, and we are all humans, every now and then, we will make wrong decisions, we aren't perfect. It takes a brave and good man to admit that he was wrong, and I believe that you're that man, Naruto." Unknown location. Danzo's movements came to a halt when Naruto appeared in front of his group. The blonde shinobi was standing still on a tree branch, wearing Konoha's Onbu's uniform. His posture gave away nothing and his expression seemed to give off a feeling of coldness. His hands were folded across his chest. What Danzo did note was that he wasn't tense, and seemed prepared for battle. The war hawk smelled danger in the atmosphere and motioned for his entire route to appear around him. There were about 7 of them he was traveling with. They all appeared around the trees, surrounding their master, their eyes firmly fixed on Naruto. The blonde then jumped down the ground, and took a few steps forward. The Onbu standing closer to Danzo flung a kunai towards Naruto. The kunai sped down the target, but it wasn't intended to hit the blonde. Naruto was forced to come to a halt when the kunai was flung towards him. The kunai hit the ground just inches away from his right foot. His track stopped. Naruto looked at Danzo for a few moments before taking out his sword. "Danzo," Naruto started talking within the deathly silent forest. His tone was devoid of any feeling. It sounded as though death was speaking. "What are you trying to do?" He already knew the answer to the question. However, the question felt necessary given this occurring predicament Naruto was in. The Onbu were staring at him like death calculates its prey, watching him from head to toe. There wasn't a single movement within his body that was missed. The watchful eyes captured every moment like a fine-tuned digital camera. Yet, none of that diverted Naruto's attention from the cripple standing on top of a tree branch. He'd told himself he would not waver, he wasn't going to throw in the towel, regardless of what was standing before him. Perhaps it could be seen as thoughtless for him to enter such a cave that housed a cunning and deceitful being like Danzo. But Naruto had belief in his strength. Whether hell opened her mouth and spat out waves of scorching flames towards his form, he wouldn't hit the road. If he couldn't defeat such an opponent, what good was he? There were evil creatures that lurked in the darkness, more powerful than Danzo. If he couldn't purge this one, what hope did he have to defeat the stronger beasts that crawl within the shadows of the elemental nations? Danzo looked at all his route, trying to see how they would deal with this one. He'd taken the strongest with him in case nuisances like this crawled into his way. Silently nodding to himself, Danzo called the other route that had yet to appear aside from the 7, Sasuke, the war hawk called. "Deal with this, I have more pressing matters to deal with in Konoha. However, keep him alive. I have use for the QB." With those words escaping his cold lips, Danzo was ready to leave this place before too much attention was drawn here. He believed that Sasuke wouldn't have a problem with fighting his former teammate. Naruto had been the wall that stood in the way of his escape to Orochimaru, and it wasn't a mystery to Danzo that the raven-haired Uchiha held some resentment towards the blonde. Sasuke appeared a few feet away from Naruto. An expressionless face covered his front, and he didn't look the slightest interested in doing battle with Naruto. The Uchiha stared at Naruto quietly, the Sharingan already activated as he studied the blonde like this curious object. The look on Naruto never changed, even for a second. Sasuke turned around, and started to walk away from Naruto. "No," he said. He then decided to explain himself. "I no longer have use for you, Danzo. If Naruto plans to kill you, I won't stop him. He will be merely removing you from me." Danzo watched Sasuke's back with a narrowed look. He was more than ready to pounce on the raven-haired to teach him a few lessons he forgot to teach him. To think that the Uchiha would turn on him on this day, at this time, and when he was faced with such a situation. "So you're finally going to betray me?" Danzo was rather calm about this. However, deep inside the black hole he had for a heart, anger was bubbling like steaming water in a pot. "I'll deal with you later." He motioned for 5 of his route to move. 2 left and stood by his side. Sasuke shook his head, and jumped onto a tree. He settled down on a strong branch, overlooking everything. He then spoke in a cold tone. "If Naruto proves incompetent, I'll end it myself." He'd been waiting for the right moment to kill the fool. Allowing Naruto to do also meant that he wasn't going to get his hands dirty. Konoha might decide to send hunter nins for whoever kills the war hawk, and he wasn't looking forward to be looking over his shoulder each time he walked. If Naruto couldn't do it, then he would finish it all by himself. Naruto would take the blame and he would walk free while searching for his brother. Naruto knew where his brother was, however, the blonde wasn't going to tell. He had reason to believe threats weren't going to do it. This means that after this battle is over, Naruto will be weak, and he would take advantage of it. He could use his Sharingan to get the truth. Naruto was under no illusions that Sasuke was actually an ally of his. As soon as he was done, he will be forced to grow eyes on his back because the Uchiha will pounce on him like a hungry lion, and he wasn't about to be made a meal. He had so much to live for in this world, he couldn't allow anything to stand in the way. "Take care of him quickly," Danzo ordered the 5 root who had left his side. He was going to put Sasuke aside for now and deal with the first problem. He would deal with Sasuke after Naruto was dealt with. "Hi Danzo-sama." The 5 root Anbus chorused before flashing towards an impassive Naruto. They appeared a few feet away from Naruto on the ground. Their eyes peered through their masks as they tried to gauge his strength or predict his first move. Although he was a Jinchuriki of the strongest tailed beast, Naruto wasn't known for using its power. Danzo assumed he lacked control over the beast. This was his life, this was what he'd chosen and he would endure. He had to. Battles like this were going to become regular in this journey he'd decided to take, and he hoped to walk out of each battle alive, with all his health. Perhaps he may leave some blood behind, but as long as he could walk out of the pits of hell, Naruto wasn't going to complain. Even when faced with creatures that had no emotions, he would stand firm. There was no holding back from this, Naruto thought silently as he readied himself for the inevitable battle. The sword of the Thunder God glowed lightly on his right hand, it was held on a reverse grip. There was no use in putting it aside when faced with such situation. He couldn't afford to waste chakra on pointless things. The root Anbu who was in the middle, definitely a male with black hair, sped towards him. He had his own blade in his right hand. The speed the man used was nothing less of Anbu level. However, Naruto was used to such speeds as he'd trained with Itachi, a former Anbu, and his own speed was nothing to joke about. He didn't wait for the man to reach him, Naruto took off in a matching speed. Small amounts of debris picked up as his feet took off abruptly, moving his body towards the incoming enemy. As he moved towards the enemy, Naruto brought his blade in the front and positioned it in the left around his waist section, its tip pointed down as he prepared for a strike. When they finally reached each other, Naruto instinctively acted first. He brought out his sword from the left, charging towards the opponent and swinging it in an upward slash that threatened to rip off the opponent's gut from the waist up until his chin. The root Anbu brought his own blade in a downward slash to counter the attack from Naruto. Both swords clashed between the two opponents. Naruto's blade sparkled a bit of electricity as the steel blade made contact with it. The root Anbu tried pushing Naruto backwards by adding more force behind his grip on the hilt of his blade. Naruto didn't budge, his feet struck to the ground and he put in more strength behind his push. Stalemate. As if reading each other's mind, both Naruto and the root one jumped back to create some breathing space between them. Both landed on the ground gracefully, before affirming their grips on their blades. They lunged at each other again, using the same speed they'd used before. Naruto swung his blade from top right in a downward swing that was aimed at his opponent's neck on the left side his head. The blade moved with incredible speed, blinding to the untrained eye. The only traces of its passing through the air was the electric currents that sparkled dimly. Despite the fast speed in which the blade was swung, the Root Onbu brought out his own blade on his left side. Both his hands held it in a vertical position, its tip facing the heavens. The swords clashed in a fury of electric shock sparkling. Despite his opponent holding his sword with two hands, Naruto's swing was still a lot more power. What made it more powerful was the speed in which the blade was swung. Naruto tried pushing his opponent, trying to cut through his blade, but it didn't break. Acting swiftly, Naruto handed his blade on left hand. Grip firm, he swung it down in vertical slash that was above the opponent's head. He intended on splitting the man's head in half. On reflex only, the Root Onbu held his blade above his head in a horizontal position. The swords clashed above his head. He held up his blade in a firm defense. The Root Onbu pushed up, using the advantage of his position to push away Naruto's blade. The clash of the blades was over as Naruto was unable to continue pressing on with the pressure on his blade. His opponent didn't wait for him to attack this time. He swung his blade with his right hand in a horizontal slash, high around Naruto's shoulders. The blade cut through the air in blinding speeds. The swing threatened to cut through Naruto's neck from his left. Naruto acted swiftly and ducked under the slash. Within those seconds he was ducking under the swing. A small Rasengan formed on the palm of his right hand. The plan was to drive through his opponent's gut. However, before he could initiate the second stage of his attack, another Root Onbu appeared behind him while he was still in the crouched position. The man he'd been exchanging blows with jumped away, making room for the one that came on his back. The Root Onbu 2's right foot lashed at Naruto, aiming for the right side of his head. Wind explosion, Naruto muttered, seeing that he couldn't block the kick that was aimed at his head. What he did was simple to anyone who mastered wind manipulation. Converting his chakra to wind wasn't something that Naruto found to be a difficulty. Hence, in a short time, he was able to convert chakra within his body into wind before letting out. When it is released, it is expelled out of his body like a shock wave. The wind force blew the Root 2 away from Naruto. However, given that the jutsu wasn't that strong, it only pushed him a little away from the blonde. The side effect of the jutsu was having the small Rasengan explode on his right hand. The explosion did no damage at all. Naruto stood up from the ground, and looked at his right hand. There was no damage done by the Rasengan. It would have been a bother if he'd been hurt by his own jutsu. He didn't like the idea of getting hurt by something of his creation. His left hand was still gripping the sword of the Thunder God firmly. The eyes of the Root Onbu stared right at him from different directions. So far it was good. But they shouldn't keep their master waiting, as there was still the insolence of Uchiha Sasuke to deal with. Root Onbu 3 took his turn. He rushed at Naruto while doing hand seals. He channeled his chakra perfectly before converting it to Katen. His movements came to a halt when he held his right hand over his mouth. Fire style, great fireball. The knee man then expelled a large fireball that heated the air around them. The fireball that came from the Root Onbu sped towards a standing still Naruto. With the jutsu heading his way, Naruto held up his free right hand. Wind barrier, the blonde mouthed as the winds around him gathered to form a shield in front of him, his hand holding it firm, and manipulated the jutsu to his liking. The flames of the jutsu that was sent towards Naruto clashed with the wind barrier. The flames hit a wall and were unable to break past the wall Naruto had created. The flames gathered in front of Naruto like a wave, heating up the temperature around him. Root Onbu 4 then appeared behind Naruto, slightly above ground, his right foot wailing towards Naruto's skull. His left foot was left slightly above ground to be used for support when he lands down. Naruto showed no surprise to the attack. He wasn't facing a single opponent after all. The left hand holding the sword of the Thunder God blurred behind him. The kick that was coming towards him collided with his wrist. Time slowed down slightly as Root Onbu 1 appeared at his exposed right side. Naruto's right hand was still positioned in front of him, holding firm against the fireball. His left hand was occupied with the kick. The Onbu was leaning toward him a little, with both his hands holding on firm to his blade. The blade was swung in a downward slash. The slash was aimed to cut his right hands. In this situation, Naruto didn't have the time to think. Thinking would only cut down his time to react. In this bind situation, Naruto couldn't think much given that his mind was focused on two other things, that is when both Danzo and Sasuke were not included. Wind explosion, Naruto did that jutsu again, and everything around him was repelled to a few feet away from him. The flames dispersed in front of him and both knee men who'd attacked him were forced back. He was thankful that he already had a wind jutsu acted to help supplement the jutsu. If it wasn't because of that, Naruto wasn't sure it would have been enough to protect him against the swing that threatened to cut through his right hand. This will become nasty if I don't step up to the next level, Naruto thought looking at his opponents. Rushing into anything wasn't going to get him results, but he needed to take measures against the enemy as it appears that it wasn't going to allow him to leave this place on one piece well, he'd trained for such situations. Naruto wasn't allowed to dwell further into his thoughts as Root Onbu 1 lunged at him from the left side. The Onbu leapt into the air before reaching him. Naruto twisted to the left to face the Onbu directly while still holding the Sword of the Thunder on his left hand. The Root Man swung his blade in a downward slash that was aimed straight on top of Naruto's head. With the swing coming down at him, Naruto drew as much force as he could muster on his left hand while he placed the blade above him to block the slash. Electric static sparkled when the two different swords clashed in a power struggle. The Root pressed down on trying to cut his blade in half. However, Naruto didn't budge, his blade held on firmly without even breaking. As the swords continued to push each other, Naruto held out his right hand and in a second, a small Rasengan formed on his palm. Naruto pushed the Rasengan towards the man slightly above him. His intent was to drive the jutsu right through the Root Onbu. His opponent saw the jutsu spiraling towards his gut. The Ni agent had quick enough reflexes to leap away from Naruto to avoid the jutsu. Naruto's jutsu went towards the ground as he was unable to stop himself from the momentum that pushed him as he attempted to hit his opponent with the Rasengan. The Rasengan hit the ground in front of Naruto in a small boom that caused some debris to pick up. As Naruto picked himself, the 5 Root Anbas flashed around all his sides, surrounding him. Their weapons were brought out and held tightly in anticipation for the slaughter they thought to deal onto their foe. Naruto looked at Danzo, before speaking. Do you desire the mantle of Hokage that much that you're willing to manipulate the Fire Lord and sacrifice some of Konoha's people? There were times when the village was threatened, yet Danzo did nothing. It can't be taken away from the War Hawk that he really does love Konoha with all his heart. The man just had a demented way of showing his love to Konoha. Naruto guessed the reason the Sandaime was even willing to allow the War Hawk to continue living was because he knew the cripple would always protect Konoha, no matter what. However, in his own way of protecting the village, Danzo was willing to sacrifice some people of the village to meet his objectives. As Itachi told him, the Root Onbu were programmed to speak the language of protecting Konoha. Almost everything they do is for Konoha's safety. They each and speak of protecting Konoha. Like Danzo, they would even go as far as to kill Tsunade, the god I'm Hokage, given orders by the War Hawk. And they would never question his orders. They simply did what they were ordered without questions. I do what I must to protect Konoha, Danzo responded simply. But I don't have time to explain myself to you, you are just a tool that has forgotten what it is supposed to do. Naruto was a weapon, a tool that was supposed to be used by him for Konoha's protection. However, things weren't in that manner. Naruto was running about without a collar on his neck, that was just unacceptable. A tool was supposed to have a collar and kept in its safe cage, only to be released when it was needed. Danzo swore he would correct this, even if it meant taking the Kyuubi away from Naruto and sealing it inside one of his agents. If he did things in that manner, then he could have a powerful loyal weapon. His Root were perfect tools and did whatever they were told, no matter how much power they gained, they would still be loyal to him. He had trained them to ensure that they were loyal till they outlived their usefulness. I see, Naruto said before exchanged hands holding his blade. He now held the sword on his right hand. I'm afraid I will stand in the way. I've no intentions of killing you, but if I capture you, I will send you back to Konoha, after I've extracted the evidence needed to prove your sins. Danzo merely snorted silently. He didn't even have the words to respond to Naruto. Finish this quickly, he ordered his men. Before the 5 Root Anbas surrounding him could carry out their order, Naruto was quick to act in response to Danzo's order. Crouching down, Naruto stabbed the ground in front of with his blade. Lightning shock. Electric static sparkled from the ground, around Naruto, and spread in all directions. The jutsu was evidently going to catch the Root Onbu. Due to their quick reflexes, all 5 leapt back a bit from Naruto to avoid the blast of electricity. The Onbu escaped into the trees, leaving Naruto alone in a field of electricity, but it quickly died down with the targets gone. Naruto pulled out his blade from the ground and turned around on reflex as Root Onbu 4 blurred to the sight behind him. The Root Onbu had a kunai on his right hand, it was held on a reverse grip. He didn't take any second to lunge at Naruto with the kunai posed straight at Naruto's head. The blonde parried the kunai slash with his blade, just in front of his face. He pushed the Onbu back since he had the bigger weapon. Without giving the Root 4 time to go on the offense again, Naruto raised his blade from the right. He leaned forward a bit and swung his blade downwards at the opponent's right shoulder. The root Anbu parried the swing with his kunai to avoid being cut. Now, Naruto had put so much force in his swing that his blade cut through the kunai like scissor cut through a paper. The root Anbu quickly leapt away from Naruto to avoid the being cut through his shoulder. Naruto didn't allow the man to get away from him. He lunged straight at the man, but he was forced to halt his movements when root Anbu 2 appeared behind the root 4. His hands blurred into hand seals. Earth style, mud bullets. The root 4 ducked under when the mud bullets were being spat straight at Naruto. The root Anbu shot several of the mud bullets into Naruto's location. The mud bullets reared into the air, cutting through the resistance of the wind in fast speeds that needed trained eyes to track. Since there were many of the bullets, Naruto couldn't dodge them all at once. If he attempted dodging them, he would only end up with holes around his body. The bullets were coming fast enough to do more damage. They may not be stronger than the wind bullets, but they were still dangerous. Naruto pointed the tip of his blade towards the incoming wind bullets. Lightning barrier. A wall of electricity sparkled in front of the blade, spanning considerable height and width. The wind bullets reached the barrier Naruto had erected, and upon contact with it, they turned into ash. While Naruto was still holding his blade, keeping the barrier activated, root Anbu number 1 and 5 appeared behind him in a flash. Naruto cursed when both leapt into the air while doing a 360 spin. The root 1 was on his left while the other was on his right. The former spun around in midair and lashed a brutal high kick towards Naruto with his right foot while the latter launched his own kick with his left. Both kicks were aimed at Naruto's head. Naruto only cursed himself for leaving his back unprotected. He was forced to push his barrier further away from him and towards the root Anbu who'd spat out towards him. The wall moved towards the root, vaporization any living thing that stood in the way. The wall of lightning didn't reach the Anbu though, it dispersed before it could do any damage. At the same time, the 2 kicks that were charged at Naruto, all managed to hit him straight into the head. Naruto winced as both kicks collided with his head. It definitely hurt like hell. Before Naruto could take flight, being carried by the force of both kicks, the root Anbu 1 yanked his right foot, while he'd taken off to the air because of the kicks. Naruto was flung to the other side by the root Anbu. He flew towards the direction of the greenly trees. He'd been thrown into the air with so much force that he wasn't able to regain his balance quickly. Anbu root 5 then appeared above Naruto while he was still heading towards the trees. The Anbu was facing downwards when he appeared above him, and then his right foot was swung down at his chest. Naruto put both his hands in an X formation to block the kick. Despite putting a defense, Naruto was still sent crashing down the ground. The blonde hit the ground with a resounding boom. The kick had hit him with a considerable amount of power and force. Gravity didn't help matters either. A small crater was formed on the ground due to Naruto's crash. The blonde was quick to recover from the assault, and wasn't hurt. Crashing down the ground did hurt, but he sustained no noteworthy injuries. Naruto grabbed the hilt of his blade firmly, and stood up. He was again put on the defensive because root Anbu 3 lunged at him with a high right-footed kick that came onto his right side. Naruto held out his right hand to block the kick. The kick collided with his left hand and pushed him off balance. Anbu 4 blurred into his sight just in front of him. The Anbu root 3 was still positioned on his right side after kicking him. Naruto wasn't given much time to do anything as the Anbu 4 was already going through hand seals. Wind style, Wind Dragon. Naruto braced himself when the green-eyed Wind Dragon formed in front of him. It was much bigger than him, and being a wind user, Naruto knew it wouldn't be healthy for his body if he allowed the full waves of the dragon to cut through him. He held out both his hands together as the Wind Dragon reared towards him, roaring with intent to cut through his flesh. The jutsu hit Naruto dead on and sent him flying backwards towards more trees. As soon as the wind jutsu hit him, it was quickly dispelled. Another root Anbu flashed above him while doing hand seals. Wind style, Great Wind Breakthrough. Powerful gusts of wind picked up above the unsuspecting blonde. Naruto cursed again. In this position, he couldn't do much to shield himself against the gusts that threatened him. The powerful gusts of wind crushed Naruto under their force, sending him crashing down the ground, again. As soon as Naruto hit the ground, root Anbu 2 was already doing hand seals with root 1 waiting behind him. The former hit the ground with both hands after doing his hand seals. Earth style, Earth Prison. 4 walls sprouted from the ground and surrounded Naruto, who was still lying down the ground after he was sent crashing by some powerful gusts of wind. The 4 walls locked, creating a strong prison for Naruto. The walls were somewhat twice as big as Naruto was. The only escape was above where there was nothing blocking the sun from shining down at Naruto. Root Anbu 1 and 3 appeared above the prison, as Naruto attempted to stand up. The two then went through hand seals before shouting their jutsu in union. Fire style, great fire breath. Both Danzo's men released streams of flames that charged down at the earth prison. The flames combined with each other, making a rather huge stream of intense flames that heated the atmosphere within the area. The flames gleefully filled the prison with Naruto still inside. The intense flames seemingly burning down the blonde as the walls began to crumble down under the intense heat. This should do it, Anbu 1 said as he dropped down the ground watching the flames continue to burn inside the prison they'd formed for Naruto. The others then appeared behind him. Don't you think there is something that isn't right here? Anbu 4 questioned looking ahead. Anbu 3 nodded. There has been no sound of screams coming out of there, and this looks to have been a little easy. Our opponent seemed to be capable to holding out his own a few moments ago and we know that he is extremely fast. Yet so far, we've not seen anything remarkable of his speed. This was indeed something interesting. There was little doubt that Naruto was a fast jonin. He even had the Hiraishin, and yet so far he hasn't used it at all since they started fighting. It could be because they had started working as a team and used the advantage of their numbers that things appeared easy. Nothing was certain though. Just then, the prison that was made to cook Naruto exploded in a fury of flames. The flames spread out in all directions, forcing everyone to take steps back to avoid the spitting flames from burning them. The prison crumbled down like it was hit with a rather powerful shockwave. Sasuke smirked when his eyes caught the sight of Naruto. He had been beginning to think that the blonde couldn't do it, but he was wrong. Naruto was just getting started. He didn't know what the blonde could do at his full power, nobody had that knowledge, but he was going to get a glimpse of the blonde's power today. Who knows, he might even become a threat that needs to be eliminated. With the earth prison destroyed at the flames dead, everything settled down, so did the winds and the heating temperatures. Naruto was standing still inside a small crater. His clothes were a bit messed up, and tattered a bit. A few cuts were visible on both his hands, but he looked otherwise okay. The sword of the Thunder God was strapped on his back. Despite surviving an attack that would have surely killed someone else, the blonde didn't look like he'd gone through some change. Everything looked normal in his physical appearance. From a pit that had now shattered down into dust, Naruto took several steps away from the area. He could very well sense all the root Anbu, Danzo, and Sasuke. His senses had now heightened, and everything with his abilities was enhanced. He stopped when everyone could clearly see him and held out his right hand, staring into its palm. He thought, this mode will only last for a few moments given the low magnitude of wind around here. If the wind wasn't strong, then his armor wouldn't last as long as he wills it to. He'd taken some improvements in the time he spent within the wind country. He found a way to use the jutsu in an area where the wind wasn't strong, however, he had to sacrifice so much of his chakra to keep the wind armor for a given time. In an area where the wind was strong, he didn't have to burn much of his chakra to keep the armor. Naruto looked at Danzo, who was standing on top of a tree branch, away from him. His dogs were still standing beside him, looking ready for combat. Sasuke was still nearly by, 5 trees away from Danzo. He'd changed spots, no doubt he was keeping his left eye on the Warhawk to ensure that he doesn't do anything. Before Naruto could speak, his opponents flashed around him. They again were surrounding him. This time, they appeared to be in the mood for talking. I was wondering how things appeared to be easy. Still, it is a surprise to me that you survived our last attack. Normally, that would put anyone out of commission. Root 4 spoke in that monotone that all Anbu favored. Under normal circumstances, Naruto should have at least suffered some burns because of those flames that hit him. He was put inside a pot of intense flames, how was he not hurt? The only wounds he seemed to have suffered are the bruises he received from the wind dragon that hit him head on. I'm not into exhibitionism, so I'll make this quick, Naruto responded in a calm and relaxed tone. You wouldn't even figure that he was surrounded by 5 root Anbus who'd nearly burnt him, alive. Naruto held out his right hand in a horizontal position. Wind cutter. Naruto did a swift and fast spin. The Anbu had been quick to make a run for it when they sensed something bad to happen. The Ni men weren't the only ones to make a run for it, even Danzo and Sasuke made a run for it. Although they'd sensed that something had happened, the root Anbu hadn't seen what had actually happened when Naruto spun. Sasuke and Danzo were able to see everything because of their dujutsus. It took a few seconds, but it happened. Everything that was standing within a 50 meters radius was cut down. All the trees, everything that was standing, they all fell down the ground after being cut down. What the? Root Anbu 5 thought with wide eyes. A simple spin that didn't even last for 2 seconds and the result was this? No doubt if they'd been caught they would have been cut down too. Reflexes and shinobi instincts had been the savior of the day. All the Rudanbu all jumped down to the ground on their feet. They still surrounded Naruto. They couldn't stay on the tree since they'd been cut down by Naruto. To think he would be able to do that and make it look so simple. Naruto then suddenly blurred out of sight. Eyes widened at the speed. They didn't see anything. What they did know was that he disappeared from his spot. That was just some speed that was remarkable. Danzo couldn't even keep track of it with his implanted Sharingan. He didn't think that Naruto would be this fast. He was positive that the blonde wasn't even using the Hiraishin. "You are the leader of this group, no?" Naruto suddenly said after he appeared in front of the Rudanbu 3. The man widened his eyes since he didn't feel or sense anything. He had not even known the blonde was there before he opened his mouth to speak. The man quickly tried to act, but Naruto's right fist crashed onto his gut. The man winced, clutching his gut as he fell down the ground on both his knees. Naruto didn't allow him to hit the ground though. In a swift movement, he spun around to his left. His return was on the right and his right foot was raised high enough to catch the falling Anbu. The kick hit the man straight on his chest in a brutal manner. A few cracks were heard as the man coughed up blood. Naruto yanked the man's right hand, with his left hand, before he could be flown away by the force of his brutal kick. Moving quickly before others could intervene, his right hand found its way onto the man's neck. He forcefully slammed the man down the ground. The crash to the ground was brutal, and Naruto ensured the head first hit the ground to knock out the man. Naruto stood up as the Rudanbu 5 lunged at him from the left. Given his heightened senses, Naruto could feel everything that was happening within the same 50 meters radius. When the Anbu blurred into existence on his left side, Naruto simply stood still without even turning to face the Anbu. The man came in high with a right foot kick aimed at his back. But the kick didn't do anything to Naruto. It merely rebounded off, sending the man flying away from Naruto. The armor wasn't just for offense and speed, it had amazing defensive capabilities. When other people say they had the ultimate defense, Naruto could boast about having the ultimate offensive and defensive jutsu. In his mind, wind was the most powerful of the elements. He could manipulate lightning and fire, but none of them were like wind. The element could be silent or loud as a tsunami. Fire was strong, but with flames, it was always with a bang. Perhaps he favored wind the most because it was his natural affinity. Either way, wind was still the sharpest element in his view. Lightning style, thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning was released by Rudanbu 2, speeding towards Naruto in blinding speeds. Naruto then swiftly took out the sword of the Thunder God. He swung his blade towards the lightning jutsu. A wave of lightning collided with the thunderbolt, and the jutsus cancelled each other in a small explosion. Ni-1 then rushed at Naruto from behind. Once he reached the blonde, the Ni-man spun around in an attempt for a spinning kick that was aimed at Naruto's back. The kick just phased through Naruto like was intangible. After image? The Ni-man thought after he didn't feel any contact with Naruto. Naruto blurred into existence behind the Anbu with the sword of the Thunder God firmly on his right hand. Before the Ni agent could respond to his presence, Naruto drove his blade through the man's right shoulder. Lightning burst forth from the blade. The sparkle of lightning engulfed the Rudanbu's whole body. Gah! The Anbu let loose of a loud shriek because the lightning was shocking him, literally. Despite the obvious scream of pain coming from the Anbu, Naruto didn't remove his blade from the Anbu. Anbu 5 went through hand seals before slamming both his hands to the ground. Earth style, quicksand. The ground beneath Naruto shook slightly as the ground began to sink. The screaming Anbu managed to pull all his strength before grabbing his left hand to keep him from doing anything. Naruto's feet became trapped within the sand from down to his knees, keeping him immobile. Naruto looked down at the sand, it was sticky. It was impressive that it could hold down his wind armor. His senses went off when he felt a chakra spike from his right side. He quickly looked to the side while his blade was still in the flesh of the Anbu he'd pierced. Anbu 4 was going through hand seals. He slammed both his hands down the ground. Lightning pillars. Pillars of lightning formed around Naruto and the Anbu 1. Lightning currents then joined together, creating a square prison of lightning. Naruto was trapped within the prison, his second prison since the battle started. But this time he wasn't alone, and his movements were sealed. Rudanbu 2 then appeared above the prison, going through hand seals. Sutin, water gun. The man spat out a stream of water that moved towards the lightning prison. Water plus lightning didn't actually mix together. The likely outcome was pain to Naruto. Seeing the water coming towards him, Naruto slammed the man holding his left hand down the quicksand. The blade then went further through the man, eliciting a shriek from the man. It was still a surprise to Naruto that the man was still conscious. More lightning came forth from the blade, eliciting a terrifying scream from the Anbu. It only lasted a second as everything went black in his world due to extreme pain. Another second passed and the lightning prison disappeared from existence. The only thing that hit Naruto was the water gun. However, the water gun was repelled from Naruto, towards the root Anbu. The Anbu quickly made a gateway to avoid the jutsu. The root Anbu 1 was still out cold beside Naruto. That was 2 down and 3 more to go. Naruto placed his blade on its sheath on his back. He took a single step forward, but suddenly came to a halt when his body suddenly froze. He held out his right as he felt a bit worn out. Circulating the wind chakra throughout my body, while keeping a thin layer of pure wind, takes much more effort, concentration and a lot of my stamina. He thought mildly. I really don't have much time left. A clone puffed into existence beside Naruto. The clone leapt into the air before taking out a 3-pronged kunai. The clone then spun around in the air. While he spun, kunai were flung in all directions in numbers. In this formation, none of the kunais could be deflected and they couldn't predict where he would appear. 3 more clones appeared beside him and began to flash around the kunais that were still flying in the air. All 3 remaining Anbu hit the ground after the clones started to flash around the area. Each of the clones had successfully teleported right into the path of the men before hitting them with the Rasengan. They weren't killed, just put out of commission. The clones hadn't wasted much time with the remaining 3 Anbu. Given the unpredictability of their movements, it was easy for them to get to the Anbu. Naruto turned his sights towards Danzo. Now then. He didn't finish speaking. In a movement of unbelievable speed that shocked even Danzo, Naruto disappeared from view and appeared in front of Danzo. Not even Sasuke was capable of following those movements with his mature Sharingan. The 2 guards of Danzo were able to act on instincts. They appeared between Naruto and Danzo. However, Naruto had his secondary blade out on his right hand already. The blade was moving straight towards Danzo's abdomen. Fu, who was faster to react, had his right hand slightly outstretched, holding a kunai on the left side of Danzo. The kunai was used to block a slash that could have pierced through Danzo's gut. Danzo narrowed his eyes dangerously at Naruto. That was just dangerous. The blonde had moved in a speed he'd never seen before. Despite having the Sharingan to predict the future, he couldn't see anything, and even if he'd predicated the movement, he wouldn't have reacted in time to defend himself. It was even a miracle that Fu acted quickly. Before the Danzo or his other bodyguard could do anything, something caught their attention. The kunai that had blocked Naruto's secondary blade strike broke into 2 pieces. Naruto had coated the blade with wind chakra to sharpen it and had put a considerable amount of force behind the strike. But wasn't all. Naruto uttered 3 words, wind blade extension. The words left his lips smoothly. The basis of the jutsu was simple. What Naruto had done was extend the blade with pure wind from the tip. Given that the blade was already glaring at Danzo's gut, the close proximity made it dangerous. Danzo widened his eyes when he saw the blade extend with his Sharingan. He quickly leapt backwards to avoid the blade piercing through his gut. If that happened, it would do much damage to him. The Ni bodyguards followed their master a distance away from Naruto. "You bastard!" Ino growled when he saw blood dripping from Naruto's blade. No doubt the blood belonged to his master. Unforgivable. His eyes traced back to Danzo. Just above his left hip, his clothing was cut and a nasty gash was clearly visible. Danzo looked at Naruto with a slight glare. If he hadn't moved faster, the blow would have been fatal, and it wouldn't be good for his health, especially when he had his trump card sealed. Naruto sighed, flicking his blade to draw away from the blood. "I was hoping that surprise would be enough to do a fatal wound," he said rather calmly. "I will not forget about this," Danzo suddenly said, looking straight at Naruto. He could reveal his trump card now and force things to work his way. However, he wished not to reveal his trump card at this time and certainly not at this place. Naruto was still a factor that he still needed, the QB inside of him to be precise. But just because he was willing to let this slide and deal with other matters didn't mean that he would forget about it. No, not in this world. He just had other matters to deal with, rather handle 2 misbehaving children. Continuing, Danzo spoke again. "For now, I must retreat. There is already enough evidence of my presence around here. I must leave now to deal with other matters. I will, however, pay both of you for this." The War Hawk turned around to leave. His guards still faced Naruto. "Do you think I'll allow you to escape?" Naruto asked quietly. The question was definitely rhetorical. He wasn't going to allow the War Hawk to escape without doing what he wished to do. He had to apprehend the War Hawk before taking him back to Konoha to face judgment. Sasuke then chose to remind everyone that he was still around. The Uchiha flashed between the two parties, his back facing Danzo's group. "You can leave, Danzo," the Uchiha said. "Do not misunderstand my intentions, nevertheless. Naruto appears to be worth my time more than dealing with you. I know I'll deal with you soon. Naruto, however, has shown me something interesting and I hate admitting it, but if I don't take my chance now, things may not work well for me." Danzo didn't say anything in response, his Anbu guards merely followed him as he took his leave. He would eventually find out what happened after he left. Though he was slightly interested in how things would fare out after what he'd witnessed from Naruto, he had to leave this place. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who seemed ready to follow Danzo to cut off his escape. The Uchiha held out his right hand, the familiar sound of chirping birds rang within the clearing. Sasuke dashed towards Naruto with the Chidori on his right hand. Naruto merely stood still, a frown firmly painted across his face. As soon as Sasuke reached him from the front, his right hand moved. The Uchiha had his Chidori ready to pierce him through the chest like he did last time. Naruto caught Sasuke's right hand on the wrist, like Itachi did a few years ago. The grip on the Uchiha's wrist was tight, and cut off the flow of chakra, dispelling his jutsu. Naruto looked at Sasuke rather coldly. He wasn't afraid to stare at the Sharingan, he had countermeasures already set. He'd worked with the Mangekyo Sharingan long enough to know a few tricks to avoid being caught in its genjutsu. "Do you think that this technique will get me again? You pierced me twice with it, and nearly killed me. I've seen it more than once, to know more than a single way to counter it. If you need to get me, you'll need something, little Sasu." Sasuke glared while trying to force his right hand off Naruto's grip, but the blonde wouldn't allow him to go. The Uchiha forced a smirk on his face. "You still remember that? I was beginning to think that you've forgotten about it since you don't talk about it." Naruto didn't want to play Sasuke's games, he was running out of time here. "Last time we fought, I beat you, Sasuke. What do you think will change things this time?" "That was last time, how about we fight and see who can win?" He relished the opportunity to beat up the blonde, and forced the same embarrassment he dealt to him. He'd trained hard enough with and without Danzo to believe that he could take out anyone who faced him. Naruto shook his head, still holding Sasuke's hand firmly. "I don't have time for this. I need to get to Danzo before he vanishes." Yes, things would only be worse if he allowed the War Hawk to reach Konoha. Danzo wouldn't report this to Tsunade, though. No, he would keep it to himself. However, dealing with him next time will be rather difficult since the man will be more prepared. Allowing the man to reach Konoha without being bind meant that he was going to continue doing what he was planning, and that was what Naruto had come here to stop. If Danzo went back to Konoha safely, it would mean that he failed and he would be forced to take other measures to stop what Danzo was planning from happening. "You have to get past." Sasuke wasn't allowed to finish speaking. Naruto yanked the Uchiha closer to him. The distance between them was cut down to mere inches. Naruto's right knee crashed onto Sasuke's gut with unbelievable force. The one knee was enough to make Sasuke cough out things from his mouth. The pain was just unbelievable to Sasuke, it felt like his insides had been forcefully turned upside down. The Uchiha fell to the ground on his knees clutching his gut. "You may have grown a little, Sasuke, but you're still a child," Naruto said before walking away from the raven head. "I'm not saying that you're weak, you are strong, but..." The blonde didn't say anything. A few clones puffed into existence, Naruto disappeared before they did. The clones followed suit with the root ambus. Sasuke was left alone, looking miserable. He was definitely seething in anger over what had just happened. It felt like Naruto had just slapped his pride in front of many eyes before kicking it into a trash bin. Sasuke never felt so furious than this. He'd failed to redeem himself. "Well, that was embarrassing," a voice suddenly said behind Sasuke. The Uchiha quickly turned around to face the man who'd spoken behind him. Sasuke glared. "What do you want?" he demanded in a low growl. He'd seen this man before, and he would never forget him. He'd once seen him at Danzo's hideout. This man didn't make him feel good at all, he always carried a dark aura around him. The aura always made his skin crawl. Even though Danzo was a dark bastard, he was nothing compared to this man. Sasuke's question was ignored. "Your pride is wounded. Why don't we follow Danzo and relieve some stress off him? I know where he is." "Hasn't Naruto gone after him?" Naruto could have only left in a hurry to follow the War Hawk. Sasuke understood that if the blonde allowed the man to reach Konoha, things wouldn't be easy for him after what had recently occurred. "He has, but he won't find him, which is why I want us to go after him. He will be good to healing your wounded pride," the man responded calmly, knowing that Sasuke wasn't going to refuse the offer. He knew that the Uchiha was beyond furious at the embarrassment he'd just suffered, and he would take anything to reaffirm his superiority. Fine then, show me the way. Do not misunderstand me though, I'm only going with you to settle things with Danzo. After that, I want nothing to do with you, Sasuke stated, standing on both his feet. Chapter 23. Emotions. Naruto sped through the forest of the Fire Country, rushing towards the location she had told him Danzo was battling with Sasuke and Juubi. He'd looked for the War Hawk around the forest but couldn't find him anywhere, and so he decided to return to Konoha and just wait for him at his route bases. But before he could get to Konoha, she had informed him that he'd found the route commander's location. Allowing Danzo to return to Konoha and continue to plan what he was planning would be a failure on his part. Naruto couldn't allow something like that to happen. It was why he'd decided that he would kill or capture Danzo no matter what, even if it meant going into his hideout to do it. Whether he would be forced to use the Kyuubi's chakra or not, he would do the deed. The War Hawk was corrupt and needed to be brought to justice. Of course, killing him wasn't his only option. No, he had to be brought before the leaders of Konoha with the evidence of his actions, and then he would be faced with the judgment he so deserved. Killing the old War Hawk would only be a choice if capturing him seemed futile. Naruto increased his speed as he sensed chakra usage not far away from him. He wasn't using the trees to travel, he was using the ground, and only dust was left when he passed through between the trees. If anyone was watching, they couldn't even see that it was he who had passed. The speed he was using was just too fast for any eye to track, dojutsu or not. The terrain he'd come to view was a small clearing, trees burned on the sides, showing that fire jutsus had been used. The ground didn't show much damage, except for a few craters that were made by a human who'd hit the ground. There were also trees cut down, evidently cut by wind jutsu. On the right side of Naruto, the burned bodies of Danzo's personal guards were lying down on the ground, dead. One couldn't even identify them without having made contact with them first. They seemed to have been burned by something deadly and very hot. The corpses were nothing but burn marks all over. Straight ahead, Naruto saw a man he'd come to see as a real enemy, Juubi. He was with Sasuke, and between them was Danzo. Sasuke looked beat up, and his clothes were torn up, cuts over his upper body since he was no longer wearing a shirt. The War Hawk was in a rather pathetic condition. His face was all swelled up and bloody. His usually bandaged left hand was exposed, revealing the experiments it had gone through. Shisui's eye was also exposed. Sasuke was holding Danzo's right arm while Juubi held the left hand. The Uchiha took notice of his presence and smirked at him. His blade was on his right hand, even Juubi was holding a blade with his right hand. Both looked at him for a moment before cleaving through Danzo's arms, cutting them from the shoulders. Blood gushed out of the shoulders in a merry without even looking back. The War Hawk fell down on the ground on both his knees, his hands were thrown right at his sides by his opponents. Sasuke turned to him. "How nice of you to join us, Naruto," the Uchiha stated. "I'm not yet satisfied, what do you say for a rematch?" The blade on the Uchiha's right hand was playing joyfully in anticipation. The fact that he was worn out and already had spent too much chakra on Danzo didn't seem to concern him. "Fighting you in that condition wouldn't be fair," Naruto stated, walking towards the enemy. "However, if you insist, I will have no problems in beating you up. I also have a score to settle with." The blonde was cut off when Juubi spoke. "Sasuke, get away from Danzo. If Danzo was going to be killed, then he could at least take these children with him." Though he didn't like dying as he had much to do in this world, it was a reality. He'd used all his Sharingan eyes, and his body couldn't take it anymore. Even if they left him be, he would eventually die, since that brat Sasuke had used him as a punching bag after Juubi had gotten rid of most of the eyes on his right hand to make things fair. He had been infuriated that such a thing would happen to him, he, Danzo, the commander of Root, the one who held the darkness of Konoha. The boy couldn't have done the deed alone, not without the weapon intervening. He'd not thought that the weapon would also turn on him on this stage. Not after the good plans they'd made for Konoha and the world. Curse that Orochimaru. He was probably laughing if he was watching this. Marks began to spread across Danzo's body as the War Hawk activated a seal that would destroy all secrets on his body and everything close to him. As soon as his heart gave out, an explosion would set off. Sasuke and Juubi made their distance from the War Hawk to avoid being caught in the explosion. However, Naruto ran in a blur towards the War Hawk. He couldn't allow Shisui's eye to disappear within the explosion, not when Itachi had already given him the other he had in his possession. It would be such a waste to allow Danzo to destroy it. In a matter of less than a second, Naruto was right in front of Danzo in a crouched down position to meet with Danzo's level. The Regine pierced through the Warhawk's chest, sending a bit of lightning shock throughout his body. The shock wasn't meant to kill him, no, it was done to give the heart some life, even if it was for a second. Naruto pulled his blade from Danzo's chest before swinging it in an insane speed. He cut through Danzo's neck, separating the head from the shoulders. Just then, the explosion set off and a black cloud covered the area around Danzo. A second later, Naruto jumped out of the black cloud with Danzo's head on his hands. He didn't wait for the explosion to end to seal Danzo's head away. He didn't want anyone getting their heads on it, as it would be catastrophic if he allowed something like that to happen. After everything died down, a large crater was formed by Danzo's suicide explosion, and the remains of his body were in the middle. "Ho? I didn't think you would be able to save it," Juubi said, turning his attention to Naruto. "Now that you have, what should I do about it?" Of course he had no use for the eye, he was only interested in Sasuke and ensuring that a useless goat like Danzo was eliminated. But it was still fun seeing Naruto try to figure out what he may want to do with the eye. Even if the blonde goes away with it, he will always keep it safe because of his perceived interest. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man. Sasuke wouldn't be a problem since he was evidently tired. Using the wind cloak was also costing him chakra. However, running at fast speeds while coming here had brought a resistance of wind that he used. It was just like a wind that was flowing, even though he was the one disrupting it. He was able to capitalize on it, hence he still had his cloak even now. Even if it does disperse, he could still call upon nature's chakra or the Kyuubi's chakra. Juubi started to take slow movements towards Naruto before he just vanished out of sight. Naruto stood still and narrowed his eyes on his right. Juubi appeared in the side, and seemed happy that Naruto had tracked his movements with ease. "What are you doing with Sasuke? And what really is your plan?" Naruto asked, keeping calm, despite the fact that he could sense Sasuke sneaking in from behind. "He is much more of an ally than Danzo. I can easily mold him into my liking, but I couldn't do that with Danzo. I don't have a use for tools I can't manipulate. It is quite easy to get Sasuke-kun to do what I want. All I have to do is bring up his beloved brother and perhaps even reveal a little secret I learned from Danzo," Juubi stated so simply, like he hadn't hinted exposing one of the biggest hidden secrets in Konoha. Naruto's look turned a bit stern. There could only be one secret, and he didn't like the sound of what this man was saying. "What are you really planning?" "I don't know." He really looked like he didn't know. Naruto traced the movements of that man's eyes, despite them being pure black. "Stop, Sasuke," he said rather calmly. "You'll only be beaten up and sent back to Konoha, again, if you engage in a fight." With those words leaving his mouth, Juubi flashed behind the Uchiha as he knew he wasn't going to listen to his words. A quick chop on the back of Sasuke's head, and the Uchiha started falling. Juubi caught him before flipping him onto his right shoulder. "See you soon, Naruto-kun, and next time, we will have a fair battle. I promise you." With that said, Juubi disappeared in a flash of black along with Sasuke. Naruto stood still as though waiting for someone. His senses had picked up a strong chakra signature, and he could guess who the person was. Juubi must have also sensed this presence. Perhaps this is the reason he left quickly without an attempt to fight him. That man always liked to do something to him, but this time he didn't. "Orochimaru," Naruto said, turning to face the snake Sannin. Kabuto was close by the Sannin on his right side. "What do you want?" He couldn't think of fighting someone of Orochimaru's caliber given his current condition. He didn't even have to forget that Kabuto was also with the man. Trying to pick a fight now was just flat-out suicide. Orochimaru grinned slightly, looking straight at Naruto. "Hello, Naruto-kun." His grin widened a bit. "It is such a joy to see you again. How have you been over these past years?" Naruto merely remained quiet, not feeling the need to indulge the snake. "Well, I guess you've been fine. More than fine, if I should say, given your recent activities. I really do not have the time or the energy to play a guessing game with you, Orochimaru," Naruto stated in a rather cold tone. While he was curious of the intentions of the snake's presence here, he wasn't going to indulge him on his games. He really shouldn't even be speaking to this man, but there wasn't any harm done here, especially since he did not appear like he'd come here to fight. It would really be a problem if the snake Sannin had come with the thought of fighting him. Orochimaru merely chuckled in response, and folded his hands across his chest. "Well, given your recent actions towards Iwagakure, I imagine you can't afford to stay in the same place once. Anaki has ordered for your assassination after all." Though Naruto showed no reaction to this revelation, Orochimaru was certain his little slip was heard. "You've yet to return to Konoha also. I'm sure Tsunade will be furious with you." Naruto had no doubt that was bound to be the case. He would face it though. He'd made a choice, and he would have to face its consensuses. He wasn't exactly sure what would await him in Konoha when he does return, however, whatever that would greet him, he would bear it. Danzo is also dead, and you also have to deal with that. Not to mention the Ni, who will probably be crawling within the root bases, and I'm sure once they figure out who killed their master, they will be coming after you. Yes, time and energy is essential for you these days, Orochimaru concluded with a smirk. I'm no under illusions about that, Orochimaru. I imagine that if I'm not even careful with vermins like you crawling around, my existence will be cut short, Naruto stated. He had enemies that were out for his life, and he would need to be careful if he is to see his dream through. Well, he had allies to watch over his back, so that was good for him. I'd be surprised if you were under illusions, Orochimaru said. I have an offer for you. I'm not interested, Naruto was quick to say. It was naturally that he doesn't even think about it. Nothing good was going to come out with indulging the devil with whatever he'd planned. Orochimaru merely widened his smirk. But you don't even know what I want to offer you. Of course, the leader of Amegakure had expected such a response from the blonde. He was the devil in the eyes of many, and as such, Naruto saw him as an enemy. It doesn't matter, Naruto responded firmly. I'll not make a deal with you. Whatever you're going to offer me, it will require for me to pay something, and you an enemy, Orochimaru, I should be thinking of killing you. It would prove difficult though, the snake Sannin felt much more powerful than before. It made Naruto a little anxious, but he didn't show it as Orochimaru would no doubt try to make use of it. I was going to offer you my help with the perfect weapon, Juubi as he now calls himself. You see, I made him and I know everything about him. When you've made your choice, search for me, and then we will talk, Orochimaru stated with a wide grin planted across his face. What makes you think that I'll come to you for help, Orochimaru? Orochimaru chuckled as turned around to leave with a silent Kabuto. Because I know you will. The snake Sannin then disappeared from Naruto's sight along with Kabuto. He held all the keys with Juubi, and if Naruto wanted to deal with him, he would have to come to him for answers. He didn't know Naruto's full potential, but he knew Juubi was a freak when it came to power. Naruto shook his head, he hadn't foreseen such a meeting. But it still wouldn't disturb his thoughts. Silently, Naruto went on to gather the evidence and the remains of Danzo's corpse before he too made his exit from the clearing. Hideout. Itachi's blurry vision fell upon Naruto, who was sitting on a chair beside his bed. Though he couldn't see it perfectly, Itachi was positive that the blonde was lost in his thoughts. Well, so much was happening around the elemental nations and the blonde was involved with many things. In the next days, when the UN conference does commence, things would only become trickier and Naruto would have much more to do. In his current state, Itachi couldn't do much for Naruto, he was going to die anytime soon. He couldn't fight his brother in a fair fight at this time. He'd not thought that it would come to this, but he'd also not thought that he would end up being Naruto-sensei. Although he didn't want Naruto to know that his sickness had become much more violent inside his body, the blonde was now aware of this fact. Such awareness was standing in the way of Naruto's potential. How could he fight when he, Itachi, was lying in bed with an incurable diseases, and blind eyes? How could he completely focus when the only person who'd given him more than anyone and something to live for was going to die soon? For someone like Naruto who was constantly assaulted with loneliness, keeping complete focus wasn't a possibility under such circumstances. Moreover, Naruto had never had anyone he cared for die before his eyes. Right now, the blonde was surely feeling helpless. Perhaps it was why he was even considering going to Tsunade to get him help. But Itachi had made up his mind, he wasn't going to go to Tsunade. Not by any chance, even if it would mean he could face his stupid brother. Itachi sighed inwardly, pondering what he was going to do next. The drugs were nullifying most of the pain, but he was still feeling it. At the same time, the drugs were destroying his body since he'd been using them recklessly over the past 2 years just so he could keep strong for Naruto's sake. However, his body couldn't take them anymore. His Jesus only found more strength to pull him towards death's door. Slowly, Itachi got up from the bed. It was close to a wall. He faced Naruto while leaning against the wall for support. He was disrupted by a violent cough that pierced through his chest with some unbearable pain. Itachi didn't know whether to press his hands against his chest or mouth to stop the blood that was on a free flow from his mouth. Shots of pain went through Naruto's heart without mercy. Rushing over to the man he saw as a brother and offer his help wasn't going to make him better. He couldn't even administer an antidote to make him better, neither could he apply any form of seal on him to make him live further with the disease still inside of him. He was useless right now, and Itachi was eventually going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. Even though he'd thought he would have to take Itachi at Tsunade for her to heal him, He couldn't do that. Itachi would never forgive him, and he was sure the god Hokage would watch him die. She was presumably furious with him over his recent actions and probably really emotional. If she were to see him with Itachi, she would probably tear the Uchiha apart, blaming him for his recent actions. Itachi also didn't want the truth to come out. Regardless of how much he tried convincing him that the truth would one day come out, Itachi wasn't giving up. The Uchiha massacre secret was something that Itachi didn't want to be revealed. Naruto stooped up from his chair and walked over to a small table, on the other side of the room. He fetched a cup of water and some pills before bringing up to the Uchiha. These pills cost a lot of money, and if it wasn't for the bounty Kisame was now collecting, he wouldn't be able to afford them for much longer. They didn't heal Itachi, they just prolonged his life for a few days. Itachi took the small cup of water and one pill from Naruto's palm. He swallowed the pill and gulped all the water in the cup before handing it to Naruto. He didn't take the rest of the pills. Silence reigned for a couple of minutes. "Were you in a battle?" Itachi asked. Since the main subject didn't want to be brought out yet, the Uchiha saw that it was best to start with other matters. Once they'd started talking, then it would come out. Naruto nodded. "I was in the Wind capital when Shin informed me of what Danzo had done. He had been manipulating the Fire Lord with Shisui's eye, and had now gained complete control over him. It was only a matter of time before he ordered the Fire Lord to relieve Tsunade of her duties as Hokage and get himself elected. This cause of action would make the transition smooth, in Danzo's sense that is. When I heard of this, I had Shin give him the location of the cripple, and I went after him." Naruto explained, keeping his gaze at the bed rather than at Itachi. It didn't come off as a surprise that Danzo would plan for something like that and would go that far to get the seat of Hokage, a seat he'd desired since the Nidaime Hokage was still alive. To anyone who'd worked with Danzo, it was no secret that the War Hawk wanted to become Hokage. He'd even go as far as trying to assassinate the Sandaime to get it. Having the Fire Lord remove Tsunade from her position means that he wouldn't have to kill some of the strong shinobi who would be of use to him. Itachi assumed that if he just killed Tsunade, then he wouldn't become Hokage without having control over the Fire Lord. A rebellion would surely break and Konoha would be plunged into a civil war if Tsunade was suddenly killed. A civil war would weaken Konoha and leave Konoha open to attacks, and such an end wasn't something Danzo wanted. The current Hokage was also not someone easy to kill. If Danzo failed to kill Tsunade, then she would find out of his plans. Such a discovery would make things hard for the cripple, as he would be charged with treason, and death by public execution was the only punishment he was going to get. "I'd thought he would do something like that eventually since he took Shisui's eye." Itachi paused for a moment to gather his energy. Even just sitting up like this and talking normally was energy consuming. Still, he didn't allow the cracks to appear. "I hope you handled it." Naruto shook his head. Itachi's brow furrowed in question to the response by Naruto, but the blonde didn't seem to catch it, so he opened his mouth. "What happened? I don't want to believe that you couldn't handle Danzo. He might be strong, but I know you were able to fight in the same level as Kazekage." "I wasn't able to fight at my fullest potential," Naruto said. "However, Danzo was eventually killed by Sasuke and Juubi. I managed to save Shisui's eye before he destroyed his own body though." Itachi was silent for a few moments. The new piece of information was puzzling and serious enough to worry him to death. "What do you mean Sasuke and Juubi killed Danzo?" "Before I fought some of Danzo's henchmen, Danzo had ordered Sasuke to fight me, but he refused, saying he wanted him, Danzo, to be killed since he was no longer a use to him. After I dealt with the henchmen, Danzo escaped and Sasuke stood in my way. I didn't fight him, but the seconds I wasted were enough for Danzo to escape my senses. I didn't find him until Sasuke and Juubi had ripped both of his hands from his body." Itachi became silent again, watching Naruto carefully. "Is Sasuke working with Juubi?" Naruto shook his head. "No, not now at least. But soon, they will be working together, especially since Juubi knows the truth and will most likely tell Sasuke. He can manipulate Sasuke using this information. However, I don't know about having complete obedience from him. It would need Shisui's eye for something like that. Despite whatever that Sasuke might involve himself with, even if it was something catastrophic, Itachi would always love him. Naruto could never replace Sasuke, nor even compare to the young Uchiha. Even though Itachi was worried for his brother, he wouldn't show it to anyone. Since Naruto already knew that Itachi loved his little brother, he didn't need to ask if he was concerned or not. If it was up to Itachi, the Uchiha would rather have him and Sasuke become friends and try to form this peaceful shinobi world he desires, but it wasn't about to happen. Not given Sasuke's attitude and his tendency to involve himself with dangerous people. What is my foolish brother planning to do now? Itachi mused loudly before shaking his head slightly. Can we assume that he has defected from Konoha? That looks like it, but since no one but me knows what actually happened, he may just return to the village. However, since he has no attachments, I doubt he will return. He is mostly like to be branded a missing nin. Naruto explained. It would change a lot of things in Konoha if Sasuke does end up becoming a missing nin. We can conclude that he will be told the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. If that becomes the case, he is most likely to resent Konoha. Itachi said, managing to put some strength in his tone. You know what to do if that happens. In my current state, I can't do anything, and if Sasuke sees me like this, he is most likely going to hate you even more as he will blame you. He already knows of my connection with you. I believe when he attempted to attack me, he wanted to get that piece of information from my head using the Sharingan. I'd already made it obvious that I would not need a blackmail, Naruto stated calmly. I know that he will hate me even if he doesn't see you. If you, before Juubi finds us, he will seek nothing more than to destroy me. But I trust you'll handle things. Naruto nodded, and spoke. I will have to seek out the Fire Lord to undo the damage Danzo did. How do you hope to correct things? I have both eyes of Shisui in my possession. Naruto raised his right hand above his head. Not more than a minute passed and a crow flew onto his hand. He then brought it close to his eyes. Both the eyes of the crow were Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. I should be able to undo the genjutsu without the need to kill him. If it weren't for these eyes, there was no way he could rewrite Koto Amatsukami within the Fire Lord's mind. These eyes would prove useful in situations like these. There was no mind-controlling genjutsu they couldn't undo. The genjutsu on the Fire Lord was cast by one of these eyes, but undoing it wouldn't be a bother. Without the eyes, the only choice was to make the Fire Lord disappear, as he would still follow his programming even when Danzo is dead. Well, will you look at that, the problem didn't die with Danzo. Itachi nodded to Naruto's response. He found it to be acceptable. I'm glad you were able to retrieve the remaining eye. Now, you just have to ensure that they do not fall into the wrong hands, the Uchiha said rather seriously. What else happened? Orochimaru appeared. Naruto responded mildly. He said something about Juubi, and knows more about him than anyone. He offered his help, but it comes with a price. Naruto sighed, and looked at the crow that was silent on his hand. He placed it on his right shoulder, gently as he did. Naturally, I turned him down. Itachi was surprised that Orochimaru would offer his help to Naruto, but he wasn't surprised to know that the snake Sannin had some connections with Juubi. This of course makes things a bit trickier. If Orochimaru has begun to make his move, you'll have to learn to control your other power if you're going to stand against your enemies and protect what is precious to you. Naruto nodded. I'll head to Amegakure after the UN conference. I'm sure I can work something with the Raikage. If he doesn't help, I'll have to do it another way. Silence settled again before Naruto spoke. Itachi, Naruto's tone was rather soft. Are you sure this is all right? A sad smile plastered across Itachi's face. I've lived enough, Naruto. Though I've yet to fully pay for my actions in the past, my time has come. Everyone eventually dies in this world, and that makes us humans. If we cannot accept death, then we will live in fear for the rest of our lives. Worst case scenario, we will seek immortality to rid of our mortality. I've told you before, you can't protect everyone, and you can't solve everything. You can't do anything to save me, it isn't within your power to do so. However, you must adapt to that. I couldn't protect Sasuke and Konoha at the same time, but I learned to live with my choice. Accept this, and you'll grow up. Loved ones will die along the way, but we can't give up, nor can we blame ourselves for not being able to save them. We just have to accept, and move on, carrying our dreams along with us. Death is part of the human cycle. Many die without seeing through their dreams, but they always pass on that dream to someone else. My dream was never to bring peace to the world, but it has always been to protect Konoha. Bringing peace is your dream, and your desire to protect Konoha isn't strong as mine, but I hope that you never abandon Konoha. Naruto, life has a beginning and end. However, if you want to die happily, make your life worth living. Even if I die any from now on, I know that you will protect Konoha, you will look after my little brother. I believe you will use Shisui's eyes for the best, and perhaps if your own power isn't enough, you can always use my power to protect what is important to both of us. For these reasons, it is okay. Silence reigned again, and Naruto stood up. The crow on his shoulder didn't leave. I'm going to see other matters. His tone was really sad. We'll talk more when I return later. Don't be sleeping, I'll make your favorite dish. Naruto managed to smile before walking out of the room. Once he left the room, he found Kisame leaning against the wall within the passage, hands folded across his chest. "Well, that was touching," Kisame said. "I've never sensed so many emotions in Itachi's tone like that before." Naruto didn't comment on those words. "Would it be okay if you stayed around here for the time being?" Kisame nodded. "Thank you." Kana Hagakure no Sato. Tsunade's office. Tsunade never thought that the sight of Naruto in her office would make her blood so much that she would want more than to tear him apart. She loved him, but the urge to hurt him was so strong she couldn't stop herself even if she wanted to. As soon as Naruto appeared in her office, she didn't wait to ask anything or study his expression. Anger just exploded within her. What he'd done was giving her way more trouble than she could handle without him. Naruto, begging for mercy in the presence of Aniki. The cruel thing was that even if he did beg for mercy, Aniki wouldn't give it. He would just cut him down painfully while savoring each cut. The situation Naruto had brought was nothing short of stupidity and just plain outright dangerous. The god Hokage had never thought that she would have to deal with such things from Naruto. Perhaps if it was someone brainless as Sasuke, then she would have expected such a thing. But it was Naruto, the person she'd chosen to be a representative of Konoha within other villages, her successor. She'd elected him to sell the brand that was Konoha. But now he'd disappointed her. This only made her even more curious as to what Naruto might have been doing during the 3 years he was supposed to be training with Jiraiya. Somehow, Tsunade found herself putting some blame in Naruto's actions on the Toad Sage. She told herself that if Jiraiya had been clever, and ensured that Naruto didn't go away, none of this would have happened. She believed that whatever forced him to change was something he encountered during his 3 years away from Konoha. With Naruto appearing in her office in a flash of yellow, Tsunade furiously lunged at him with her right fist glowing with chakra. In mere seconds, the blonde Hokage had jumped her desk and was right in front of Naruto. There was no surprise or shock evident on Naruto's face when the slug princess blurred into his front. Tsunade's right fist brutally crashed into Naruto's chest with such alarming speed and power that the blonde was sent tumbling away towards the other wall behind him like bullet. Naruto didn't do so much as flinch as Tsunade's fist shattered some of the bones forming his ribcage. With a few broken things inside, blood freely flowed out of his mouth. Tsunade flashed right behind Naruto and caught him with his shoulders. She twisted him around so that he could face her. Despite the blood leaking out of his mouth, and pain he was feeling, as well as Tsunade's demonic glare gazing down on him, Naruto's mask didn't slip. It was a mask of sadness that Tsunade had yet to define. The blonde Hokage was even more furious because he didn't even try to dodge her punch, nor was he displaying anything she wanted from him. Her left hand grabbed his neck tightly and she lifted him into the air, strangling him, yet Naruto made no sound. Tsunade's frustrations grew to a peak at the action, lack of rather. She slammed her right fist straight at Naruto's chest, again. She was rewarded by sending Naruto crashing towards the wall behind her desk, and out of her office in a blur. Another broken wall in Tsunade's office, and the people weren't even alarmed when Naruto crashed outside the Hokage tower, bleeding rather heavily. One could say it was cold-hearted to just walk past by someone who was lying on the ground with death seemingly dancing at his door, but this was Lady Tsunade's doing. As such, people just walked away like they didn't see anything. To try to involve yourself in such matters was only calling for trouble. Tsunade certainly had no trouble in destroying anyone who disturbed her when she was letting out of her righteous fury. When such things occurred, regardless of who was at the receiving end of it, people avoided using the street and those who were within it quickly made haste away from it. This is why after a minute, the street of bleeding and broken Naruto was lying. It was left empty. The remaining Senju then flashed right next to Naruto. She shook her head when she caught the fact that the street was deadly silent and empty. Almost like even if there were small markets in operation, their owners had hid their stock and dug themselves down the ground to avoid her wrath. Tsunade looked down at Naruto. She was alarmed when she saw the crimson chakra covering his entire chest in a bubbling formation. This could only mean the Kyuubi's chakra and her senses weren't off. The god quickly called her Anbu to surround Naruto to restrain him if there should be the need. 5 Anbus stood by Naruto's sides watching the chakra play around his chest. After a minute passed, Tsunade realized that Naruto wasn't losing control. Losing control would unleash the power of the Kyuubi upon this village, and the events that occurred years ago weren't something Tsunade was willing to witness. She wasn't here when the Kyuubi attacked, but she didn't want to see it happen. The stories she heard were crippling enough. The 5th Hokage looked at Naruto carefully. Despite a shattered ribcage, and some unbearable pain Tsunade was sure he'd experienced, he was still conscious. What alarmed Tsunade the most was the sad look on Naruto's eyes. "Hokage-sama, I think it is just healing him," one of the Anbu said after he'd studied what was going on. If Naruto was losing control, then the Kyuubi's chakra would be having much more malice that would be felt all over the village. But there was only a small dose of it, and the look on Naruto's face wasn't of a man who'd lost control. No, it was the look of a sad man. Tsunade nodded, having made that conclusion herself. Get me Jiraiya, and bring him to the hospital, Tsunade ordered. She was sure that the Sannin was aware of what was going on. She'd smacked him when she'd read Naruto's letter and when Aniki sent her a letter. She'd sort of blamed him for everything and had put him in the hospital because of it, twice. Hi, Hokage-sama, the Anbu saluted before they all vanished, leaving Tsunade alone in an empty street with Naruto. She kneeled down at his side and tried to touch him, but for the first time since returning, Naruto spoke to her. Don't, unless you wish to be burned, then you're welcome to touch me. The Kyuubi's chakra is quite poisonous and lethal to anyone who isn't me or a Jinchuriki. Tsunade was taken aback by the sadness in his tone. Despite speaking so calmly, considering his condition, his tone was still sad. She'd never even seen the sad look on his eyes like that. How am I supposed to get you to the hospital then? Naruto didn't respond, he remained quite much to Tsunade's annoyance. Another minute passed and the chakra around Naruto dispersed. His bleeding stopped, but he still didn't get up. Despite the chakra performing its magic, he wasn't fully healed, and he was still feeling some pain. I don't particularly like the hospital and would rather rest at my house than in one of those cold beds. You don't really have a choice in the matter, Tsunade said sternly. Her right hand found its way on Naruto's chest and both disappeared in a heap of green leaves. Hospital. After stitching up Naruto and ensuring that there was no grave damage on any of his internal organs, Tsunade released a breath of relief knowing that he was okay. She still covered his whole chest with a bandage as it was a procedure to be followed after sustaining injuries. Tsunade sat beside Naruto's side, the left side of the bed, and looked at him carefully. He wasn't looking directly at her, his gaze was elsewhere. I recommend that you don't do anything straining for the next week or so, she said. Why didn't you dodge? I could have seriously hurt you. Do you have a death wish or something? Her tone was now reaching the outside of the little room. Tsunade still remembered the day he returned quite well. That day she'd lunged at him just like today, but he didn't allow her to him. He'd blocked and dodged her punch saying something about it. She'd expected him to do the same even today, but he didn't do anything. The look on his face almost seemed like he really wanted her to hit him. That the fifth couldn't understand. I may have one, Naruto responded quite casually. Besides, I have people after my head, so many people already wish for my death. I think it is better to die on your own terms than on someone's terms. That was just disturbing, to Tsunade that is. She couldn't even tell if he was joking or not, and the sad tone didn't even make her feel good at all. While it was indeed true that there was a bounty for his head, she didn't think he would say it so lightly. Are you okay, Naruto? Tsunade felt obliged to question before getting to serious matters. Yes, Naruto replied calmly. Tsunade nodded. While she was still sorting her thoughts, her former teammate appeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya settled at the window, looking outside rather than the people inside. What were you thinking, Naruto? Do you know what you've done? Our relationship Iwagakure has reached a new low and I don't think I can protect you from this mess that you've created. Tsunade's tone was deathly stern and her gaze was rather cold. Silence settled. Aren't you going to answer me, Naruto? Impatience was the subject in the Godime's tone. She was even close to shaking him so she could get him to respond. She wasn't going to allow him to get off the hook without giving her straight answers. Last time she'd let things slide because there was no harm done. Tsunade was willing to confine him in Anbu cells if he wasn't going to talk. She was really tired of his attitude. She was going to make him understand that he was her subordinate and she was his master. He wasn't supposed to do whatever he pleased, he was supposed to do what she ordered him to do. Jiraiya turned his gaze on to Naruto, and shook his head. He'd not thought that Naruto would do something so reckless that would put Konoha in danger. It was even more troubling since the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage was involved in the incident. This whole mess was just one big problem the Sannin thought he wouldn't have to face. To make things worse, Aniki was demanding compensation for Naruto's actions or he would take the incident as a symbol of a war. While I'm happy that you were protecting Conan's village, I still think she would have handled it herself, and it was just stupid for you to engage them. You really shouldn't have done it, Naruto, Jiraiya added, shaking his head. Why, Naruto? Tsunade demanded again. Naruto still didn't look at either of the Sannins, his gaze went up to the toneless ceiling. Because I chose to and felt that it was right for me to do it. I do not doubt that Conan could have handled it, but I chose to do it. What for? What good would come of something so dangerous and reckless? Has the QB started to influence your actions that you'd choose to slaughter hundreds of men just for the sake of it? Tsunade shouted. She really couldn't believe that in his right mind, Naruto could have done something like that. There had to be something influencing him. She'd even have Inoki evaluate him if he wasn't saying anything concrete. Naruto's eyes fixed at Tsunade for a second before he looked back at the ceiling. Is it really hard for you to believe that I made a choice? Does it sound too unbelievable that you'd think that the vile Baiju in me is the cause of all these? There was no doubt that the beast in him was malicious. However, not everything that went wrong was caused by the Baiju. Humans had their own minds and were vile creatures that were even despicable to the Baijuas they called demons. When things went bad, Baijuas were blamed. Humans never find fault in themselves. It was no wonder Baijuas loathe humans. What do you expect me to think? It isn't like you to do something like that. She didn't deny any of it. Naruto shook his head sadly. The QB doesn't influence anything I do. The choice to face those people was mine, and I don't believe there is any reason I can give you that will make you understand. Why don't you try us, Naruto? Jiraiya said sternly. What could have been sufficient for you to risk Konoha's safety like that? Isn't it every shinobi's, of Konoha, duty to think what is best for this village? Naruto pointed at his forehead. There was no forehead protector to tell he was a shinobi of Konoha. Both senins were quick to understand. What are you saying, Naruto? Tsunade demanded in a low growl. I gave up my forehead protector because not everything I do would be for Konoha. I do not go around wishing only what is best for this village. When I made my choice to face those shinobi, I wasn't thinking of Konoha. The world doesn't evolve around Konoha, and my dream is more than this village. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya were baffled by his response. Do you not care for this village, Naruto? I thought you wanted to become Hokage? Tsunade's tone was down. I care for Konoha, perhaps not as much as both of you. I've only suffered torment in this village, and despite everything, I've yet to be fully accepted by the villagers. Jiraiya cut off Naruto before he could finish. You just have to prove to them that you're a good person, not the monster they thought you were. If you make a little effort to show them your goodness, everyone will smile at you, the Toad Sage argued. Jiraiya, these people have yet to recognize that what they have done to me was wrong. What you're saying is no different than telling me to apologize while I've not done any wrong. These people were wrong to what they did, and I was right saying I wasn't a monster. Naruto paused for a moment before continuing. It would take me saving this village from complete destruction for them to call me hero. Quite honestly, I have seen just how evil some people are in this village. It wouldn't be the greatest thing to have this people call me a hero. Silence reigned again. You still haven't given me your reasons, Naruto. I need them before Danzo crawls out of his burrow to play his cards. Tsunade pressed to another matter. It wasn't the place to tell them that Danzo was dead, and telling them now would only complicate things further. I was thinking of Conan, my image and the UN. What would happen to Konoha because of my actions wasn't on my mind. Well, you could say that I was being selfish. That isn't the mindset of someone who is being prepared for being Hokage, and certainly not the attitude and choice Minato would have taken if he was in your position, Jiraiya muttered quietly. For the first since Jiraiya appeared in the room, Naruto looked at him. Must you always bring the Minato card? Jiraiya's body stiffened under the cold stare Naruto was giving him. I'm not Minato, and will never be like him. Saying such things makes me question a lot of things, Jiraiya. If you wanted me to become like your prize student, you should have taken your responsibilities as godfather seriously. Oh, I forget, you completely discarded them, Naruto stated rather strongly. Damn it, now I'm all worked up. That wasn't necessary, Naruto. Tsunade sent a chilling glare at the blonde Jinchuriki. Then stop comparing me to Minato. My father is dead and he died a hero to his beloved village. I'm not his replacement or anything. Naruto said, shaking his head. It really irritates me when you say stuff like, your father would be disappointed. If he didn't want to be disappointed, then he shouldn't have died and left me alone to face what I faced, or at least he should have chosen someone to take care of me. Saving the village was his priority, and he did leave your care to Jiraiya. Tsunade quickly realized that those weren't the wise words to say, especially since her former teammate abandoned Naruto. Well, anyway, the council has decided to remove you from your position. You are also suspended from doing any shinobi activities, and you're also forbidden from leaving the village until this matter is settled. Staying locked inside the village isn't something I can do, but I will happily leave my duties per your orders, Naruto responded calmly. It wasn't a request, Naruto. Staying in here is also for your own good. Have you already forgotten that there are people after your life? I've not forgotten, but I still won't be confined in the village. He had things to do. The UNA conference was only pushed further by 4 days given all that has been happening, and some members had said they wanted more time. He needed time to prepare. If you disobey, you'll be charged with insubordination and I might even have your chakra sealed, Tsunade threatened. Naruto was silent for a few moments. I'll risk it, and I'm truly sorry for it, but I can't do what you wish of me, Naruto stated apologetically. Don't even think about it, Naruto. Tsunade shouted. But Naruto didn't listen to her. He disappeared in a flash of yellow. Go after him, Jiraiya. The god I'm ordered. Calm down, Haim, the Toad Sage started calmly. He could have gone to Uzu, Kiri, or even the Snow Country. He could really be anywhere, and I can't find him just like that. Summon the Toads, they'll tell you where he is. Don't you understand the seriousness of this matter, Jiraiya? I understand, Jiraiya said with a nod. However, just like last time, they won't tell me. Not unless I trick Gamashiki, but doing something like that was a great sin, one he wasn't willing to commit. Wind capital. Finally, Miyuki had been able to get some people to help her out in managing the country, people she trusted. She wasn't thrilled about the idea of hiring people who she couldn't trust, and working with them would always bring much concern in her. But if she was working with people she trusted, she could count on them to do their job and never disappoint her. Then again, the people you trusted the most are most likely to be the ones to hurt you. The world was just cruel in that way. She'd give you friends to be happy with, and then she'd make them hurt you so much that you want nothing to be crush them or just make them disappear from your sight and never appear again. Perhaps fate was just one sadistic whore who got off in people's miseries. It wouldn't be much of a surprise if that were revealed to be true. There were so many people who suffered, and some were just innocent people who knew nothing. Miyuki had often heard that there was a saying in the shinobi world, amongst shinobi, there were no innocents. She didn't know how true that was, but amongst them civilians, there were truly honest people who didn't deserve what the world brought to their lives. But it was life. Miyuki shook her head, trying to dispel the thoughts that were mercilessly attacking her from all sides. She feared if she continued to think like this, that whore called fate would try to put on some misery upon her life, and she didn't want to deal with any of that. The Wind Lord stopped walking when she'd reached her sitting room. The first thing she saw was blonde hair, and she quickly recognized that it was Naruto. He was the only person with blonde hair who could break into her living quarters at this time of the day. He'd rushed off this morning saying that there were some things that he needed to handle. It was already evening now, so she guessed he'd solved everything already. Miyuki continued with her steps. She walked over to the couch and sat down next to him, on his right. Everything well handled, I presume, she said smiling. Naruto nodded. Yes, but more problems have piled up that it bothers me, he said. Well, things weren't exactly handled smoothly, but it was handled nonetheless. Danzo was no more, so there was no need to fear him doing anything since the problem disappeared along with his existence. Problems with Konoha had risen to such a level Naruto hadn't thought they would reach. It was very worrying and would become problematic if it wasn't handled smoothly. However, Naruto wasn't going to step into the village anytime soon. Well, he would have to go there to take some things from his house, but he wouldn't reveal his presence to anyone. You have been dealing with a lot lately, Miyuki said, looking in thought. Yes, if it was not sadness strapping him between her fat thighs, it was him trying to solve some matters that were troubling. A lot was truly piled onto his life, and Naruto didn't help himself by thinking of them too often. Naruto nodded, a bit sadly. I've also been putting some pressure on you, and it is quite inconsiderate of me. You also have your own problems, but I've been selfishly putting my burdens on your shoulders. As it seems, whenever he had problems, he always came here to seek some comfort from the woman. He couldn't deny that her presence was warm and comforting, and that he enjoyed it. But she also had a country to lead, she had her own problems to solve. It was always about him and his problems. Naruto didn't want for it to be like that anymore. It is quite all right, Naruto, Miyuki said calmly. The more I spend time with you, the more I realize that my problems are nothing compared to yours. Besides, you've had it rough for too long without anyone, so it is okay. Naruto shook his head. I will accept that everyone has problems, and others are way bigger than others. However, I cannot compare my problems to you, Miyuki. I'm a shinobi and you're a normal human, a civilian. You cannot weigh my problems because they aren't made for you. What you have is enough for you, the blonde explained lightly. For now, let us not talk about any problems. Are you sure? Naruto nodded. You already know my dreams, and many more things about me. Tell me more about you. I've learned quite a lot since we first met, but I still don't know what your dream is in this world. This would help him temporarily forget about other things that were gathering around his head. He'd said he would return to Itachi later on, but he wasn't going to do that. He couldn't deal with that now, not after everything. Things at Konoha had just spiraled out of control. He had not thought it would turn out like that. Knowing Itachi's wish for him to protect Konoha, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal. Shisui's eye was also given to him for Konoha's protection, nothing else. He had dreams, but Itachi had said the owner of the eye had trusted it to him for Konoha's safety and he wasn't going to use it for anything other than Konoha's safety. Naruto shook his ridding of such thoughts. He looked at Miyuki as she was busy thinking. Her eyes then fixed with his own, neither broke away from the eye contact before the Wind Lord blinked and spoke. I want to make this country a safe home to its people and make sure that no women are abducted then sold to slavery. I wish for this country to be also prosperous under my rule. In the previous years, the wind hasn't done well compared to the other great countries. The fire, cloud, water, and earth all have strong villages within them. Amegakure has always been the weakest amongst the great five. My father's choice to cut off funding to Suna further diminished the country's fortunes. I want to make this country great. I want Amegakure to rise, be in equal terms with other great villages. If that becomes a reality, my own position will be the strengthened, and this country will thrive. Naruto kept quiet as he absorbed all that Miyuki had said. He smiled. This might work well for him. It is going to take a lot for Amegakure to surpass the likes of Kumagakure, Iwa, and Konoha. The mist has suffered greatly because of the civil war that saw many of its strong perished, so it isn't as fearsome as it was. Miyuki nodded. I'm not even sure if we can surpass any of those villages. I'm not even a shinobi to begin with and Gaara is still learning, so am I right now. We are focused to rebuilding. Strengthening the village will be another task that seems to be further away from my grasp. Even so, I feel that I can reach it. Both Kumo and Iwa possess highly strong Jinchurikis. To be quite honest, as a Jinchuriki, I wouldn't fare any better to the fore. They know how to control the power sealed in them, while I know little. The Jinchuriki only make the villages strong. Suna only has a Jinchuriki who is by no means, alas the Baijuu they have is the weakest. It is not a problem though. I believe that Baijuus are not all that tips the balance of power. With or without a Baijuu, humans can become powerful. Konoha hasn't actually used its Jinchurikis as weapons, but it has always remained the strongest of the great five hidden villages. It is possible for Suna to surpass even the likes of Kumo who have what they call perfect Jinchurikis. Naruto stated, like he'd been thinking of this for a long time. It actually surprised Miyuki that he could say so much about this matter given that she'd only told him just now. It suddenly feels like this is your dream not mine, Miyuki remarked lightly with a warm smile. Naruto returned the smile before responding. You know my dream is to bring peace into the shinobi world. For that to happen, there are certain terms that must be met. What do you mean by that? Although I was born in Konoha and my parents died protecting it, Konoha is rotten. Many of its past actions have been unjust. Although Tsunade tries her best to make it clean, it is still not enough. When you have held the belt of champion too long, you become arrogant at a certain point and start believing that you're unbeatable. With that, the voice becomes even louder and you start to feel like a king. When that happens, you tend to like hearing the sound of your own voice. The UN isn't formed by strong villages only, there are weak villages who can't even be put on the same ring as the great villages. Imagine, a small village proposes an idea, and a strong village like Konoha doesn't like it. Who do you think will win? It is simple, strong villages get what they want. If Iwa and Kumo were to become members, the shift of things would turn to their favor. Although I set up the UN in a way that makes all equal, and only I and the chairwoman with enough power to stop any unfairness from happening, I can't always stop everything. If Konoha does something that it isn't supposed to do, something that isn't aligning with the laws of the UN, who will punish it if it is the strongest bull in the ring? I can't go against a village by myself. However, if someone stronger than Konoha steps into the ring and holds a whipping stick, Konoha will do what it is required of it because another strong man has entered. This strong man in reality will have to be both Kiri and Suna. It will take many years to make Amegakure equal in power with others. However, if I can combine Kiri, Suna as well as Amegakure and make them one, they will stand high above all other great villages. I trust in Mei's kindness and Gaara's sense of right and wrong stick by what is good. A few moments of silence passed. You said a lot of words, Miyuki said. But I understand what you're saying. However, the trick would be making the villages stand in the same line. Naruto merely smiled in response. I know Gaara and Mei will like each other, he simply said. You sound confident, Miyuki said. This really seemed to be working well to uplift his spirits. He really seemed more down than usual a few minutes ago. So my dream is a possibility, You can make it happen. No, not I alone. You, Mei, Gaara and Conan will make everything a reality. Naruto responded. But it does seem like your dream is going to be a reality soon, and with that, you'll be at peace since you've achieved what you desire. His dream was still blurry. The plan to challenge Iwa, Kumo and Konoha may backfire. If either Suna or Iwa become stronger, the strongest will feel intimidated and they'll see it as a challenge. In order to affirm the position as the strongest, a war is most likely to break out. It would be catastrophic and a failure for his part if something like that happened. Miyuki shook her head in response to Naruto's words. Well, I have another dream. Without achieving it, I'll never be at peace even if the Wind Country does become prosperous. What is it? Love, Miyuki said. I want to experience love and have a family of my own. It is a bit lonely to be without someone to love in such a way that it hurts. I haven't had many experiences with men, and my current position doesn't offer many opportunities to meet nice men. I haven't been able to meet anyone nice, and if things continue like this, I might even get to my 30s still being single. She looked quite horrified by the thought. I'm honest wounded, Naruto said, a bit in amusement. Aren't I a nice person, and I happen to like you? For you to discard me as lover is quite hurtful. It hurts so much, I just want to go to my room and cry. The blonde gave a mock hurt look face and actually stood up like he wanted to leave. Miyuki grabbed his right hand, halting his movements. Do you really like me? I mean, we've hanging out for some time now, but you've never shown any intent. Her eyes were staring deep into his. Naruto merely smiled in response. He didn't think saying yes was the right response, and so he settled for smiling. Miyuki stood up and became level with him, a few inches separated them. Don't freak out, okay? Naruto still remained quiet. Eternal seconds passed as the distance between their lips disappeared. Their lips just touched softly as each of their breaths washed over the other. The desire was there, the urge to hungrily devour those soft-looking lips was there, yet Naruto caged it down, for a second that is. Finally, the urge became too much for both and their lips danced a bit, slowly, their first real kiss. Naruto savored the smoothness of Miyuki's lips as his own rubbed slowly against hers. Her lips felt deliciously smooth, fueling the fire in him. Her breath gave off a certain scent that was just intoxicating to his senses. He wanted nothing more than to hold her closer and continue with it. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Miyuki pulled away. The kiss only lasted for a few seconds. Miyuki smiled at him. Well, that was just wonderful, she said happily. This wasn't the first time Naruto had kissed a woman before, but it felt like it was first. Her felt needing more of it, like he wasn't quite satisfied with a few seconds. The feeling was alien to his body, yet his mind was able to define it quite perfectly. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.